I could tell you.
Why are you here, Josh? Are you here to fucking explain things to us and tell us how the world works? Or are you here to fucking play games? Tell me I don't know. My logic doesn't work, right?
Josh? My name's not Josh.
Whatever. Could you progress the fucking conversation and state your fucking evidence, please?
Yeah, sure. So there are two hypotheses at odds. One, that the Earth is a flat plane, and the other one is that the Earth is a globe of some kind. Something similar to, if not exactly, a sphere. Now, if we could test either of these hypotheses, both of them, through observation and experiment. The one I'm citing is the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. On a flat plane, it would not be possible to observe the sun to be up for 24 hours in the sky while also corroborating with other observations across the world at the same time. But on a spinning ball, the second hypothesis, that would line up pretty well with other observations that we see at the same time, such as nighttime on the other side of the planet. The globe planet.
So
Yeah,
a sky
Julian,
observation. So a sky observation made the ground bend. Sorry, go ahead.
So that's not what I
No.
said. That's actually completely different from what I said. The English language has meaning, and you didn't understand it.
I don't know who the other gentleman. Go ahead there, because this guy's just too much fun. Go ahead and play with him.
Yeah, Julian, do you know you said that the 24-hour sun doesn't it only happens on the globe, yeah? It doesn't happen on the flat Earth. Is that correct?
24-hour sun, I feel like, is better explained by the globe conception than the flat plane conception.
Yeah. My point is, yeah, if you yourself, yeah, the only way to convince yourself, yeah, is you yourself going out and observing the surface of the Earth, yeah. Once you know the surface of the Earth long enough, you get the hang of it, yeah, and you know, yeah, why that we have a 24-hour sun. It doesn't matter what happens in the sky. Do you understand?
It doesn't. So don't listen to what your eyes and ears tell you. Listen to your
question will be answered.
soul.
That's the whole point of doing your own observation. Your own observation. Do you understand?
Do you want me to go to Antarctica?
Nobody can convince you, Julian.
Did you hear what he just said? Oh, forget what your eyes and ears tell you. Believe what your soul's saying. But my logic is illogical. This guy's a
Do you
fun
really
one.
think I believe that, or am I making fun of you for holding that belief?
What is this for?
It's called irony. I'm not explaining that one to you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Just prove how your observation of a 24-hour sun bends the ground. Just prove that. That's all we need.
Well, that would be a stupid thing to say, and I didn't say it. So
You didn't say a 24-hour sun works better on a globe than on a flat plane. That's what I thought.
no, I didn't say the 24-hour sun bends the ground like you strawman me to have said.
I'm not strawmanning. I'm explaining what I heard. You said the 24-hour sun makes more sense in Antarctica if it's a spinning water ball in space. So equate that. Put the pieces together. I want to understand how you think that observation makes it make more sense. How
if the Earth were on a flat plane
can't work. The flat plane can't work.
It can't work. I can tell you why. So
no,
the
but you have
sun.
No, wait. You can't just say the flat plane can't work because of this observation. You have to prove the fucking ground isn't flat, that it's not a plane. You can't just say the plane doesn't work because I saw a fucking UFO go across my sky last night at 3 a.m. You have to show the ground isn't flat. The fuck, man?
So when does observation, like, have any weight towards one hypothesis or another in your mind.
Okay, the globe is a claim, flat Earth is an observation. Go out and observe the Earth, please.
Oh no, globe is also an observation.
Where are you observing your globe?
Satellite images.
So the television. You see the globe on the television, you're on a globe. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So, and I'm the illogical one, using my eyes and my senses, and I jump out of airplanes.
It would be more illogical to think that
No.
NASA
You
Juping
ever
made it up like you think so.
The other gentleman was trying to ask you, have you ever observed the Earth from any elevated height? You're like, what do you mean? Like you don't know what it means to be 10 stories off of the ground and observe
I
the
asked
horizon.
what height are we
It's like
talking,
we're
because that
talking to a
matters.
6-year-old here. You know the terms of service are 13 and over, right?
Well, 23, so that works for me.
I didn't ask for your fucking age. I'm asking for you to
You
act
seem
mature.
to know my age.
Jesus Christ. Do you know what maturity is?
Enlighten me, flat earther.
In other words, we could have an
Maturity.
11-year-old in here that says he's 16 and he's more mature than a 16-year-old, and we have no clue that he's not 16. Okay? You're acting less than your age dictates. You said you're 23? Fucking please act it.
Yet you believe that the Earth is a flat disc, and you want to talk to me about maturity. Okay.
No, incorrect, Julian.
You want
Incorrect.
to attack my
I've said
personality
disc.
and
I'm
character.
sorry. I'm sorry. I said the word
You want
disc.
to attack my personality and character instead of focusing on the information.
You just did
What
that
do
to
you
me.
have to present? What do you
You
have to
just did that.
present,
Hold on.
sir?
You just did that to me.
No,
What are you
please,
talking about?
Yeah, because you're fucking answering questions in an immature way. Focus on the information. What do you have to prove the
Rules
Earth
for
bends?
thee,
Nothing.
but not
You
for
have
me.
an observation. You have a sky observation, and therefore you're on a globe. Gotcha.
Globe explains it better than the flat plane.
Explains what? Sorry? Better than the
Or
flat plane?
Globe explains that observation. Maybe that's
Which
not the right word.
observation? I just got here. Can you fill me in?
Yeah, so it's my claim that the ability to go to Antarctica and see the sun remain in the sky for 24 hours at certain times of year corroborates the globe model better than it does a flat plane model of the Earth.
Well, it depends on what imaginary flat plane model that you have in your head. If you're talking about an AE map, which is a globe projection with a sun that circles around the north, right? Yeah, that would make better sense on a globe because that's a silly flat earth. And any flat earther that pushes that model is pushing a flawed model. So I agree with you on that. But the problem is, when we go out and actually measure, like empirically test the surface of the water, we can't find any curvature, and you guys can't find it either.
I mean,
So whatever's happening in the
well,
sky,
okay, so what do you have?
which would have
hold
to.
on, I'm sorry.
Sorry, lost. Whatever's like, let's say we can measure the floor flat of an area, a surface area. We can measure it flat. We can confirm that it's flat. Whatever's happening up on the ceiling, right, is happening above a surface that we check to be flat, and that presents itself as flat. So while there may be an explanation for it on the globe side, which makes sense on the globe side, then that doesn't necessarily negate the empirical evidence that there's no curvature on the surface. And if you actually look into the history of the globe, that's what the globe model is. It's based off the way that we perceive the sky, or the way that the ancients perceived the sky to be a celestial.
I see what you mean. Okay. So I cited satellite images that show the curvature of the Earth, right? Like say images taken from the surface of the moon of the Earth. Now I imagine, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about this because I don't want to straw man you. I would imagine that your response to this is that that's all fake, and I have to like go to space myself in order to prove that the Earth is a globe or something along those lines. My response to that would be we need to apply
Well, I didn't
Occam's
say
razor.
that.
Okay, you didn't
Yeah,
say
so
that.
I didn't.
Other
no.
people say that to me, so I'll respond to that point real quick. But this isn't the point you made.
Well, you wouldn't be able to validate. You wouldn't be able to validate any of that footage. I mean, NASA has been caught
Well, hold
lying a
on.
bunch of times.
Hold on,
Okay?
I do
But
want.
that doesn't
I do want
really
to
that
say,
doesn't really
though,
matter at the end of the day.
He wasn't even
you-
done speaking like DJ. Like Julian was still speaking.
Yeah, but he already he didn't
No,
need
I haven't
to,
been able to
but
finish
he-
a full coherent point. Come on.
Well, this is the thing, right? So you told me what my answer is. So you
I
strawmanned
said
me.
that.
So if you
Okay,
if
that's
you
not what you
strawman me,
said.
so you said, I guess your response would be this, that it was all fake, and then my
And you said
response
that
to
it was
that
all
would
fake, and
be
so I said I must
right.
point to someone else.
So if you're gonna
flat
strawman
Earth-
me,
wait a
if you're
second.
gonna strawman me, I'm gonna cut you
Look,
off and
DJ,
say no, I don't.
with the knowledge that
claim
this
that.
isn't your view, I'd like to finish my point.
Well, you're talking to me.
DJ, just let me finish my point, please. Okay,
No,
when people other than
So,
you,
hold on
when
a
people
second,
other
bro.
than you,
Don't strawman me, and I'll let you finish your point. How about that?
this is
But
not
are you
your
not a
point.
flat earther? Like, is it not valid? Like, if let's say, okay, let's do right. Like, someone calls themselves a flat earther. There's a lot of flat earthers on the internet, and you talk to many of them. And he said, maybe you haven't said this, but it's something that other people have said. So I would like to address this. Quote unquote, that's what Julian said. So he's arguing against this belief of flat Earth, and many people share it. So it doesn't matter whether you said
Yeah, well,
it
guess what?
specifically-
Fuck those guys because they don't matter. They're not here.
No,
Yeah,
some
so
of them
should
are.
I just pick out?
Like,
No,
should
no,
I just
actually,
pick out some
people-
dumb globo, some
I
dumbass
I
globus?
talked about
I'll just-
satellite
hey,
images, and
shush.
someone like said they were fake.
Yeah. Well,
People
no.
within
Okay,
this
cool.
VC
So
say
should
these
I just
things
pick
all
out
the
some dumb
time.
globothers and then strawman you and say that just because some dumb globothers made this dumb argument, therefore you have to defend this dumb argument? I've already told
So do you
that
think
that's
satellite
not what
images
my
are
claim
real?
is. So you're talking to me right now. No, I didn't say that they're real. I said you didn't let me. You didn't ask me. You just told me what I think, and then you responded to your answer to your own question from me.
We'll never
It's
get anywhere with this
ridiculous.
guy.
Well, you're not going to get anywhere if you're strawman, right? If you're just going to have
Bro,
fallacies and
you're
feelings,
It can't
it's
be a
not going
straw
to
man
work
if
out
I
well
told you
for
that's
you.
not what you
stop
believe.
acting like a retard, DJ. Like, you
No.
literally
You
sound
guys are the
retarded.
ones acting. This is what a retard would do, right? They would ask a question and then answer the question for the debate opponent themselves as if the debate opponent answered it. And the debate opponent is saying, no, I didn't say that. I don't think that. And you continue
And
on
I believe you.
with your bullshit. Okay,
And I
so
believe
talking
you
to
when you
me,
say that.
But you literally,
like
for
to make my
example,
point.
who's the
said
white knight?
NASA.
Okay, I'm talking to
You said
Julian. If there's a
NASA is
white knight in
lying.
here, hey, white knight, you're going to get muted. Right? You can run away if you want. That's fine. But look, don't strawman me and I won't cut you off. Simple as that. If I strawman you, you can cut me off as well.
I will keep that in mind for the future reference. Okay,
All right.
so people other than you have told me on this channel, by the way, that like when I cite images taken from outer space, or well, not outer space, but space, right? Orbit, the surface of the moon, of the Earth, showing it to be in the shape of a globe. I've been told that those are fake and that those have been falsified. Now, when I hear this claim, I think, okay, so this is where I get really frustrated with some flat earthers, because at what point do we apply Occam's razor? Because when we make an observation, we could think of any number of things that could explain it, and that could like corroborate more observations and fit neatly within like a model, right? So you could think of instead of thinking of a globe, you could think of like a very complicated like oval, or this or that, and you could say that the sky is somehow like like a dome, or it's being manipulated somehow, or that like there's a great conspiracy to make up like all these claims about the shape of the earth to lie to kids in school, or something like that, right? But is that the most parsimonious explanation? Does it require the fewest leaps of logic?
Holy shit, dude. You're so fucking verbose. Listen, when they show us curvature of the Earth constrained to a radius of 3959 miles, we tested on the surface. We measured it flat. That's how we know those images are fake.
You know the word verbose, and you have a problem with verbosity.
Whoa, relax, Linda. We have NASA
Yeah, you can
employees
fuck right off
themselves saying, it's a computer generated image. I created it. It's what I imagine Earth to look like. I've never been to space. And you're like, oh, I have a problem when people say they're created images and they're not real photos. Yeah, you got a problem, all right, buddy.
All right. Look,
I
if
do have
you're
a problem
referring-
with people.
if you're referring to certain images that NASA admits are just composited images, right? Then that's a valid point that Flatman's making. But if you're talking about ones that they claim are real, like the 1972 blue marble that they claim is a photo of the Earth taken by an astronaut from space, yeah, cool, right? That's the claim. That's a claim that someone's made. You believe that, right? You can't go and validate that. So it's just a belief that you have. You trust them that it's real. Okay.
Well,
We
I
could
can't validate
actually
it in
go
the sense I
out.
can't go to the
We
moon.
could-
There are other ways
we
that
could
it could be
actually
validated.
hold on, just let me finish. Okay. We can just go out in reality and empirically test for the curvature. We could calculate exactly how much curvature there would have to be over X distance. And then we could see if it's actually there in reality. And it turns out that it's not actually there. Right? So you can believe it if you want to believe NASA. Okay? If you want to look at this footage that I post in the side chat right now, if you look at that footage and you want to believe that that's real footage of a spaceship floating around the moon, then go right ahead. That's fine. I think it looks ridiculously fake and laughable. Okay, but NASA claims that's real footage. So if you want to believe NASA that that's real footage, go right ahead. That's fine. We actually went out and tested for the curvature in reality. I don't think you've ever done that, and I don't think anyone you know of ever did that. Okay, we have the empirical evidence that we can present to you, showing you, right, that in the real world the curvature is not there. The curvature that would have to be there is not there. So sure, you can have your beliefs. That's fine. You know, anyone can believe anything they want to believe.
Can you show me the experiment that you did?
Yeah, I don't have the one that I did, right? Because when I did it for myself to prove it to myself, and that was back in 2018. But I have all the tests that other people have done. Okay, right? If I ask you for evidence of Earth curvature measurements, I don't expect you to present something that you personally did yourself.
Can
sure.
you show me any? Can you show me
Yeah,
any
yeah.
flat Earth experiment?
Yeah, I
DJ,
can
I have
show
a
you.
quick question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you have a model that you think is an approximation of the Earth?
Yeah, zero curvature. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth's a flat disk floating around in space or something like that. Okay, when most people think about a model, they're talking about a miniature version of a larger object. Okay, we're not claiming an object. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Right? The context of flat Earth is just a surface area void of curvature. Specifically talking about the surface of the water, which covers most of the known area of the Earth. Okay, and
But
when
you
we
don't
go
have
and
like
test,
a model.
Excuse me.
You know what's
there's
funny,
another.
DJ, is these guys don't even know what models are to be asking for them. Because I think a good follow-up question is a model for what? To predict what? To do what?
The Earth. So
Yeah.
I had a point
No,
to make.
no,
One of the
not
reasons I
just the
asked-
Earth, dude. Like models are for naturally observing phenomena, for observations. So what are you trying to observe to model?
I'm
Okay,
trying
and
to
yeah.
observe. Okay. So the
Hey,
point I
give
was
me-
making with that.
Hold on.
is-
Can I have 2 seconds?
yeah, Flatman,
we-
hold
we
on,
have-
hold on. Yoda asked him a question.
No, I know.
Well, no,
sorry.
I had a
Hold
point
on
to
a
make
second,
with that question. I'd like to make that point first before anything else. So the point I was making with that question, DJ. So you don't have. You say you have like an idea of like the plane of the Earth, right? So that's the model in the way that I recognize, right? Maybe you have a different conception. But the problem I have with not having at least a rough draft of a model, you know, even if it's to be updated in
what
the
do you
future.
mean
The
by
problem I
model?
have with that. What I mean,
What do you mean
an
by model?
approximation, a smaller
what?
scale approximation,
Dude.
complete approximation
Of
of the
what?
shape of the Earth.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape, if you didn't know.
Right. So this is what I'm talking about. This is the problem I have with flat Earth. The problem I have is
All right.
okay. When we do
You're
these,
objectifying the universe. Okay, listen, do you have a model for the universe? What's the shape of the universe?
okay, so we're talking about the Earth, and I'd like to finish making my point.
No, we're
with that
talking
before
about
we
the
continue.
universe, right? Flat Earth is the universe.
Can I finish my point, or are you just going to keep talking over me?
No, because listen, you keep bringing up all these presumptions we have to correct you on in order to have a conversation move forward.
Well, I just don't
And that's
have
sort
the
of
same definitions you do, and I'm
Yeah,
not going to
you
go
don't
to
even
first
know what a
principles every
fucking
single
model is,
time.
and you keep demanding one. Okay, and that's what's so frustrating.
Can I finish my claim first, or not my claim, my
No,
point?
listen,
real
I'd
quick?
rather you not finish because it's obvious you have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
You don't even want me to finish? Wow, that
Because
sucks, bro.
listen, it's almost like this. Okay, you're like, guys, I totally got this. Watch me take a step, and then you fall over. You're like, no, guys, I totally got this. You take another step, and you fall over. And I'm like, dude, you need to go sit down. You've had too much to drink. And you say, no, won't you let me finish? No, you keep fucking falling over.
The only one crashing out here is you, bro.
I'm not crashing
yeah.
out. I'm getting frustrated because you're not listening.
Because
Okay,
you
you're not
you
having
can't
crash out.
counter
conversations.
his
You're trying to
claims.
preach at
Yeah,
us.
you're crashing
Trying
out,
to
bro.
preach at us,
Stop.
and all of us in
Stop.
the room have a bigger grasp of this conversation and its topics than you do. You're not going to teach me anything new, kid.
Maybe not. Maybe you could teach something to me, but I need to finish my point so that you can respond to it first.
All right.
Yeah, but
Okay,
you
I
already
will let
straw
you keep
manning.
stepping on fucking garden rakes while the rest of us sit in the
Thank you.
back and laugh at you. Continue.
Thank you. Okay. Problem I have with not being able to make even an approximation of a model, right? Like something that you could hold in your hand that describes the shape of the Earth. Problem I have with that is that puts flat earthers in an intellectually slippery position. When I provide a model, right, or when scientists or other experts provide a model of the Earth, they're giving you something that you critique and that you could try and falsify. But you guys don't do that. You guys don't provide anything that could be like meaningfully falsified and compared to what we observe in reality. You just have like this vague sense of, oh, it's a flat plane, but nothing more. And I don't think that's a very productive way to go about this, because we are being globalists, are being more honest, at least providing something that you could critique, but you don't provide that.
Okay, all right, cool. So we can go out and debunk your model very easily by just testing for curvature. So your model's now what? Okay, so you have no model, and we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, clearly you don't know the shape of the Earth because there's no curvature when we go out and test it. And when you guys go out and test it, you either become flat earthers or you don't submit the footage because you don't find any curvature. Cool. So you can have a bunk model, right? That's fine. You can believe in some model that doesn't fit reality all you like. That's not going to help you at all. We're here willing to present empirical evidence and compare our empirical evidence with your empirical evidence. But your empirical evidence is just blind faith, pictures from space that you can never go and validate. Could easily be fake if they are fake, right? Could easily
What would
be
it take to fake an image like that?
Oh, what do you mean? Like what? Which one?
So let's say
the one
photo
photograph
from the
of the
surface
Earth
of the
they
moon.
claim they have from 1972. Is that what you mean?
The one that's taken from the surface of the moon of the Earth.
How you think that would be difficult to fake?
I think that would be very difficult to fake. Yeah. What would it
Really?
take in your mind
Present
to
the
fake
one
something?
that you think would be difficult to fake.
The one that I'm referring to.
Okay, which one is that? Posted
The
in the
one
side
that's
chat.
posted in the side chat. Okay, let me find the image of the Earth taken from the moon. I think you know what I'm talking about, though.
Is it called Moonrise?
I'm not sure.
The one that looks completely fake? It looks like comparable to this footage that I just put in the side chat here, right? Like obviously fake looking.
That's not the one I'm talking.
Well, do you think that footage that I just put in the side chat looks realistic or just looks completely fake? Because most people laugh at this footage and don't believe it's not footage. Do you think that this is real footage?
Well, I don't really care if most people laugh at something. That's not really what I'm
So
getting at.
do you think that it looks realistic, this footage here in the side chat?
Do I think it looks realistic? I don't know.
Yeah. Really? Oh, so you're not intellectually honest, it seems. Okay, so you think that this footage looks realistic then? Well, you don't know. You're not sure. Maybe it does. Maybe it looks completely fake.
Well, I haven't
But
looked
maybe
at
it
it yet
doesn't.
because I'm still trying to find the image you asked for.
Okay.
Okay.
So you don't think you could just add a little Earth into the background to a scene? You don't think that
Hold
they
on,
have
that was a
realistic looking
link.
models of the moon?
I want to put a better photo up there because that was just a link to a photo.
Hello, is this a small penis convention?
No, you're gonna have to find a different room. Yeah. Go find the 24/7 small penis convention.
There we
Find
go.
your peeps.
I believe this is
Oh
the
yeah,
one
so
that I
you
was
think that
remembering.
this would be difficult to fake? You don't think that you could just pop that little Earth in there?
Here's
You
the
think
great
Yeah, I
that
think
this
that'd
would?
be
How
difficult
do
to
you
fake.
know? How do you know Earth is
I can
supposed to
tell you
look
why I
that
think it's
way?
difficult.
Yeah,
I can
how
tell
do
you
you
why I
know
think it's
Earth is
difficult.
supposed to look that way?
So I can tell you why I think it's difficult to fake.
All right, so but how do you know that Earth is supposed to look that way?
Let me talk about this first because that's the point I was making. It would be difficult to fake an image like this, not because you can't pull up Photoshop. We
Well,
even
no,
have
I mean,
AI
in order
now.
to
We can
know
fake a
that, you'd
lot of
have to
things.
know what Earth is supposed to look like. So, yeah, my question
Hold
is
on,
completely on point.
one thing at a time, okay? We'll get there.
Yeah, how about you
Right.
answer my fucking question? How do you know Earth is supposed to look that way in order for you
Whoa,
to claim that it's not
where's all this
fake?
hostility coming from? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm just wondering why you just like to keep blabbing so much, without making a fucking point.
I did make a point. I'm making one
How
right
do
now.
you know Earth is supposed to look that way in order for you to be claiming that this is true?
How do I know that it's supposed to look like that?
Yeah.
No, this is evidence of what the Earth looks like.
How do you know it's supposed to look that way for it to be evidence that it is?
It's a photo that I believe to be of the Earth. And by looking at it, oh, that's what the Earth looks like.
So yeah, you have nothing to compare it to, right? Other than just a belief.
Well, I can't go to outer space myself. I don't have the money.
No fucking shit.
So it's all
Okay,
just
so the point I
belief.
was making before I was very rudely cut off was that it would be difficult to falsify this image, not because you can't pull up Photoshop. We even have AI now that can make
You completely
make it
sidestepped
easy
the
to
point
falsify
again,
video.
dude. Listen, you sidestepped the
Okay,
point again. You're
I'm not
saying that it's
done. I'm
impossible to fake,
sorry.
and you have no clue how to evaluate whether or not that this is true because you have nothing to compare this with. You have no idea how Earth is supposed to look like from space.
That's what it's supposed to look like.
You just admitted that it's just a belief. You have no idea.
Yeah.
You just
It's
believe
an
that this
didn't say
image is
that.
Ipsy
real.
fallacy, right? It's that Ipsy Dixit bullshit again. It's like I declare it so, so it has to be so.
So that's not what I said.
That is what you said. It has to be. Just like Robert
Nuh-uh.
Simmons. Yeah, literally, okay.
So the point I'm making with that is that Photoshop is easy. AI is easy. However, number one, we didn't really have as sophisticated image manipulation technology back then, even though you could still have airbrushed or done something to the image back then too. But it's the conspiracy that would have been required to do that, right? At some point, someone knows it's fake, right? That
Right. So
image.
now that's just your
Hold
opinion,
on.
right?
Whoa. We're
Just your
almost there.
fucking opinion.
Hold on.
Somebody
Hold
could
on.
have.
Why would the
Wait,
government
Hold
lie?
on.
What, the
You're falling
American
off the
government,
train.
they would never
You're
lie,
falling
would
off.
they?
You're
Yeah,
falling off.
right.
No, we've lost him, guys. No. What I'm saying is that
Why
a
would they lie?
conspiracy
Is
like
that
that.
your argument now? It must be real because
No,
why would they
government lies all the
lie?
time, but this is what I'm talking about. Hold on. So thousands of people were involved in, say, the moon landing, right? For something like that to have been falsified, or for an image taken from the moon like this to have been falsified, enough people that weren't invested in keeping the secret would have had to know to reveal that secret.
Oh,
How
like
can
Gus
you
Grissom,
bribe?
the
You can't
astronaut who got
bribe and
barbecued.
threaten thousands of people
Well,
into
you
that
think
kind
that
of
they
Shit
secrecy.
up,
why
dude.
would
You're
they
just
all
making
know?
fucking shit up. Gus Grissom
Yeah.
got barbecued because he was blowing the whistle.
You think name dropping is going to tell me anything?
Yeah, he's an astronaut. Look up the Gus Grissom story. We know more about this shit than you do. And what about I'm going to engage in whataboutism for a minute. How about
What about
Oak
this?
Ridge,
What about that?
Tennessee?
What about this name? What about this
Yeah,
guy in
Oak
that
Ridge,
torch?
Tennessee, because you're engaging in whataboutism. I'm going to do it too. What about Oak Ridge, Tennessee? This is the birth of the Manhattan Project, the nuclear bomb. You had an entire town full of people who had no fucking clue what they were actually working on. So come at me,
I don't
bro.
really know anything about that, but I can already kind of like poke a hole in it. We know about it now. So,
Well, yeah, because nukes have been declassified, right?
uh-huh. We know about it now. It got leaked.
It got leaked. Oh, like Gus Grissom got it leaked. Like Buzz Aldrin freaking leaks it all the time.
Well, Aldrin is a billion years old. He's
Okay.
older than the Earth.
Keep making up excuses, okay? Yappity yap.
Didn't he punch a guy in the face for saying that he faked the moon landing?
Yeah,
asked
because he
him to
wouldn't.
swear on a
So
Bible.
he was offered free money, like a large amount of money to any charity of his choice, thousands and thousands of dollars. And it was quite a bit of money back. Charity, and all he had to do was just swear on the Bible that he. Instead, he was drunk and he punched the guy in the face. And every single other astronaut also refused to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. One of them threatened to have him whacked by the CIA.
Yeah, because
he
you
was
guys are so important that you're going to get whacked by the CIA for your flat Earth bullshit. Okay.
No. He asked him to
Listen.
swear on the Bible, and he left a recording device in the guy's house. And the guy's son said, "Do you want me to call the CIA and have him whacked?"
You know, that's something I would have said as a joke too.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
sure.
real funny. Look, this is at the end of the day. Okay, we actually go out and test the surface of the Earth. If it's a globe, then it would have to be curving. So you can have all of the belief you want in shitty NASA footage. Okay, that's fine. But at the end of the day, we've gone out and actually tested it. And how I know you're intellectually dishonest is because you don't even want to see the tests. The other guy in here wanted to see the test, and you cut him off and started talking about bullshit that you can't validate anymore.
If you want to show the test, I won't stop you.
All right, cool. So what
Yeah,
do you
but
think
it's a
the
matter of you
horizon is?
desiring to actually see the evidence that was important here.
Did I say I wouldn't look at it?
You
Well, I
don't
was
seem
trying
too
to show it.
enthusiastic at the prospect of being shown it, so.
All
Just
right, well, I'm gonna show-
crying, straw manning all the time, but I never said half the stuff you're accusing me of saying.
I didn't accuse you of saying anything. I said you don't seem to be too enthusiastic about this.
No, you also said that I intentionally cut somebody off so I could stop you from showing me the evidence. That's a straw man.
No, I didn't say that.
That's exactly what you said.
No, DJ said that the other guy in here was interested, and you came in and started yapping, and we've been yapping ever since with you.
No, I came in here and somebody said, "Hey, we're here to discuss a flat Earth and have a good discussion," something along those lines, right? And then I started piping up.
Yeah, you threw yourself onto the gears because you didn't want to go down this road.
Threw myself onto the gears. I was damn near invited to participate in the discussion.
Damn near invited?
Hmm?
I don't recall anyone inviting you, kid.
It's an open channel, and somebody
Yeah, so
said,
you weren't
one of your
invited,
mods said, "Hey,
douchebag. That doesn't mean
have
you're
a discussion on
invited.
flat Earth. All
There's
are
a difference
welcome."
between having an open door policy and purposefully, intentionally inviting somebody in. Like,
So
do
this
you
guy has never heard of
when
the
you go
concept of an
to a
open
bathroom, okay?
invitation.
Let's say you go to a public restroom. Did somebody invite you in to go use the fucking urinal?
Open invitation bathroom.
You're a fucking ass clown.
Why do you keep making potty jokes, dude? You're calling me a kid?
Yeah, because you are.
Okay, that voice crack was really funny. But secondly, you keep making potty jokes and you're calling me childish.
Yeah, I think it's fucking hilarious, personally.
All right, if the Earth's a globe, what do you think the horizon is, Julian?
What do I think of horizons? They're pretty.
No, what do you think? If the Earth is a globe, what is the horizon?
What is the horizon?
Yeah.
The edge of what I can perceive of the
Right.
landscape.
Yeah. Okay. It would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. And if something went beyond it, then it would start to become hidden behind the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we could calculate how far away the horizon should be based off the height of the person observing, or the camera height. Okay, so if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be about 3 miles away.
I haven't taken a look at those numbers, but it would stand to reason that you could measure something along those lines.
Yeah. That's what they'll teach you. You know, so I can tell you the math, but it's you can check it. Guarantee my numbers are correct. Okay, so if you had a camera at 1 foot height, the horizon would be at 1.225 miles. If you had a camera at 5 foot height, it would be 3 miles. Sorry, 2.7 miles, and so on, right? If you go higher, it would be a further distance. Anyway, we can calculate the distance. horizon, and that horizon's a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. So let's say that I was standing on one side of a lake, and you were standing on the other side of a lake, right, or a section of the ocean. It doesn't really matter. And there was 10 miles between us. Okay, over that 10 miles distance, there should be 66 feet of curvature on a. That's the amount that there would be. Basically, any 10-mile body of water anywhere on the globe would have to have about 66 curvature. So I shouldn't be able to zoom in across that 10-mile distance and see you standing there on the side, because there would be about 50 feet of curvature blocking me and you. Do you agree?
Did he leave?
No, he's still here. All right, so look, just putting a diagram in the side chat for anyone else that wants to look at it. So look, here's a diagram. Obviously, it's not to scale, but a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by a yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. All right, so we can go out and test for this very easily in reality. Okay, we get a test for that curvature that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe. You listening, Julian?
I'm listening, yeah.
Okay, cool. So this observation I'm going to show you, okay, this is done by a guy named Dr. John Dee. He tried to debunk flat Earth. So he went out using his lab equipment. He's got a PhD in optics, spectrophotometry to be specific. And he went out, he took a bunch of his laboratory equipment, his lasers and all sorts of different equipment, and he was doing long distance observations to try to find the obstruction, and doing laser tests, shooting the lasers across huge distances over the surface of the water, trying to find the curvature, trying to debunk flat Earth. He actually became a flat earther in the process. So what I'm going to show you now is one of his tests. Okay, he lives in the United Kingdom, and he went to the beach. He made sure he picked a really, really nice clear day where you have really good visibility and no waves. And what he's done, he's set his camera up at 1 meter height, which is 3.5 foot height. And he's zooming out with a super zoom camera out into the ocean. Okay, and this is a horizon test. That's why we were talking about the horizon a moment ago.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so based off his observer height, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles away. Okay, so here's the math, and there's the observation. This is just a small clip out of the full video, which I'll share as well. Okay, so we have some windmills out in the ocean. The windmills are a certain distance away. Okay, the closest one that you can see on the left is 8 miles away, and the one that you can see on the far right, that's 11.2 miles away. So we're just going to focus on the furthest one away that we can see on the right-hand side there. Right, so the math that I put in the side chat there, that's just from an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, they allow you to put in the object distance, the eye height level, and then it will tell you how far away the horizon should be and how much should be hidden of the object in distance. So when we put that in, 11.2 miles distance, eye height level 3.5 foot, that means the horizon should be at 2.29 miles away. And that's the reason that he's got the windmills there. So they are like distance markers, because if they weren't there, it would be very hard to tell how far the horizon is. Okay, what we can see is that there's actually no obstruction at all of any of the windmills. We can see the bottom of the windmills touching the water, and we can see the water goes off beyond the windmill. That horizon would have to be at 2.3 miles if the Earth's a globe. And you shouldn't be able to see any more water past that horizon line. That's the maximum distance that you should be able to see the water. And the bottom 52 feet of the windmill that we're talking about, the one on the right, that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. 52 feet, that's like a 6-story building, 5 or 6-story building.
Gotcha. So, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that's enough for the moment. There's a lot more to this observation than just that. But do you get the principle? Do you get the idea of what we're testing for?
And I'll just summarize what you told me so I make sure I understand you correctly, right? So if you do the math correctly, right, and you measure, like theoretically, you should be able to measure the, like the distance, or you should be able to measure some curvature in the Earth by standing at a certain height, right, and then observing things moving along like the distance into the horizon. And if the Earth it has a curve to it, right? If the surface of the Earth is a globe, then you should see things go down, like disappear down the horizon from the bottom up, right? And in your case, things are going out way too far for that to be the case. You can still see them visibly even after what you would assume to be the curve, like the curvature of the Earth. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct. And it's not just a little bit further. We're seeing many thousands of percent further than you should be able to see consistently, and
Okay.
never able to find that, the byproduct of the curvature, which would be the
And
Okay.
and
the
and not
obstruction
a
and the
not.
and the and the
Oh,
hurl.
sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So if
Not
that's the
sorry. Wait.
case,
Not an assumption. Going by the numbers we have been given by the globe model. Continue.
right.
Right. Good
So
point.
if that's the
So just
case,
quickly, just before you go ahead, I'll give you the floor in just a second. Right. So just so you don't think that we're doing the math wrong or making the numbers up. Okay, this is the exact same math that will be given to you by universities. Any Earth curvature calculator that you go on, and you can double check the math yourself by doing the math yourself. This is just based off the geometry of the globe. Okay, and I can give you a Washington University link that will tell you that the horizon should be a certain distance away from a certain observer.
Okay.
Go ahead, your turn.
so I have a couple of angles to approach this. So the first one is if what you're saying is true, right? If the math that you've just presented is correct, then the conclusion you draw is that there is no that there is no curvature of the Earth. However, if that's the case, because I've been to the beach, right? I've had firsthand experience seeing boats go into the distance and disappear from the bottom up. How do you explain such an observation on a flat plane?
Yeah. So we can replicate that on a small scale on a flat surface. And yeah, it's quite easy to explain. We don't even have to invoke any flat Earth arguments for this. This is just basic common sense. So quite often you'll have ocean swells, and if you're low to the surface of the water, right? Like if you're just standing at the beach, for example, and you have ocean swells, right? They look pretty uniform when they're out in the ocean because you're just seeing them from a flat angle. So those ocean swells can easily obstruct the bottom of a ship because as the ship moves away from you, it gets smaller and smaller due to perspective, right? And those waves that are in the foreground close to you, okay, they're still close to you. They're not going to get smaller because they're not moving away from you like the ship is. So as the ship moves away, a portion of the bottom of the ship, or even the whole ship, become obstructed behind the waves. That's one possible explanation that you would need to take into consideration. Another one would be atmospheric effects as well, like sinking refraction. And if you look at the mainstream literature by subject matter expert in refraction, like Andrew Thomas Young, he'll say that sometimes it can look like a boat is obstructed behind the horizon, even though it's not actually obstructed, and it's just an effect that can happen sometimes called sinking refraction. So if you went to Google right now and just type in what is sinking refraction, it will say the same. It will say something that would normally be visible on the horizon appears to sink behind the horizon, even though the line of sight is physically obstructed. It's just when you have basically a slightly warmer temperature down lower and cooler temperature above. Okay, and it makes it look like the object in the distance is kind of sinking. That's why they call it sinking. So that's something
feel
else
like-
that you would have to take into account.
I feel like that would be a potential explanation if I only made this observation once, maybe twice. But I've seen this happen like numerous times. I'm incredulous to the idea that this is the explanation for what I've seen like 8 or 9 times in my life. Like it was an ocean
Right, but I
swell or some
lived-
kind of refraction or trick of the light every single time. I'm sorry, I'm incredulous to that.
Well, no, not really, because I lived on the coast my whole life, on the east coast of Australia, and we had a cruise ship hub right where I would always be surfing or fishing. We would always be watching the big cruise ships go out, watching the fishing boats go out, and most of the time, what happens is they just get smaller and smaller. Okay, and they reduce and reduce in size, and you can't see them once they get down to a certain size. But we have amazing cameras now where we can zoom back in on that ship and we can see the ship again. I can show you countless amounts of videos of that happening. it only disappears from the bottom up if you have ocean swells, which is super common in the ocean to have ocean swells. It's very rare that you don't have ocean swells. Okay, and it's super common to have the inferior miraging effect out in the ocean as well. It's and you don't really notice it until you zoom in, until you zoom right in. So I can, if it was a globe, if it was happening at a certain distance, then every single observation that we go out and make, where we have a distance mark, okay, those things should be hidden by a certain amount behind the horizon, because that horizon should be at a certain distance. Okay, but that's never the case. And we can consistently reproduce this bottom-up effect flat surface. Extremely easy to do. It doesn't take much to do that. So just quickly, I'm just going to show you an example in the side chat of what I'm talking about. So this is a giant ship. Second. All right, so this is a giant ship. It looks like, I'm not sure exactly what type of ship it is, but it is massive. And we have some of these ships tracked, so we know the distance to them as well. So I'll just post it in the side chat. So what you're going to notice in this video is that when the person zooms out, you can't see the ship at all. And then when he zooms in, you can see the entire ship.
Okay, so the experiment you're outlining and the math you're doing is really easy to do and it doesn't take a lot of resources, right? It's something that you or I could go out and do, like maybe with a week of planning to take time off work mostly, right? We could do that.
Correct.
So this is where I'm not going to question the math on a mathematical level because I don't have the expertise nor have I done the experiment. What I will do is make a probability or like question the probability of the math being correct, right? Or the plausibility of that math being correct. So you said that Washington State University gives you the formula to do this experiment yourself, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it's pretty basic geometry. You don't need Washington University, but if you want the math from a university source, I can provide that for you.
Yeah, I'll just take your word for it that Washington State University gives you the formula, right? But if this
right now,
if this formula is so easily, or if this idea is so easily refuted, why would universities keep that formula posted? Why wouldn't they change it and update it to something else? Because that's super easy to do.
The entire heliocentric model is based off the R value. You'll see it everywhere in the mathematics. So this is all just based off the radius value of the Earth, which it's required. It's like the core variable for all of the mathematics, right? When you're talking about everything to do with the heliocentric model is based off that pre-assumption that the radius value is correct.
That's precisely
right,
DJ. You know what it's called is the cosmic distance ladder in astronomy. The cosmic distance ladder is built off the radius of Earth and the assumption that Earth orbits the sun.
So the question I have is, if it's so easily refuted, why is Washington State and other universities continue to make this claim? Because they should know that too, if they're mathematical experts.
Yeah, so this is the claim that is required for the Earth to be a globe. So this is just right.
If it's so easily refuted, why do they keep saying it?
They don't necessarily know it's easily refutable.
It is easily refuted. Yeah, it's easily refutable. It's crazy that most people, right, including your professors at your universities, they've never gone to check this. They've just assumed that these numbers are correct. And they do all their calculations based off presupposition. Right? This stems back to Eratosthenes.
Heard of you guys. That's the thing.
What's that?
They talk to us in here. They've come through and we've recorded our conversations with them.
Right, but so this is the meat and potatoes of my point, though, right? Why are they continuing to make a claim if it's so? So my question is, I don't find it very likely that your argument refutes it, because experts in the field are continuing to make the claim after talking to you guys and after hearing your arguments.
Well, not that many experts have talked to us, and not that many experts are inclined to go check. And I'll tell you why. And we found this out after talking to so many of them. When you talk to one department and ask them where they got the radius value from, they'll tell you another department has it. So we find our way over to another department. We ask them how they got the radius value, and they claim another department got it. So we talk to them, and it goes around and around like a hot potato. Nobody seems to have the golden seed value measurement giving us the R value for Earth, and that's what's so troubling.
So, okay. How would we have accomplished the moon landing if we were so wrong about this? Because I feel like if we were wrong about that, right, we would have failed to go to the moon.
We never went to the moon, dude.
Okay, so why do you say we never went to the moon?
Well, first off, the very claims that they presented, as far as the moon landing goes, are easily refutable based off of natural law, the laws of physics, thermodynamics. The claim is that outer space is a gigantic vacuum exceeding 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is extremely negative, right? So you've got this high pressurized can against an immense super vacuum that's becoming even more vacuous over time of outer space. Whenever they subject these materials, these devices and valves, to vacuum chamber tests on Earth, they fail. And yet somehow these devices tend to magically work in space. Why? Because I guess the engineering was that good. So we've got a big problem here. The thermodynamics don't work out. I mean, there's also the question of whether or not we can have air pressurization that we're breathing right now. We're breathing gas. How do you have a pressurized environment if it's an open system and not a closed one? We've got all these contradictions from our natural world that the moon landings don't resolve based off of their very claims. And then we go to examine the claims themselves and they don't withstand internal scrutiny. You know, we've seen electrical engineering professors look at the electrical schematics of the Apollo calculator, the guidance system calculator, and they reconstruct and rebuild it, and they find out that it's fundamentally flawed, that it shorts out every time. And then they identify the reason why, because the schematics are wrong. And they point to this. I mean, there have been papers published on this. There are issues with weight. There's issue with the gas that they bring up to breathe in. There's issue with the refrigeration of the Apollo astronauts not standing up. There are freaking photos we have that they claim to have taken from the lunar surface where the shadows don't line up. There's one of a fucking shadow of a lunar lander leg going straight through the middle of an astronaut's leg, straddled over it, not the other side, when the shadow should have gone up over him. Why? Because the thing was painted on and the artist wasn't thinking about the shadow geometry. There's all kinds of shit with this. The moon landings don't stand up to scrutiny no matter which way you slice and dice it. And I'm surprised there are people today, at least in America, that still are beholden to this when it seems most of the world has moved on.
Okay, so you mentioned the atmosphere, right? And it's a claim I've heard before that you can't have a pressurized environment without a solid container, right?
Yeah, you need a volume, you need a thermodynamic boundary layer on which to provide the elastic collision of gas molecules to pressurize a system inside.
Okay, so you're not going to like this. Gravity explains why this happens on a globe.
You're not going to like this. Gravity does not compress gas. In fact, gravity is not a variable in the entire body of the kinetic molecular theory of gas molecules and molecular behavior. There is no gravitational theory of molecular behavior, period.
There's no gravitational theory of molecular behavior.
Yeah, or molecular
the,
theory of gravitational
level?
behavior.
Okay, so gravity, what is gravity?
Good question. What is gravity? I don't freaking know.
I could tell you.
I've heard about maybe 30 contravening theories on this. But yeah, what's yours? Is it going to get into loop theory? Is it going to get into like the bonds of molecules?
Please just wait until I have to say what I have to say.
I'm
don't
just
make
kind of
assumptions
curious
about
how far you've looked into it.
Okay, so molecules, they exert what's called gravitational force, right? Or matter does. There's molecules.
How do you know that?
Molecules for matter. How do I know that? Because I've studied.
Yeah, I know that the gravity, if it is even a force, is claimed to be 40 orders of magnitude weaker than the Coulomb. That's the electrical binding force of a molecule.
All right, let me get through this first, okay? And then we'll respond to it. So gravity, if we take matter, right, we know that it exerts a gravitational force. These are detected through things called gravitational waves. It's the bending of space-time. Space and time are like one thing, kind of. I won't get too far into that part, only because I'm not enough of an expert to like give a ton of detail with verbosity. But gravity like bends the space-time continuum, right? And when you go through a gravitational field, you are like moving through that fold of space-time. And that explains why, like, let's say the gravity well of Earth, right? How do things fall towards Earth? Well, when you have a very massive object with a lot of mass, it bends spacetime in such a way that when something falls into its gravitational well, the fold of spacetime makes it such that as it's moving, it goes towards the center of the massive object. And that's how things like, and this takes a long time, right? Planets take a very long time to form. So gas probably was like the, like particles, and then like gas clouds, nebula, et cetera, et cetera. These are like the birthplaces of things like massive objects like stars, planets, and other things. And as they come together, it's a compounding force, right? The more mass there is in an object, the stronger its gravitational force, and there's a bit of a snowball effect. So then you get to something like the size of Earth, right? Which, as far as planets go, isn't the biggest, but it's pretty massive compared to us. And it has enough strength in its gravitational force to hold something like an atmosphere. Comprised of nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, among other gas molecules. And the gravitational force of the Earth is strong enough to make sure that that atmosphere doesn't dissipate out into outer space. It just stays there because it's continuously falling onto the surface of the Earth.
Right, there are a couple things here that you've brought up, okay? First is the concept of motion, which stands in opposition even to the concept of space-time warping. Because you can agree that an object may not have to move, but space-time can warp around it, right? Or warp through it.
I didn't say the object didn't have to move, but I don't think I said anything that contradicts.
Well, they're independent of each other, is my point. Motion is independent of space-time warpage. So, if that is the case, then if you are going to warp the coordinate matrix of space-time in 3 dimensions around an Earth...
Hold on, I don't want to cut you off. I don't know what that means. Can we use layman's terms for this?
If you're going to create a warp bubble around Earth, altering space and time, then the result is not necessarily pressurization of gas.
But it
because the motion of gas is happening independent. You're just tracking their motion through 3D space and time through different coordinate reference system.
Can you tell me what you mean when you say that motion is independent of like gravity and the folding of space or the warping of space-time?
Yeah, like you can move through a fold of space-time, but you also don't have to move through a fold of space-time.
Can you give me an example of what that might look like? Because I'm having trouble picturing.
Starship Enterprise going into warp and using impulse drives to push itself versus the Starship Enterprise sending out a warp bubble and then canceling it.
Okay. So can you use a real world example, something that could plausibly happen in the real world?
Absolutely not.
What would this look like other than fantasy?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
It
so
is
I'm
nothing
asking
other
you
than a theoretical mathematical concept. Okay, it
do you know what
doesn't
a
apply to
mathematical
the
theory
real
is?
world.
Or do you know what a scientific theory is?
Yeah, we know what scientific theories are, and we know what science is. We know what hypotheses are, and how testing gives rise to theories. Now, what's interesting is in the entire field of astrophysics, as well as Einstein's body of relativity, there is not one scientific testable hypothesis ever proposed.
Right. So we never discovered black holes based on what Einstein.
No, those are thought experiments. Black holes are thought experiments.
Well, no, we took a photo of one. Unless you think that's fake too.
Oh boy. I mean, it's not that we think it's fake. We just don't see the justification for it.
Hold on, they don't even claim it's a photo, so you're gonna have to check that one, Julian.
So we have
Yeah,
an
it's another
image
fine point.
of
Yeah, there's been an image that's been created artistically using data. That's not a photograph. Julian, you're laboring under the misconception to begin with that space-time is some kind of concrete physical reality instead of just a concept from Einstein's mind. Do you understand the difference?
I mean, when we think of
What just answer what I just said. Do you understand there's a difference between
clarify. Do I understand the difference between what?
Your proposition that space-time, which if I asked you, I'm sure you'd struggle to even define, is a concrete physical reality, something that exists, or is a concept from Einstein's mind that's since been mathematically described? Do you know the difference?
There's a difference between what you'd find in observation versus what you conceive of in your mind.
So you understand that space-time has never been physically quantified or shown to exist, and that it is a conceptual framework.
All right, it's a category or it's a misnomer to say that you're quantifying space-time.
Right, it's never been physically
you can't take out a slice of
detected.
it.
It's never been physically detected or quantified in any way. Do you understand that?
Okay, but you don't really need to detect
Okay, so you agree with that? You agree with that?
It exists.
Yeah, we're saying you've got no evidence that it does exist, and you'd agree with that.
No,
yeah?
that's not the same thing.
Yeah, it would. You having no physical detection, quantification, or access to this thing in reality means that you have no evidence that it exists in reality. Those
are not the same thing.
Yes, that is the same thing. You've got no physical detection or quantification of it or anything in reality, right?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, who detected it?
Who detects it? A lot of people have detected space-time.
Okay, using what tool?
Using what tool? Many different tools. I can't just name one.
Okay, well, be specific. Give us an example.
Well, our eyes.
Oh my god.
The hell?
You're saying we're detecting space-time, right? Quickly define space-time.
Space-time is the field in which things happen. It's the if you want to think of reality like a grid, that's like an abstract way to think of it.
Well, you're saying we can observe it, Julian. So why don't you describe what it looks
like? Let me answer
like?
your question real quick. No, let me answer your question real quick. So if you want to think of space-time, if you want to imagine space-time, because it's a lot of math that.
Oh, imagine. So now we have to imagine. So we have to imagine it, but I thought you just said we could see it with our eyes. You just said we could see it with our eyes.
But you also want to know what it is, right?
No. Well, I asked. I did ask you to define it, but then you also said that it was detected by our eyes. So you have to answer both. What does it look like?
So we know space-time exists through correlate events, like gravity. Would lend credence to the idea of space-time.
No, that's just a word. Come on, Julian. Think about in reality. Me and you are both sitting in a room, and you're saying this thing called space-time exists, and I'm saying, show me. What are you going to show me?
Yeah, so we exist in a space. Okay, I'll prove it. I'll prove it with our eyes, right?
Yeah, they can't define it. So
in a space. We exist in a space, right? For a time.
What do you mean, like
and
length,
I call that composite space-time. Yeah, that's exactly
right. So you're just saying space-time is like what, the length, width, and height of a room or something?
The dimensions of reality. Yeah.
The dimensions of reality. So you're saying that gas law doesn't apply because the dimensions of reality holds the gas in, Julian.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, you're saying that space-time, you're somehow getting to this concept of space-time,
dude. Come
being
on.
able to hold gas down next to a vacuum with no physical separation. You called upon space-time, gravity as your save for that. And now we're talking about space-time, and you're just saying it's the existence of the space of reality, makes no sense at all, just meaningless vagary. Do you understand that, Julian?
I'll say it again, or I'll explain it to you in a better way. Maybe you'll understand.
It's not about your explanation, Julian.
Space-time,
I'm pointing out what your explanation, why it fails.
You're
like not
strawmanning my
understanding
explanation.
it. No, you're not
Well, I guess
understanding that you
you're
don't have space-time.
incredulous to my words because because
Because you can
vibes.
provide no evidence for it. Remember, you said we can see it, which you realize we cannot. And then you said it's just the dimensions of the space of reality, whatever the hell that means.
Well, whatever hell that means. Okay, there's the x-axis, right? You understand that much, right?
Hold on a second, I'm getting a call. 2 secs.
Okay. For everybody else, when I say space-time, right? We have the x-axis, the y-axis, the z-axis. So those are 3 spatial dimensions. And then time, which is the passage of events, right? Or is observed through the passage of events. So, space-time continuum. That's what that is.
Oh my god, dude. No, look.
This is kind of cringe, bro. Like, we actually have discussions in here regarding quaternions and higher dimensional mathematics than this.
I was trying to show you empirical evidence here on the Earth, validating that it's not a globe. You took it back into La La Land. Right, mathematical concepts and what, right? Things that you can't run through the scientific method. Textbook definitions
what did I
of
miss, Lloyd?
science. Oh, yep. You're not much. Yep, he's just telling us that about space-time still. So I want to continue.
The space-time story. Come on, Julian. I'm trying to help you out here, right? I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to point out that space-time is just a concept. Everyone knows this.
He left.
Oh. Man,
well, that was
saw the exit.
Yeah, saw the exit.
Sorry, Amish, I didn't mean to interrupt there. When they go, when they start with the whole space time is holding the gas in, I really think we need to hold them to what the hell is space time.
Yeah, absolutely. So he said that we have the X, Y, and Z axis, and then we have time, and then we have space time. There we go.
And you smash them together, and you got space time, boys, and the gas goes nowhere. Yeah. Natural law suspends. Makes sense.
All right, over fences. You were just saying something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying that 0 out of 100 here is ready to destroy you all in the VC.
0 out of 100, you're going to destroy us. Let's do it. Were you taken by the space-time chat? Are you a fellow space-time believer?
We can't hear you if you're trying to talk. We see your microphone lighting up.
Nice, thought better of it.
Hello.
Yep. Can you talk a little bit louder into your microphone? We can hear you now.
It's my voice is clear.
Yeah, it's a little bit quiet, but if you could talk a little bit louder, and yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so why do you think that Earth is flat?
Well, because the water is all flat.
Huh?
You know water?
Yeah, water.
Yeah, that's flat.
Can you explain this more in detail? Because
well, they say that the majority of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Yeah.
Of course.
Of course. And you know water or any other liquid at rest seeks to find a horizontal level.
Next.
So the majority of the Earth's surface is seeking a horizontal level.
What about gravity then?
Well, that must be making the Earth's surface seek a horizontal level because that's what the surface is doing. If gravity, whatever you want to call that, or what that's doing.
Oh. Also, I have also a question. Do you think Earth has a magnetic field?
Well, before we get into the magnetic fields, do you understand the whole water being flat bit?
Adam's asking the question. You can answer yes or no.
Wait, what do you mean? What did you say?
Do you think that Earth has magnetic field?
Yes, but before we get into magnetic field,
job.
Did you understand the whole water being flat bit?
See, the flat, you're saying it's actually a normal. And do you know what is normal?
Flat?
Yeah. The flat you are saying that
Yeah,
actually are
flat Earth
normal.
is normal. I agree.
No.
Or flat
Normal is
liquid, let's
different.
say. The ground, the Earth, you could say gets lumpy. But the water itself, that will seek level flat. That's why people use it in building and engineering and have done for thousands of years, because it just finds its level. The most perfect level you can find.
Do you normal is different thing? Normal in physics, like normal force. Do you know what is normal force?
Are you disagreeing with the fact that the liquid will seek a horizontal level?
Of course, it will.
Okay,
Course.
so there you go. So 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. All seek horizontal level. 70% level. Can't have a
Actually, that's not
70%
true.
level ball.
Can you listen to me?
Yeah.
You're purely correct that.
Well, which bit was
the
incorrect? Be specific.
Water doesn't always find level.
Yeah, water
A body of
always.
water at rest under standard conditions. You're not spinning it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will.
That's not true.
When's it not going to be? What shape's it going to be? What's the surface going to be like?
Flat. I know it. I know it's flat.
There you go.
No, it could actually be a dome.
You know it. Yeah, but Julian, you still believe in space-time being physically real, even though you've got no clue about it.
Yeah, but we're
So
talking
what
about
we do-
water, and I've seen water like not find level before.
Okay, what a body of water at rest, Julian?
Yeah, I've like had water
Okay,
droplets
which
on a
body of
table
water at rest
come
wasn't
into a
level?
dome shape.
It went
Water
to a dome
droplets
shape.
find a dome shape. Yeah.
Oh, a droplet. That's not a body of water. So what about a body of water?
Yeah, but you said like water always finds level, and I've shown you that it doesn't always do that.
Okay. So you weren't disagreeing with that. You were just saying water droplets.
Well, it has to do with the chemical bonding and behavior.
But like
of water.
a lake or something. That's not like a water droplet with a big dome in it, is it?
Bro,
Are you?
No, it's different. Is it
Yeah, so the
bonding?
water, so the lake will be level.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Are you aware of how little you're contributing to this conversation?
Let me speak.
A water droplet doesn't lay flat. Oh, thanks.
It's
Thanks
true.
for adding that.
Let me
You're
speak.
welcome.
Yeah, but the lakes do, right?
So
Yeah.
I'm
Right,
saying
Julian?
that the water is actually on a surface. It's actually connected with the surface because the water is very like sticky. It's like
Sticky water,
it's actually,
therefore
yeah,
globe.
it's sticky to the surface. Yeah,
Okay, well, however sticky it is, it's flat.
yeah, it's flat, but
Yeah, so
you
flat,
don't know
not a
what
globe.
normal force is. Do you know what is normal forces? It's act on every aspect of object, every centimeter of object.
Okay, that's okay. I just want to know whether the surface of the water is flat or not, and it is.
It is flat, but when you
I
drop,
know. So that's it. There you go. We've explained it to you.
when you drop a droplet, what is the shape of
Now,
that
why do you guys want
droplet?
the droplets? Let's talk about like a lake.
We talked about it. Now leave
So,
it.
so you agree that the lakes
Let's
are
talk
flat?
about Now let's talk about droplets. What is the
No.
shape of drop?
No. Wait, did you agree that the lakes were flat?
Of course it is flat. I can see that.
The lake.
Yeah, lake is flat.
Okay.
Now
So what about
talk about
if we've got like a 50-mile lake, massive lake, that's flat, right?
I know it's flat. Leave it.
Okay, welcome
Now
to Flat Earth then. Why are you trying to argue with me?
talk about droplet.
All right, I will agree with you. The droplet is like a little droplet, not flat. But the
What is the
lakes,
shape
they're all
of
flat.
droplet?
The bodies of water, they're all flat. Yeah?
What is the shape of droplet?
Yeah, but the surface, like a big
What is
body
the
of
shape of
water,
droplet?
that's flat.
What is the shape of droplet?
Droplet shaped. Depends. They don't really have a
It's like
uniform shape.
globe. It's like globe.
Do you think they're like little globes? You think the droplets are little globes?
It can be. It is
No,
like
it can't be. Nah.
not perfectly, but it's like a circle. It's like a sphere.
Yeah, but the big lakes, they're flat.
I know it's normal. It's flat. Of course, it will because
Yeah.
it's gravity.
So if 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, 70% of that's going to be flat.
So you believe you live on a giant water drop that has 30% rock inside of that water drop?
Can you think like?
That's not even what people. That's not even what I believe. The Earth's a globe, and that's not true.
Earth is not a globe. You would have some evidence that it is if it was, Julian. Silly man.
Forces. You're rejecting gravitational forces.
You're rejecting water.
Why? I'm rejecting water. I'm drinking water every day.
Well, because you're saying it's a globe, so it's curved, but you already understand that bodies of water are flat, not curved. You just said it. The lake's flat. You see it.
I understand your opinion. The lakes are
It's not an
flat.
opinion. It's not an opinion. That's what it is.
The lakes are flat. See, I want to tell you something, okay? If you do you know the function of x square? What is the function of x square? The graph of x square. It's like a parabola. When you zoom out the parabola, you can see a straight line.
What's that got to do with lakes being flat?
See, when you see a circle, okay, take a paper or
Where are you
go to
getting
the
a circle
textbook.
from? Why are you assuming a circle? You've just got flat.
Just imagine your head. You draw a
No,
circle.
I don't want to
Okay?
imagine. No, I don't imagine. If you say imagine, I'm going to say, no, that's a concession.
Can you actually
If we
listen
have
to
to
me?
imagine it, we're just going to assume that's not real.
Can you listen
You
to me?
imagine that
Actually?
somebody exists just by walking behind a wall, bro. Come on. Be better than that.
Can you listen to me fully?
All right, Julian's the more entertaining globe head at the moment. So, other guy, put yourself on mute for a second.
Can you listen to me?
So, Julian, you're convinced by the whole imagine worldview mythology.
Can I
You like the
speak?
imaginary stuff, yeah?
So is that what you think I mean? Is that what you think I'm saying? That's
Well,
what
yeah,
it is.
because you're talking about space, time, and the globe. Those things are imaginary.
When you form like approximations or theories, like to approximate reality, you have to picture them in your head.
Yeah, but
and use abstractions to deal with them.
the baseless concepts that don't approximate reality are just
Neither does
imaginary.
your flat Earth. Your flat Earth doesn't.
Oh yeah, but
approximate
Julian,
reality.
you only experience a flat Earth in reality, so that's incorrect.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Remember, the globe heads at NASA tell us that we as human beings on Earth cannot access a position that we could even detect curvature of the Earth. You understand
That's
that?
not true.
Well, that's true. Okay, where are they telling us we can see curve from?
Space.
Yeah, okay. So exactly. So where we can access, because we cannot
We've
access
space.
No.
There we go.
Julian, don't do the whole we thing. When did you
Humanity
access
has.
space?
We have. I'm sorry. I'm
Humanity
part of a bigger
has.
society.
So when your friends call you up, hey Julian, you free tonight? No, I'm busy. I'm going to the cinema. Oh, okay, no worries. I'll see you another.
What's your question? Did you cut out, or did I?
Declan, we can't hear you.
Okay.
I'm gonna disconnect. You need to disconnect.
Where we can even think to claim seeing a ball Earth.
Okay.
Right.
You cut out for like 30 seconds to a minute. So the last thing I heard was something about the cinema.
Oh, okay. That was just like if you're saying, oh, we've been to space. That's like you saying we're going to the cinema when you're not going to the cinema. You just know some people on Earth might be going to the cinema. So you wouldn't
we
say
as
that.
human beings have
Don't
gone
say
to the
that.
cinema. That's true.
Yeah, so but you wouldn't say to your mates, hey Julian, you coming out? No, we're going to the cinema. Oh, what are you going to see? Oh, not me. I just mean in general, some human beings somewhere are going to the cinema. You don't talk like that. It's useless. You've never been to
So
space.
are you?
No one you know.
Is it
Hold on,
possible for
Julian.
words
No
to have
one you
multiple
know has ever
definitions?
been to space. You
Hold
have
on,
no
hold on.
access
Okay,
to
this is
space.
about like linguistics, right?
I'm
Words can mean things.
clarifying. No. I'm clarifying. The claim from NASA and the Globehead elites is there is no position that members of the public, that would be all of us, can go to that they can detect curvature of the Earth
This
or
is like
see a
massive
ball.
cowardice to not even be able to like adopt linguistic like normalities.
What
You
are
have
you
to argue
talking
about
about,
those
Julian?
instead of just
Don't get fragile. Don't get fragile. The mainstream
fragile.
story says that we're
I
not
could break
supposed
your
to
earth
see
like a
curves.
toothpick. It's so
We
thin
don't see
and
curves, Julian. Julian, you have never seen curvature of the Earth. Okay?
Yeah, I have.
You have.
Yeah.
Where did you see it?
In a photo. And on footage.
What photo? Oh, so the space images.
Yes.
Yes. So you've never seen it. You've seen images that purport to show it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've never seen it. That's the point. So you don't experience
That's a way of saying
globe
it, yeah.
Earth. No
Hold
one.
on, you've
no,
never
that's
seen the wall in front of you.
That's like
Hold
saying.
on,
That's
you've
like,
never.
oh, I've
Hold
seen.
on.
Hey,
You've never seen the
Julian,
wall
check
in
this
front of
out.
you.
Julian,
You've
I've
never
seen
seen the
Bigfoot.
wall in front of you.
Julian, you've also seen Bigfoot then.
Bro, you've
You've
never
seen
seen the
Bigfoot,
wall
right?
in front of you. Hold on. What does it mean to see something?
Julian, you've seen Bigfoot, right?
I've never seen Bigfoot. I've seen people claiming
Yeah,
to
you
be
have.
Bigfoot.
You've seen images though. That's the same thing, isn't it?
I've seen images of somebody
So
in a
you've seen
costume.
Bigfoot, just like you've seen images of the curve. Therefore, you've
Of
seen
someone
curve.
in a costume. No, those are different things.
No.
Just to
You've
save everyone
seen
some time.
images of the two things, neither of which you've seen in reality. But one you claim you know because you've seen an image, and the other say you don't know because you've seen an image.
Yeah, but one is
Double
falsified, the other
standard.
isn't falsified.
No.
Just to save
See,
some time,
you're just
he did this.
bowing to mainstream consensus, Julian. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, to save time, he already did this earlier.
Yeah, so Julian, you've never seen Earth curve. You've seen images, right? Which, in 2026, very easy to fake an image or a video. So you've not seen curvature. That's not even the claim. The globe side are not saying we can see curvature. They're not, which means we
Okay.
experience
So you've
flat
never
motion of Earth.
seen the wall in front of you. Do you know that?
Shut up, dude.
Shut
We're not
up.
talking about walls. We're talking about the claimed curvature
Okay,
or
you've
not
never
of
seen
the
the
Earth.
horizon in front of you. You've never seen the world.
No, yeah, you can see the horizon, Julian.
Well,
You can
no,
go to
that's
the
just your
beach.
brain's
You ever been to
approximation
the
of what it
beach?
is.
That's
No,
actually a good
that's
point, right? You go to the
you've
beach and
never
you
been
see the
to the beach.
horizon.
You've
The
seen the
horizon
brain's
is a
approximation of the
straight
beach.
line, Julian. Julian, the
No, no.
horizon isn't curved, is
No,
it?
no. You've never seen a
The
beach.
horizon isn't a curved line, is it?
You've never seen a beach. You've never been to one.
I've never seen a beach now. This is
No.
classic. This is classic. So, Julian, we've
You've
never seen the beach.
room you're in right now.
You've never seen the room you're in. Explain this globe logic to me.
Yeah, I'll explain it. So all this, everything you perceive, is just your brain's approximation of what it thinks it's seeing.
Approximation.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can't. So you don't know if you're in a room. That's just your brain's approximation.
That's true.
Okay, but you do know you live on a big, giant, spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum that you have no detection of whatsoever. You do know that.
That's the best approximation.
But you don't know that you're in a room.
It's my best approximation that I'm in a room.
Okay, so you don't know the Earth's a globe. You don't even know if you're in a room.
Well, science doesn't claim to know things; they claim to have approximations of things.
So scientists don't know if they're in a
Julian,
room or if the Earth's a
sorry,
globe.
if I may for a quick moment, Julian, listening to you for the last few minutes, I hope you never go for a driver's license, and if you do, I hope they don't give you one. Thank you.
I was driving during this
Don't worry,
conversation,
driving
bro.
instructor. That's just an approximation of an elderly woman crossing the road. I will carry
That's
on.
true. That's actually true.
Hey, Julian, why don't you just put a blindfold on and go about your whole life with no sight, since all of it's just approximation that might not be real?
My approximations wouldn't be as sophisticated, and I have worse
Oh.
experiences because of it.
Do you know if you have hands?
I approximate that I have hands.
You approximate that you have hands. So when you're using like your keyboard and things like that and your mouse, what are you using?
What I approximate to be a keyboard and mouse.
No, but like what part of your body is using them?
What I approximate to be my limbs.
Your limbs. Which limbs?
Hands.
Hands. So you're using hands, but you don't know if you have hands.
I approximate that I have hands.
You approximate that you have hands. What does that mean? So if I'm holding my hands up in front of my eyes, when you say you're approximating that you have hands, what do you mean? What's that mental space?
What do I mean by that? So I have a series of perceptions and my brain processes them in certain ways, right? For me to come up with this sort of notion that I have a body in a three-dimensional space.
A notion of hands. Who taught you to think like this, Julian? Is this something you've developed on your own?
Well, you could approximate it, and he did.
Who's been your mentor in this journey of not
He
understanding
ran
your
away.
hands? Oh.
He know he freaking dug himself a hole.
He's gone to figure out if these hands are real.
NoFap's very keen to get back in on the conversation. So.
All right, you guys go with NoFap. I've got to dip off for a minute anyway. I'll just listen in.
All right, man.
I don't know. You've been doing pretty good, man.
Elbow, you want to talk to NoFap?
No. I'm just here to listen today.
Who we got? Come on. John Luna. We haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, I'll speak to whoever.
Awesome. All right, NoFap. Meet our friend John.
Hello, John.
Hello. How are you doing? So you were basically talking about water droplets earlier, and ignoring the fact that all of the surface water is level, non-curving. Do you have any other evidence
Water.
for your globular Earth?
Okay, can I tell you something about this more? Water, you said water is not curvy. Can I tell more this about? So when you take a test tube, okay, and you insert some water in it, you can see the curve. Like it's like concave
Yeah, but we're
curve.
talking about a test tube, sir. We're talking about the fact that the globe radius has been claimed to be a specific number, right? 3959 miles, right? We're talking about the amount of curvature there would need to be, right, in order to qualify that as a valid radius, right? So we don't have that. Do you see the problem? Like if we could prove that that radius is false, then that makes the people that are giving you the information that you trust incorrect and untrustworthy. You see the issue?
May I first tell you, I'm actually talking about the nature of water. I'm not talking about radius, like you said about radius
Yeah.
and miles.
I mean, the nature of water is just a part of the conversation, right? But the real conversation, the crux of it, is the lack of surface curvature, right? The average, right? The exponential average that needs to exist.
You say
Is
that
that
the
you
lack
following
of
that?
curvature.
Like,
You say the lack of curvature, okay? I can understand. I can fully understand. If you have a
yeah,
circular
like
object,
elevation profiles with a mean sea level baseline,
yeah.
right? Showing no exponential average curvature.
Can I
Like
speak
that's the
now?
issue here, right? So how can you have a globe without curvature? Is the question that we know the answer to, so we're not really asking it. We're just trying to get you to see this from a logical point of view.
I can answer about this. In this like take a globe, and if you drop some droplets of water, it will fall, and it's normal because the size of that object is so small. And in the equations of gravity, when the mass of object is so small, like example, you take a tennis ball and drop some water on it, it will eventually fall down and touch to the ground because the size
Okay,
of
yeah.
the.
So there's no way to really prove anything that you're talking about, though, dude. And it really doesn't help the issue that we're talking about, and it doesn't really get to the point, right?
You're saying the curvature of the water, and I'm talking about the curvature. And let's talk
It's
about
not
it.
about the water. It's about the surface of the land, the surface of the mean sea level, right? There's a horizontal baseline that doesn't deviate from horizontal. That makes
Tell him
sense.
to look in the side chat. Sorry to interrupt. Look in the side chat. There's the template, the curvature chart and the maths behind that. That'll help him out. There you go. Sorry to interrupt you.
Please don't interrupt. Let me complete my sentence fully. Okay. Now let's continue.
Yeah, but you're talking about gravity, which can't be proven. There's no scientific experiment that can prove gravity. So you're invoking gravity that hasn't been proven. Is why I
It's
stopped
an
you in the middle of your sentence. So I apologize if that was rude.
You can see the stars. They're revolving around the Milky Way galaxy, and because of gravity and dark matter. You didn't even know what's dark matter actually, because you never imagined that. You never thought about this. The gravity is the real thing. When the
Well,
mass
wait,
of
hold on. So you have
How
to
would you prove
imagine it,
any
but
of
it's a
that,
real thing.
man? How? Oh, go ahead. Go
it's
ahead.
already proven. It's already
No, no,
proven
no,
by
no, no, no,
some
no. You
scientists
said
and
you have to
Einstein.
imagine it.
What?
You
It's
said you
not
have to
imagination.
imagine gravity because it's a
No,
real
it's not.
thing. If it was a real thing, we wouldn't have
Imagination.
to imagine it.
It's not an imagination. It's real thing.
Really?
When
So the
when
bending
you
of
are
space
trying to
time is
suicide,
concrete.
when someone
It's
is trying to
physical.
suicide, they will fall down, of course, and they will die. It's gravity, bro. It's gravity.
Just because someone falls down doesn't mean it's gravity.
Yeah,
Okay.
you will die.
Okay.
If
Okay. Can we just stop for a
if he
second,
was
please?
in water and he
Just
fell
1 second,
down,
please.
no, I'm
Please, one
talking. I'm
second.
talking. Just stop. So
Yeah.
so
One
um,
second. The
what
guy
do you
is
mean 1
talking
second?
about gravity when he should be talking about the surface of the earth, which is
Yeah,
what
it
our
doesn't
colleague
matter.
is talking about. Yeah. The
The
surface of the earth and the lack of the curvature of that surface. That's what you're talking about, not about gravity or water droplets. Can we please do that?
gravity is the thing that creates curvature to the earth. I'm
Exactly.
talking about
So
you can,
so
and I can prove that.
Curvature that
where
can't be
have you seen
detected
this happen?
anywhere.
I can
Where have
prove
you?
that. Let me
Okay,
speak. Let me speak. I can prove that.
show me how this you can prove this.
Okay, I'm telling you. Okay. Now
No,
let's
don't tell me.
talk
Show me.
about what I show you. I'm telling about this, bro. I can also show this.
Go ahead, show.
Show
Where
what
have you
I
seen
don't
this? Yeah, where have
I
you seen
don't
this
have permission.
demonstrated at? Where do you
I
see
don't
a
have
curve?
permission. I don't have permission to open my video.
Where have you seen a curve form because of gravity?
Let's talk about it. Now
I'm
go
asking
to
you,
the
where have you
plane.
seen this?
Okay, I'm talking about it. Okay. Take a ball. Okay. Take a ball
Wait.
and
No, 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 no. You already started with the ball. You're trying to get gravity to form a ball, not already have the ball.
gravity forms curvature. Let me try to understand. Gravity is the only thing that creates Earth spherical.
Okay, where
Okay.
have you seen this demonstrated?
Yeah, he asked you that 2 or 3 times. Where did you see the curving Earth? And you haven't answered that. You just go back to gravity and water droplet.
I sees the curving Earth. I sees that.
Where? Where do you see it?
Like on space.
You
Of course.
see the Earth curving on space. I don't quite understand that. So you look out into space and you see Earth curving. Is that what you're saying? Or you go to space, you turn around, look back at Earth, and then you see curving. Which is it?
What is the picture of 9/11? Sorry, 9/11. So what the fuck? 1969.
What?
What is the picture?
Oh, so you're talking about photos from NASA that they're claiming are real images of Earth, not something you observed yourself. Curvature on the Earth
Not the
at
real image.
ground level,
Not,
from an airplane, from an apartment building. You've never observed the Earth curve personally. You can't see drop over distance when you go out and look at the Earth. But if NASA shows you an image of a circular ball floating in space, that's good enough for you? You're good with that?
bro, can I speak one thing? Only one thing. Only one thing. Can I speak? So, what do you think about equations of physics? What's your opinion on that equations? That's my only questions.
Yeah, so if we get an equation, okay, we're going to check that the variables in the equation match up with reality. Okay, so if the
Yeah.
equation is related to reality, right? For example, if it has an R in it, if the equation has a radius in it, that should be 6,371 kilometers when it's talking about the R value. Okay, we need to know that that radius value matches up with reality. Otherwise, the entire equation can be dismissed in a way because it's a false variable. It doesn't match reality.
And what about magnetic field?
The magnetic field is something that exists, okay, but it's not what we're talking about at the moment. We can all agree that we have a magnetic field.
Earth has a magnetic field, by the way. Do you think?
That's what we just said that. Okay, Earth has a magnetic field, right? That doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe.
And why Earth has a magnetic field? That's the question. Why Earth has a magnetic field?
Because there are magnetic properties to the Earth. Sorry, go ahead. That's why. There just is.
Yeah, so
What?
the magnetic field lines don't match up with the globe. Okay, it's not like the magnetic north is where the
It
North
matches,
Pole is.
bro.
No, it doesn't match. It doesn't match. It doesn't match at all. Okay, so
The
so that's why
spherical
they have
object only.
no the
Spherical.
geographic look. The North Pole, that's not where the compass points. Okay, that's a drifting point that's out in the ocean at the moment, going towards Russia from Canada. Okay, and then in the south, there's two magnetic south poles. And then the field lines go all over the place, and it doesn't align with the globe. And the scientists say that they can't predict what's happening with the magnetic field and that they don't fully understand it. It doesn't match with the globe anyway.
And where did you this study? Where?
This is an interview I was listening to the other day with a scientist that works for NOAA. Right? They're the ones that study the magnetic field, and he was explaining how they can't predict what it's doing, and there's so many anomalies and mysteries about it. They have no idea what's going on with it. In fact, there are problems with the way that the magnetic field is said to be caused on the globe. Right? Because if it's caused by the magnetic core of the Earth, that's at an extremely high temperature. And magnets lose all of their magnetic properties once they go above a certain temperature. It's called the Curie point. So if you look up what temperature it is, allegedly in the center of the globe, it's thousands of degrees beyond the Curie point, where a magnet will lose all magnetic properties. So there's a lot of problems with the explanation for the magnetic field on the globe. Okay, so even the mainstream scientists don't quite understand how it works. Okay, there's some explanations and some claims, but they can't be validated. What we can validate is that the surface of the water is not curving over long distances, because we can test that. We can do long distance observations and laser tests, and we can detect things and see things that are huge distances away that would have to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
What is Curie pomp you say about in the past?
The Curie point. Right, so you could look up what is the Curie point of an iron, for example, and so it's when a metal loses its ability to have magnetic properties. So once you heat it up past a certain temperature, it's no longer magnetic.
It's about Marie Curie.
No, Curie point, not mercury. Curie. What is the Curie point of iron? So I'll just type that. Okay, so 770 degrees Celsius. So if you get some iron and you heat it up to 770 degrees, it loses all magnetic property. Okay, now if I check what is the temperature at the core of the Earth, it is 6,000 degrees Celsius. Okay, so iron loses its magnetic properties at 700 degrees, but the core of the Earth is 6,000 degrees. So there are contradictions, there are problems with the globe. But when we go out and test the surface of the water, it's not curving, just like we experience. So we can debunk the globe very easily by doing laser tests. Right? If we get a high-powered laser and we shoot it across the surface of the water, let's say 40 kilometers along the water, a very high-powered laser, we shoot it 40 kilometers right across the surface of the water, and it hits a target. It hits a target that's just a meter high, 40 kilometers away.
We are on the magnetic field point, not with this laser. we must.
Okay, so what's your how does the magnetic field prove that the Earth's a globe? Go ahead.
See, first of all, you're correct about Curie point. It has 770 degree Celsius, but
Yep.
the Earth's core temperature is 6,000 degrees Celsius. You're perfectly correct about it. But the magnetic field of Earth is created by the spinning molten iron. And when the molten iron spin on the axis of 11 degrees tilted, it creates a magnetic field.
Yeah,
Hey,
cool
we've heard
story.
we've heard the story, man.
Yeah, we know the story. Okay, but that's just a story that you get told, and you get shown some cartoons about it in some textbooks. Okay, you don't know that that's a fact.
That's a fact. It is written and it is also explained by the top scientist. Like,
Right, but they'll also explain that you can't have magnetic properties at 6,000 degrees. So they're
yeah, they do.
contradicting themselves, and okay. So
Yes.
look, you just believe them. That's fine. You can just believe them if you want to, but you should question them. You should ask them for proof, not just stories, not explanations, not cartoons in textbooks. This is how wrong they are. Okay, when they tried to dig a deep hole into the Earth, they got all of their predictions wrong. Okay, they predicted how hot it was going to get as they dug down. They predicted what layers they would encounter. Okay, this is the deepest hole ever dug. It's called the super deep borehole. Call a super deep borehole, 7.6 miles deep. That was as deep as they could get. All of the scientists they all predicted what they were going to encounter as they dug down, and they got every single step of the process incorrect. Okay, their models completely failed when they actually tested and tried to dig as deep as they could into the Earth. And then they got down to 7.6 miles and they couldn't get any deeper. They tried for 20 years to get deeper and could not do it.
Yeah, because it's so hot down there.
Well, it got hotter way quicker than what they expected, right? Their model was completely wrong. None of them could work out why their model was completely wrong. It debunked their model of how the layers of the Earth work and how hot it gets, how far you go down, what they're going to encounter. They got it all wrong. Right? So it's cool to have a model, it's cool to have explanations, but if those explanations they don't match reality, then it's useless.
Then what do you think where the magnetic field is coming? What's your opinion?
Well, I don't know. I would have to speculate. And we don't like to speculate. We prefer to stick with what we can empirically validate. Right? Like testing for the Earth curvature. No, okay, so we don't have to have, if somebody else has a model that's broken, I don't have to replace that model with my own model.
Why?
Well, because it's not my duty, right? So.
No, my question is, where then you just denied all of this? Then what do you think?
No. There's compasses point to the north. There's a magnetic north.
So there is some force that make them point to that point.
Yeah,
there's some
magnetism. Yeah, there's magnetism.
Yeah. So where this magnetism coming? That's my
There's
question.
no way to. Okay, so we don't know because we can't dig far enough down into the Earth to test it. Okay, the deepest hole is only 7 miles deep. Okay, that's only about as deep as the deepest section of the ocean. It's not very deep.
Yeah, they're one and the same. Yeah.
Yep.
So we don't know the answer. And magnetic fields don't prove shape either. That's the other thing.
Sorry, Jim. Maybe you're not picking up what he's putting down either. It's because we're telling you it's not gravity, it's magnetism. Doesn't mean we have to explain where the magnetism comes from or how it works. We're just pointing out it's not what you were told.
We have the 4 forces of nature: gravity and magnetism, electromagnetism.
Gravity is a theory, my friend. Magnetism can be shown. You can verify magnetism. Gravity is only a thought. You can't prove that.
So imagine there is no gravity. You according to you there is no gravity. Then what it will be?
Well, okay, let me clarify.
Imagine there's no
We
gravity.
can all observe an effect, things
What?
falling at a certain rate or an
And why it is
estimated
falling?
rate.
Why it is
Okay.
falling?
Okay, on
Why
a
it is falling?
globe, let me finish. Okay, on a globe, you need to have explanations for crazy claims like all of the oceans sticking to the outside of the globe, right? You think that you're on a ball that's covered in water with gas around the outside inside a big giant space vacuum. Okay, so you need to have some type of magical force to be able to explain all of these things. We don't have to explain crazy things like that. Okay, we say that water needs to have a container. If you want to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. Okay, like the low
And
spot in the ground, and then you can have a lake and it will fill up the container and then it will be flat on the surface. On the globe, you think that there's giant oceans stuck to the outside of a ball. Okay, so you need to have this gravity that you're talking about in order to have the globe model. Okay, we don't have that issue. We don't have that same problem that you have. We can all agree that things fall if you pick them up and drop them. Some
yeah,
things
then
go
why they
up.
fall?
Some
Why
things
they
go
fall?
up.
What
Well,
is the
most
something?
things are more dense than the surrounding air. Would you agree? Right? Like a rock or a tennis ball, it's more dense
Of
than the
course.
air. So if you pick it
Yes.
up and you drop it, it's going to sink through the air back down to the ground. Or if you lift up
Yes.
something that's less dense than the air, like a helium balloon, okay, that goes up because it's more dense. Sorry, it's less dense than the air, so it's going to go up. Whereas something that's more dense than the air is going to go down. Okay, most of the things that we encounter, most of the objects in reality are more dense than the air, so they're going to go down if you lift them up and drop them. Okay, you need to have some type of force like gravity pulling things down to the earth.
By the
Problem.
way,
That's a globe. That's a globe problem.
they go up because of Bayonen's force.
Yeah, on a globe. On a globe, you have to have gravity. So they say that because gravity is pulling everything down, okay, the buoyant force, which includes the gravity equation in it, okay, is displacing the object. And the buoyant force is overpowering the gravitational force, which is a very weak force, and that's why it goes up. That's a globe explanation. I didn't use the word buoyancy.
I use
I
that
just said
because
density. Just density. Like think about it like this.
density is related with
Okay?
buoyancy. Density is related with buoyancy. If
Yeah, okay, according to the mainstream globe narrative. Okay, you guys have
see,
taken the word
can I,
buoyancy and added gravity into the equation, right? Which preassumes
can
a globe. I don't need to explain it by using the word buoyancy that
I can
includes
tell you with
gravity.
real life examples. I can tell you with
Huh?
real life examples. I can tell
No,
you with real life
okay,
examples.
go ahead. Okay, give me a real life example and then I'll give you a real life
Okay.
example afterward.
Take a glass jar and
Mhm.
and insert some water on it. It will be, of course, it will be flat. And at the first, take a nail like like a very dense object and drop on it. It will sink on that, and
Yeah.
it will be at bottom. And now take a feather and
Mhm.
drop on it, and it will be float on water, of course.
That's
So
right.
the main thing is why the feather is floating, because the water is exerting the upward forces on a feather, and that force is its buoyancy force. The feather has a less density because of that. The buoyancy force has a less the buoyancy force impacting on the feather will be more than gravity, and gravity cannot sink that feather on that water. So the feather is always floating on a water, and nail will be sink down because nail has more
Yeah, so I'm
density.
saying the same thing. I'm saying the same thing as what you're saying, except you have to add in a force. You have to add in mass attracting mass, okay? Because you live on a globe in a space vacuum. Okay, we
So
don't have to do that. So you have to add in extra to that. So if I said what's the cause of the force, right? Then you're not going to be able to prove the cause of the effect, right? You're claiming a force because you're saying that mass attracts mass.
Brother, my simple
Okay, and
question is
I
to
don't have
you,
to do that. So the
why the
observation
helium?
we can agree on. We can agree that water is more dense than the feather. Okay, but water is not more dense than a rock, so the rock's going to sink down.
Yes.
Right now, you're on top of that. You're saying that there's mass is attracting mass, and things are being pulled down to the earth. Okay, so what's
Yes.
the cause of that? What's the cause of that effect? And do you have any evidence to validate the cause?
Brother, my simple question is why, according to you, why the balloon is going upward? What is the
Okay,
main
because it's
cause of
less
that?
dense. It's less dense than the surrounding medium, so it's going to
But
go upward.
yeah, the balloon is
Man.
doing
Brother,
the motion.
I'll help
Balloon
you
is
out,
doing
bro.
the
Why the balloon goes up? It's very obvious.
motion.
Because the air goes down. All things fall down, right?
Bro, the
That's
balloon
your
is doing
claim.
the motion. Balloon
Okay,
is
your
doing the
claim is
motion.
all things. That's fine. No, the balloon would not be moving up if it wasn't in a medium,
It is
correct?
in the medium. It is in a
Okay, but
it
if
is
it
in
was
air.
okay, fair. But if it wasn't in a medium, where would the balloon go?
It will stay.
No, it will fall.
Bro,
All objects unsupported by a medium fall to the
yes,
ground. That's a
yes.
fact, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the only thing that
And
can counteract that is something that has force in itself, like a rocket or a gas particle that's excited, right? Other than that, static objects, if they're in a medium that is less dense than themselves, they go down. That's a fact, right?
and then why they go down? That's my question. What is the force that acting on object makes them up and makes them down? Because the balloon is
Oh, that's
doing the
easy.
motion.
That's easy. Yeah, that's easy,
Yeah.
brother. I'll answer your question. The will of God.
Bro, according to Newton, when the object
I
is
don't
not
care. I don't care,
moving,
dude. Who cares about Newton? Newton didn't even believe in his own theory, dude.
Yeah,
bro,
Newton disagreed. I can give you the citation. Sir Isaac Newton did not agree with the mass attracting mass. If you want the citation, say yes. I want the citation. I'll give it to you
No,
now.
no, no,
Okay?
no. You
I'm
don't need
talking about
consent for
when
this.
the
Just
object is
pull
not
it up in, and
moving.
when you have it ready, we'll read it.
I'm talking about when the
But we don't want.
object is
Hey,
not
let's not
moving.
dogpile. Hold on, friend. Let's not dogpile on this guy. So I said what I had to say. Let's see what he has to reply. All right, go ahead. Friend.
I'm talking about when the object is not moving. This means they are not influenced by any forces, but the balloon is moving. It is going upward. This means there is some force acting on that balloon.
True.
It's not about density. It's about force.
No. Force is just a definition of things in motion. F equals ma. So if something's moving, it's a circular reasoning that there's a force present because you can't tell which came first, the acceleration of the force, because the equation works in both directions.
Bro, why do you walk? How can you walk? Because your legs,
No,
with your legs.
wrong. You're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Why?
I'll tell you why. This is good. This is profound. This is going to be an evolution in your thought. Earlier, I told you the reason why things go down is the will of God, and you didn't even ask me about it at all. But the reason why you walk is because you desire to go from point A to point B. The cause of you walking is your thoughts. Period.
You're absolutely correct. You're correct. You're correct. I agree with you. But when you don't have nothing,
Okay, perfect. So if thoughts are the direct cause, which we know they are, where's the force in a thought that causes the body to move? Where is that? The answer is
bro,
there is none.
let's be simple. I have a book, okay? I have a biology book, and I move it from somewhere, like point A from point B. And the main thing is how it will be moved. It moved by me, and
Correct.
I
That's correct,
insist
friend.
that.
Stop, friend. You made a leap. I want to stop you right there because I want to point out something to you. Earlier, you asked me why. Now you're
Yes,
saying
why?
how. Now I do agree with you that how is your body, transported the book, but the why is you decided to move the book. The why entirely exists within thoughts.
You're correct. I agree with you. But the main problem is I insert some force. I insert my force on the book. That's why it moved. And the same problem works on the balloon. The balloon is influenced by some force known as buoyancy force, and that's why they go up, because they are in the medium, and the medium is air.
Right. So without being in a medium, there would be no reason for the balloon to go up, correct?
Yes, of course. And also, if the balloon is in space, there will be stay there in the same place, because at space there will be no
No, that's not
gravity.
true. No, wrong. If a balloon was in the vacuum of space, it would explode.
Yeah, it will explode, but I'm talking about movement.
So you're wrong, sir. Sir, listen, let me teach you something here real quick. So you're thinking about static objects and gases, because a balloon is filled with a gas. And gases have their own energy. Gases move freely in all directions. Okay, so if you put a gas in a vacuum, it's going to expand to fill all available volume, right?
It will explode.
Correct. So you already got a problem in your idea here. You said that the balloon would just stay there and do nothing, and that's not true. As a matter of fact, my friend, there is absolutely zero practical examples of an object just floating in midair in a vacuum. Zero. Let me tell you how many examples there are of that. Zero. Zero. That's a big circle. It's a number. That means none. So what you just told me was an idea that's never been validated in tangible reality, ever.
And why the balloon go up? That's the problem.
Dude, I don't care about that. I want you to answer the fact that there is not a single example in human history of an object standing still in a vacuum. That doesn't exist.
That's not possible, by the way. You're absolutely correct. It's only possible at
Right. But you told me if it was in space, it wouldn't be moving. So we got a problem, brother.
I'm talking about the Newtonian physics, according to Newton.
Dude, I could care less about somebody's idea that they put on paper. What I care about is reality. So you told me that if an object was in space, it would just not move. And then I told you there's never been an example of that, and you agreed. So clearly, the guy who wrote it on paper that it would just stand there and do nothing, he has no examples of his claims either. So we got a problem. We got claims without any evidence.
You're absolutely correct. There is nothing that
All right.
cannot be moved.
Yep, absolutely, my brother. So let's agree on that point, because I want to yield the floor back to my friends here, that this idea has absolutely no evidence. We all heard it, you agreed, and I agree with you. All right, go ahead.
It has evidence. It not have evidence, but it is impossible, because for that we need to reach at 0 degree Kelvin, which is not possible at minus 276.15 degree Kelvin, and which is not possible. At that moment of time, there will be no forces acting on object. The atom
Perfect.
will
So
not
I seize the floor back before I yield it back to my friends, and I double down and agree with you that not only has there been no evidence of your claim, you just agreed it's impossible to prove your claim. So with that, I'm going back to working, and I hope to listen to Jin read you the quote from Newton, and then you can go back to talking to my other buddies here. Go ahead.
The main problem is why the force acting on a balloon, because of buoyancy force.
He just explained that. He just explained all of it to you.
He explained
You were
that.
listening. You agreed with him.
I agree with him, but I agree only with his, like, there is no movement. He is
Look,
absolutely
this is what it's going to come down to. We can both explain why things go up or down in a medium, right? Due to their density in relation to the density of the medium. Okay, why is down down and why is up up? That's something that nobody knows for sure. Even the astrophysicists on the globe side, they say we don't know what gravity is. We don't know where gravity comes from. Okay, why does this fall? And they drop something and they said we have no idea.
You're absolutely correct. We actually don't know where his gravity comes from, because we are finding
Hello,
it.
little boys.
We know.
All right. Hold on a second, guess. Right. So look, we could debunk the theory of gravity very, very easily. Okay, because there are certain things that we can test in nature that would have to be curving due to gravity if your theory of gravity is correct. Okay, so if we have the surface of water and we have 10 miles distance, the water must be curving at about 20 meters over that over that 10 miles distance. It would have to be. If gravity is real, as you're saying, that means that curvature would have to be there. Would you agree that if we were able to test a 10-mile distance over the surface of the water and
It's
consistently
impossible.
validate that, let me finish, then you can respond. Okay, so if we could test over the 10-mile distance for the curvature of 20 meters that would have to be there due to gravity, and it's not there, and we could repeat the test over and over and over again, and then you could even go and do the test yourself, would you agree that that would debunk gravity?
First of all, it is impossible because you're saying about perspective, and perspective at
No, I'm
that
not talking about in testing. I didn't say about perspective. I'm talking about validating if the curvature is there over that distance. We
in
can
the
go
cup
over
of
the
water.
methodology, but right now you need to agree that if you have a 10-mile distance over the surface of water that's not curving, that would debunk your claim of gravity, mass attracting mass, everything being pulled towards the center of the Earth would dictate that curvature must be there over any 10-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth. You must have that 66 foot / 20 meters of curvature. Do you agree?
And why only 10 miles? Why not more than that?
Okay, because we could just use 10 miles for this example. Okay, we have to pick
Why?
an example. Okay, so you need
Why?
to listen carefully to what I'm saying. Okay,
Okay.
is there 20 meters of curvature over 10 miles approximately? Is that something that would be present if the Earth were a globe? Yes or no?
I don't know about this.
Okay, do you want to look it up?
If you want, if you can
Yeah,
prove
look it
me.
up. How much curvature would there be over 10 miles on a globe?
I don't know.
Okay, well look it up because you don't seem to want to believe me, so I'm telling you it's 66.67 feet, about 21 meters. Okay, so you could do the math yourself or you could look it up.
What I want to write.
Sorry?
What I want to write on Google.
Okay, how much curvature is there over 10 miles distance over the surface of the water?
Hey guys, I have a question. How do you guys feel about the 24-hour Antarctic sun?
Just hold on a second. Look. Yeah, I have no problem with the 24 hours. By the way, it happens above a surface that is measured flat. No Fap, just let me know when you've got the answer.
Yeah, you can
Okay,
continue
so
with another people. You can continue with another people. I'm searching.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was going
Right.
to say that
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
to the sun doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. That's the problem.
Yeah,
We're measuring flat
exactly.
surface. Doesn't matter when you're looking up. You're looking in the wrong direction because I want to see if the surface of the Earth is curving. So I'm going to be concentrating on the surface. And as my colleague is trying to tell everybody, 10 feet, 10 miles, 66.68 feet of curvature is not there. And if it's 20 miles, it's 266.74 feet. That's not there. Okay, that's the surface. We don't look to the sun to do that. Thank you.
So isn't on your model or whatever, in your belief, that isn't there no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, like I've said, ladies and gentlemen, in the reality that I live in, if I want to know whether or not the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared to make the radius of 3,959 miles, to then go on to make that 24,901 mile circumference of the globe ball Earth that we're meant to be living on, I'm going to measure the surface. So whatever the sun is doing has nothing to do with my measurements. I'm conducting measurements, surveying the surface of the Earth. Whatever the sun is doing doesn't prove the shape of my Earth. So that question is a non sequitur and a red herring in this situation right now. Has nothing to do with proving the shape of the earth. That is the answer you're going to receive, sir. Stop asking that question. It's not proving the shape of the earth. That's what we're talking about, the shape of the earth.
Yeah, we could turn that straight back around on you, Luke. Would you agree that if we could validate that the surface is not curving, then whatever's happening with the sun is happening above a flat surface? What do you think?
I'm just curious what do you guys think about how do you
Yeah.
explain
So
the
did you hear my
24-hour sun?
question? Did you hear my question? This is basic logic. If we can validate that the surface of the Earth is not curving, whatever's happening with the lights in the sky, it's happening above a flat surface. Do you agree with that logic?
That's just your statement. Doesn't prove
Yeah.
anything.
So do you agree? Do you agree with that logic or not? Or are you intellectually dishonest and you don't want to answer it because you know the answer would be obviously yes?
That's illogical.
Huh?
That doesn't.
What's illogical
that's not an
about it?
argument.
What's illogical about it? If we can validate that the surface of the Earth is not curving, right? Then obviously it can't be a ball, okay? Which is a prerequisite of your claim. All right, so you're intellectually dishonest. Put yourself on mute. Put yourself on mute, and we're going to talk to the other guy because I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to people who are dishonest, dude.
Yeah, fair enough. But let's give him a chance to be honest. He can answer in the text. So I'm in a room when I'm building this room, and I can guarantee you that the floor is flat. Now there are lights in the ceiling. What shape are the lights? If you can answer the question, what shape are the lights, based on the information the floor in this room is flat, then maybe you'll get a chance to be unmuted. All right, continue.
Luke, can you hear AI Overlord's question?
What was the question? I didn't.
I'm in a room.
He said
I'm in a room. I'm in a room, and I'm building this room. The floor is flat. There are lights in the ceiling. What is the shape of the lights? The only information you have is the floor is flat.
What's the shape of the lights?
Yeah, and where are they? Either one. You can answer either question. Where they are or what shape they are, based on the floor being flat in this room that I'm
I don't know.
building.
It can be the ones that look like a stick, like a baseball bat. It can be just light bulbs.
Yeah, exactly. So, right. So you prove the point that the shape of the ground isn't dictated by the lights in the ceiling. I agree with you.
Well, you're not comprehending. That's a stupid comparison, but okay.
No, it's the most accurate comparison. The more you think about it, the more you realize it's necessary.
Luke, do you not realize he just flipped it on you? Like, you don't realize that's the same thing you're asking him, just in reverse?
It's definitely not.
So you don't
To be fair,
realize.
Parkfun, he didn't ask. Parkfun, he didn't ask that point. We're assuming he's asking that point. He said, "What do you think about it?" So he didn't offer us a conclusion to rebut. So if he was going to say, "Well, the 24-hour sun means it can only be a globe," he'd have to make that claim, right?
Well, he did say something along the lines of, it's, how do you feel about the 24-hour sun? Doesn't that prove it's a globe? Because he's relating it to,
Oh,
it could
I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, he told, I think it was Jin that. And then, yeah, he said something in regards to, doesn't that have to be a globe? He said it earlier.
Okay. But, well, so the answer is no, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, because then DJ then started to ask him along those lines, kind of what you were doing. And then that's when DJ was just like, yeah, I'm not going to, you're just being dishonest.
Yeah. And then the answer to the question about you're on a floor that's flat. What are the shapes to the lights above you? Well, and you've only got the surface of the ground to give you your answer. Your answer is going to be, I don't know, because you cannot determine any kind of shape of a light by looking on the ground. See, that's the answer we were waiting for. The honest. This is why DJ got exasperated and said, "I don't want to talk to anyone who's being dishonest or not being, being disingenuous. Why would he want to debate somebody like that? He's not here in good faith." There you are. So, like we said, ladies and gentlemen, when you're looking up, when you want to know whether or not the surface of the earth is curving, well, you're definitely looking in the wrong direction. Clearly. How are you going to know that? How are you going to measure the surface and notice whether it's curving or not at the rate it should be if you're looking up? That's all there is to it. Simple.
They think the ground is in the sky.
Yes, they do. He was expecting some kind of strange response, but we gave him the honest response, which wasn't good for him, you see. When you're not here honestly, then that answer is not good.
Yeah, he comes in all the time, that same guy, and asks the same question.
I recognized his voice, DJ. So, yeah, you handled it right. And you gave him all the opportunity. You gave him all the opportunity. You always do. And it's the same response.
It's the guy Gunslinger's buddy, his sidekick, Luke, from Croatia.
Gunslingers, ladies. Then what a name for a person to have, grown up gunslinger. Is he killing anybody? Is he slinging bullets anywhere? No, but yeah, gunslinger. That's what I mean. This is what we're dealing with. The mentality of the people we're dealing with.
Gunslinger hasn't come back in here once since Artemis got cancelled. Because he would come in here every day bragging about, soon boys, soon we're going to have Artemis.
Yeah, he met someone faster than him, that's why.
We told him right from the beginning that Artemis was going to be canceled, that they would never go to the moon. He didn't believe us. Now he's butthurt. He needs some of Yoder's butthurt cream.
That is so good. That is so good.
Some of the Globers, like specifically NASA Shill, is owning it and saying, "Oh yeah, we knew that there was a high chance of not going." So it's more cringe when they embrace like that position when it's like, dude, that's not what you were saying at the beginning though. But
right.
Like to own it though, like they grab it. Kind of like when Globers say, "Oh, flat earthers don't believe in refraction." And we do. Okay. But when you rewind the tape many years ago, we were the ones telling them it's refraction, and they were saying, no, it's geometric horizon. So now they're embracing refraction and then saying they don't. They're like pointing the finger, like, no, yeah. Flat earthers don't believe it. It's just so disingenuous.
Yeah, dude. Listen, it's very adult-like to man up and own the fact that your rocket can't get up, and then go see a doctor and get it fixed.
Oh wow! Yeah, they owned it.
That's normal.
They had to change tune.
Yeah,
or else
Has NoFap returned? NoFap, is he there still, or is he gone?
Maybe he's still researching. He's still there. Okay. He's just muted up.
Okay, yeah, because I did post for him the curve calculator chart with the formula there right at the very beginning. But he wanted to go all around the houses with the gravity thing, and now he came back to full circle to the measurements, which is where we started off at the original place. Because if the Earth is curving, we should be able to measure it. There you go.
Yeah, back to NoFap. NoFap, you were meant to look up how much drop over distance is there on a globe over 10 miles. I already told you the answer, but you were just having to validate it.
Yeah, you gave it to me in meters and in feet. It's very important because it's he has to know. That means he's looking it up with his own eyes, his own efforts, because he desires to do so. His arms are moving, nothing to do with gravity at all. And he's going to look and understand the gravity of his position. And that is, the Earth isn't curving. If you can see someone at 10 miles away from where you are, when there should be a 66.68 feet of curvature blocking line of sight, then he's going to realize it.
Oh, like Jen, you get fined 5 demerits for giving him the answer.
Oh, sorry. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter because that's what it's going to be anyway. He's going to look it up. You will take a 0.68 feet. He's going to look it up anyway. I gave it away. I always do that.
Still don't think he's going to get the answer, though. Even with you telling him, he's still going to say, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because he's not paying attention.
Yeah. And he wanted to know why things go up. And the answer, it's God's will was the best answer, because that's exactly what I said. Go and ask God. We didn't make the earth. Honestly.
So no FAP. Okay, now we can agree. You just said you agree. 66 feet, approximately, of curvature over 10 miles. Okay, so any 10-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth would have to have approximately 66 feet of drop over distance. Do you agree with that? That's the next thing that I need you to agree or disagree with.
These people don't even know their own worldview. They're claiming that you could see curvature from a hot air balloon. They know nothing about the Red Bull edge of space jump or anything that Neil deGrasse Tyson said. They don't know their own world.
Or even worse, they believe the Red Bull jump and everything that's been put forward without checking it. That's the other thing they do, because some of them have seen that jump and do refer it, especially from Asia. They do. That's their bread and butter.
The globe earthers have debunked that. They said you'd have to go higher.
Yeah. But the individuals who are coming from Asia, and we're glad that they come in, because they're going to go back now and take the truth back to their own people, so that news is going to spread now, right? And he's going to have the same hassles we're having with him here. He's going to have that in his country with his countrymen and women, and he's going to be exasperated. And in India, whatever retard means in India, however you say it, that's what he's going to be saying to them. I'd like to be there to see that, actually. So yeah, we're glad when they come in, because the truth is definitely driven home slowly but steadily, because it's a lot of resistance from them, and that's fine. Much like a fish on a line trying to escape, it's the same thing. It's a natural reaction. It's challenging their beliefs, and then they're going to realize my country has been lying to me. Oh, might be depressed for a while.
This one guy, all he has is laugh emojis, hand waves, just nuh-uh. If he's not going to look at what we're actually giving him, and he's not going to properly engage with the conversation, he can go elsewhere. Yeah,
that's it, really. How are you going to know if you're not going to look at the material that's challenging what you're putting forward? They can't prove their position, right? And then here's evidence that proves our position, debunking their position, and they're not going to look. Forgetting that we were once globers ourselves, So we always afford that courtesy to remind them that, we were once like you. So I understand how you feel. Okay, but you've got to, how do you think we found out? We have to look at it. I thought it was ridiculous myself. I was calling the flat earthers all kinds of stupid. That's all I was saying. Like, stupid and idiots. For a year.
So, Jin, what you're saying is you changed your mind. So here's a trick question. How many times did you change your mind about the nature of the earth?
Or it'll only be once. Once it was proven to me that I was in error.
No, you're wrong. It's twice.
All right, I know you're going to talk about the
Because you believed
education
it
when we were
first.
tiny, school time.
Exactly. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
well known.
I didn't
Well
even know
known.
the Earth shape at that time. You see,
Yeah.
I can remember that I didn't know the shape of the Earth, and if somebody had asked me when I was 6 years old if the Earth was a ball, I wouldn't have said yes because I didn't know that. I would have said I don't know. Would have been my answer. I don't know.
Well, see, the thing is, Jen, they study this with kids, and kids actually
Yeah.
express as if the Earth is flat and stationary, and then they're told it's a globe, and then they have this dual conflicting idea in their head of a local flat and then this outside God's eye view globe, and they don't
Right.
get out of that until later on in their education. So kids
Right.
actually naturally think the Earth is flat and stationary. Then they're convinced otherwise by authorities. So you change your mind. You already accepted the globe against your natural experience, and then you
Yeah.
re-examined it and changed back. So you actually have 2 steps ahead of them, sort of.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, I would have to be honest that the shape of the Earth wasn't in my mind. I can remember when I first saw the globe coming to I was born in 61. By the time it's 1966, 67, my dad is putting a globe on the TV set. That was the first time that that the Earth's shape hit my eyes, and I didn't even know that was meant to be the Earth. Okay, this globe is on the TV, and I didn't know that that was meant to be a replica of the Earth we lived on. I only learned that in elementary school when I saw a giant one, maybe 10 times the size as the one my dad had on TV, on the TV set. Okay, so I didn't know the shape of the Earth. You know, it wasn't even something that I can constantly remember not thinking about it at all. You know, it wasn't until I went to school and I saw this giant globe in the classroom and the teacher teaching us this is Earth that I realized that Daddy's one was, that's what it was. Then I started to play with it, and my mother said, "Don't touch it because it's Daddy's. If you break it, you'll be in trouble." So I used to wait till when he went to work at night because he was working night shifts. I used to play with the globe, tiny one, and then play with the one at school. So in my position, I never knew what the shape of the Earth was until I was told at school. So outside of that, I wasn't thinking of the shape of the Earth at all. Didn't cross my mind. Don't recollect it at all. And like I said, if somebody had asked me at that age, 6 or 7, is the Earth a globe? My answer wouldn't have been yes because I had no reference of that. So it would be no. Or if I'm thinking out of the box, maybe. But I doubt I would have said that. I would have said no because I don't know. You see, clearly remember myself at those ages 6, 7, 8, 9. Things were happening. You know, my youngest brother was born. The other one that just had his birthday, sort of thing. So certain events are fixed, galvanized in my mind, and I know where I was living at the time, what my family, my mum and dad were doing. That was really, really clear and vivid. And my mind wasn't on the shape of the Earth at all. No way. Didn't even know about it. No recollection at all. Not thinking about it. So even though my experiences would have been, yes, living on a flat Earth, and my brain had been recording, unbeknown to myself. And if anybody had asked me back then what the shape of the Earth was, I would have to say I don't know. I'd have no reference to it. You see? And that's me being honest about my age as an African boy growing up in England. Living in East London, which is a working class area, and interacting with all the kids and the grown-ups, having a good time, being well received. A little bit of racism there, but mostly friendly and good, you know, having a good time. And watching the ships go by, because I was living on the River Thames at the time, right at the Isle of Dogs. Beautiful, lovely views. Both sides of the house I lived in. It was called Popular House. Very old, Georgian type building. Very, very old. Looked like a prison. Yeah. But that's where we used to live. Popular House, Popular High Street. And I could see the Tower Bridge from there, approximately three and a half miles diagonally from the window. I measured it all as a flat earther. I've measured that. That's why I give you that number. But as a kid, I could see it. Tower Bridge, famous Tower Bridge. I never knew the shape of the Earth. Not at 6 years old, not at 7, not until I was 7, going to elementary school. And that's when I come into that knowledge. And that was obviously misinformation, but I didn't know. I believed it and trusted it. 100% for 48 years straight, not looking back. We're living
You know
on a
what?
globe.
I had a similar experience, Jen. When I was growing up, I lived in California, and we would go to the beach. And I remember being in Los Angeles Beach area, watching boats dock at Catalina Island, 20 miles away. And so obviously I wasn't 6 foot tall at that time. So if I'm like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, I'm like 4.5 feet, 5 feet tall. So the horizon's even closer than 3 miles, you know? So that was one of the things that when I found out the horizon was supposed to be 3 miles away, I was like, that can't be right. Because I mean, I've been in airplanes and I'm like, wow, it's still so big you can't see the curvature. I've said that literally as an adult flying in a plane, like, oh my God, look how big it is. It still looks flat.
Wow, you see what I mean? You see, you're hitting the nail on the head and not realizing it. You see that? That's an adult thinking. And then my colleague AI was correct because some children would have picked up on that Earth being flat through their experiences, and that would be down to their development and stimuli from their family. Right? And I do feel that people who are wealthy tend to educate their children better and put more time into their education when they're together, and it's constructive conversations. And whereas my parents were both working, so I didn't have much contact with them when they're at work. They'd return, it'd be food. So I'm only running on what I've learned at school and what I'm picking up from the TV, and that's the truth. Okay, that was my education at the beginning.
But I mean, like, even as a child, like, when the teacher told me we lived on a globe, I remember clearly, like, took me a while to remember, like, digging back into my old memories. But the whole, when the teacher's like, oh, you live on a globe, and then she points to North America, and I was in New York at the time when I'm learning about the globe, and she said, this is where we live on Earth. And I'm like, but it doesn't look like it's curving. It doesn't look like a ball. It's like, yeah, it's because it's really, really big and you're really, really small. Oh, okay. And I took it for face value. I just thought it was really, really big. And then being up in the plane, some would say, like, oh, you can see curvature from the airplane. And I mean, I was a child as an adult. So instead of like looking at the edges of the window, my face would be glued to the window, like all the way up to the window. So I never saw curvature at the sides of the windows.
No, that's right. I've never seen that as well. I often refer to my motorcycle helmet, and the curvature there is much, much a steeper angle, right? Tighter curve. And yet when I look through the visor, everything I see is not distorted. Okay. So, and then the window, the perspex glass that's on the fuselage of an aeroplane is a lesser curve, almost flat like, slightly curving, and there's no distortion there. So I've never seen curvature out of any aeroplane window ever in my life, from 1969 to the present day. Never seen it. And as a motorcyclist, as I've said, I wear a helmet, I look through the visor, I see everything perfectly. There's no distortion. Otherwise, the helmet wouldn't have passed this health and safety test. It would be a failure and you wouldn't be able to use the helmet because it would distort what you're looking at, but yet it doesn't. It's perfectly okay. Can read the letters on the number plate, read the signs, see everything, door numbers. Yeah. So there's no way you're going to see curvature from an aeroplane fuselage. I've never seen it.
Here's the weird thing, right? I've flown in planes over 30 times, right? Like long distance.
Right.
Like every time I've flown, it was for long distance. It wasn't just for like local fun or anything like that. I even flew to Iraq and back. You know what I mean? Like I've been halfway around the world and halfway back. And so like going out there into that and seeing that, I'm like, oh my God, look how high we are and it still looks flat. But as a flat earther, I've never been in a plane. How about that? Like I can't wait to go back up in a plane and like look at it again with fresh eyes, you know?
Yeah, of course. Of course. Well, let's hope that happens in the very near future for you. Yeah.
It will.
Oh, bro, hold on. Here's what you got to do. You got to, when you're going in, you got to, when the girl or the pilot or whoever's in the front end, you be like, hey,
I will.
you guys believe the Earth is a globe, right? And they'll be like, oh, of course. You'd be like, well, okay. Well, don't do anything stupid like try to be a retard and adjust for the curvature and crash this plane, please. You know, I'm a flat earther and I don't want you to be like think it's a globe and just like account for curve and crash the plane. Thanks.
So good. That's a great
I'll fuck with them.
request. That's a great request because at the end of the day, we're laughing, but the documents from the government agencies that state that when pilots are flying over a plane in the instruction manuals or flying utilizing weapons of mass destruction, missiles, you have to consider Earth flat and non-rotating. Now, clearly that's there to ensure that the pilots don't try and follow the curvature. You see what I mean? So there's a lot in what AI is saying there. Because those documents exist, you know, to consider Earth flat and non-rotating. Why would you do that if the Earth is rotating and curving? Why would you need to think of it flat and not rotating? Because it's not rotating and it is flat, and they don't want pilots to start flying a curved trajectory and crash and kill everyone in the plane. It's all there for a reason. Plausible deniability, you know, covering their ass. Exactly. Yeah. So when I began my flying career with my family, curvature, looking out the window and seeing curvature was never spoken about. Wasn't a thing that you would remember. I'm going back to 1969. That conversation, I've never heard anyone talk. Maybe some people from the Flat Earth Research Society in the United States, a good organization, yeah, they would probably be talking about it. But in England, that conversation wasn't being had when I was 7, 8, 9, 10. No.
Have you ever heard anybody say, you know, listen, I live in this area and it's so hilly and the roads are curvy and it's kind of fun to drive down them. Like, you've heard that, I know.
Absolutely.
And you've also heard, oh, everybody, like in the United States, everybody moves to Florida when they start retire. And then other people are like, dude, it's so boring. It's just flat. And when you're down there, if you're riding a motorcycle, it's just boring. There's no turns. It's just flat for miles.
Yeah. Yeah.
But have you ever heard anyone say, oh, you know, I moved to Kansas and it's just so curved. Man, it's just so curved. I can see the curve. I go out in my backyard and it's curved.
Never heard that in my life. And you never will. People don't talk like that. That's not what they experience. They're not experiencing
Right.
that.
So when they go to places like Florida and Kansas, the only way they can describe them is being flat for miles upon miles upon miles upon hours of driving, hours and hours and hours, tens of hours of driving. And the only way you can describe it is flat. Nobody says, oh man, this is so smooth. No, listen, Jen, nobody says, oh, it's not hilly, it's so smooth. This is so curved. They never say that.
No, they never do. No. Again, it's because it's not what we experience. And as I said earlier on, unbeknown to myself, my brain had uploaded all my experiences. And from time to time, you get these flashbacks, especially like when in 2015, when I realized that it was flat. My whole life flashed before me, right up to where I was jumping out of the airplane in the military. And that view that I had. And that was my embarrassment instantly there. How did I miss that? Wow, it's flat, isn't it? It really is. It's a joke. What have I been doing? Yeah. Because your brain, records everything. It really does.
A funny story. My wife, she's still not a flat earther. She still says the Earth is round, and she relies heavily on the indoctrination of school. And you know, there must be somebody out there smarter that's figured it out. But I have a flat Earth shirt, and it looks like Coca-Cola. It says Flat Earth. It's the real thing. And she wears that everywhere, even like when we go to like government buildings and stuff like that. She wears that thing all the time when we go out. Like, you know what that says, right?
Wow. Wow. And she wears that. What a walking contradiction.
She loves it. Yeah. It's hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the T-shirt because I've got the meme, which I use from time to time. Yeah. I remember at school when we were introduced to the heliocentric model. Again, it's one of those things you remember because in our classroom we had to darken it. Yeah, I don't know if anybody remembers the old black curtains that the photographers used to use in their studios. You know, like what you get at the theater. Big, heavy black things. Yeah, we used to drag them across the window. Yeah, and the other one, the other side. All the kids would be doing that to darken the classroom, and they would have the TV right in the middle of the room, and then we're all sitting back because the TV was on a long black pole and a massive box. And when you opened the doors were like lenses as you opened them up. And now you've got the whole screen there. This is in 1967, 68, 69, 70, this TV, really nice. And then we'd all sit down and look up and watch this in a dark room, and you see the planets come to life from the TV. It was a proper school syllabus program for schools and colleges. We used to watch all the stars and the planets and how they rotate around the sun and that, whilst in a darkened room. And the main point of that was dragging those curtains. They were very heavy, black heavy curtains. What you would find in the photographic studios. That's what we had at school. Okay, and then that's how they introduced us to the heliocentric model.
Yeah, we had.
Very well.
I went to a planetarium as a kid, but then as an adult, or not an adult, like as a teenager, I went to. They called them 3D IMAXs, and so you'd lay back and you'd have this like dome screen that you'd look into, like you'd be laying down in your chair. Your chair literally laid all the way back, and then that's how we would like view the solar system or whatever, right? The outer space. And I remember seeing those things. Like, oh wow, cool. Then now looking back, man, the indoctrination heavy.
Yeah, I remember going to the planetarium in London. It's called the London Planetarium. It's on the Marylebone Road, and from our school, it was within walking distance. Now, that walking distance could have been about 30 minutes, 40-minute walk, but we walked all the way from our elementary school to the planetarium. Once,
Jen,
yeah, go ahead.
Jen, isn't that funny? They're like, how could they fake a flat Earth? Or how could the government fake a flat Earth, or how could anybody fake a flat Earth? You know, and make the sky look like the dome. Like, have you never been to a planetarium where you're on a flat floor and you have a dome ceiling?
Exactly. That's exactly what we had. Yeah, and the seats would recline slightly so you could get a comfortable look at the ceiling. That's what we had at the planetarium in London, right next door to the Madame Tussauds, the wax museum. So we had them both next door to each other. So one day we'd be going to the planetarium. The next time we'd go to the Madame Tussauds. And then in secondary school education, we went there again. That time we went by bus. Went by bus because the school was a little bit further out. Yeah, that was a good experience as well. Again, you know, it was a part of the indoctrination, of course. But yeah, so I went to the planetarium twice, and it was good. You know, and it's just like the night sky. It really is just like the night sky. No different, really. When you see all the stars in the place and the way they move them around, and then the narrator's taking us through all the stars and where they are, and yeah, it was interesting. I'll give it that. But it was all indoctrination. Yeah, man. The memories serve to galvanize the indoctrination now, because you realize that you were misinformed, because the experiences you have debunk all of the teachings. They outweigh, especially as I'm now 64. So I'm looking back, right? All those years, the little bit of education, indoctrination that I got from school, plus the little bit of reinforcement through the cartoons, movies, corporate images, science programs like Tomorrow's Worlds Today, Discovery Channel, Geographic Channel, History Channel, for example. So all that information that they pushed through to you to view, your living experience out debunks that completely. So when you look back at your life, you will realize that you have never seen the curvature of the earth ever, not once in all the time you've lived, in spite of the education. Because they didn't give you any proof during your schooling. No proof. It was just inferred, suggested. This is where you live. That's what they do. Coach and encourage you to believe, but they never offer you any proof at all. And that's the key. You've got to be able to look back at your life. You're going to see that the brain has recorded you living on a flat earth and flat earth only. Those of you who have flown or sailed on a ship are the lucky ones, because there's so much detail there. It's clean, simple, uninterrupted detail. And it would be recorded. It's an unforgettable experience. Yeah. That's the beauty of the human brain. We sometimes take for granted. Why is up up? I moved the book from here to there. I mean, so what? Why is down down? Silly questions like that are coming up now.
That was
Totally
probably
divorced
the
from
weirdest.
reality. Go ahead.
I was just saying that's probably the weirdest thing that they could do was invert what up and down are, right? Like how do you invert up and down in a way that people would be like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Like to say that, like, oh, if you were on the other side of Earth, right? If the Earth was a globe and you're on the other side, up would be up also. So up is out and down is in, which is retarded because if I flip my head upside down, right, I do a handstand, which way is up?
Well, for me, in the reality I live, up is going to be where my feet are.
Yeah, if you're on a
I
handstand.
deliberately inverted myself from the original position, so you know that, you see, don't you?
Right. They're like, oh, up is due to the individual's perspective, right? Okay, well, if I'm standing on the ground and I flip over and do a handstand, is up towards the ground? People be like, no, it's like not exactly. So why would you think that up would be different depending on where you are on the earth? If it's not different when you flip yourself
That's
upside down.
right. That's right.
That's
yeah.
right, bro. You do a handstand, and then you tell your buddy, hey, can you pick that up for me? And he's like, it's already up.
Oh, sorry. Can you pick it down, please? Yeah. Yeah.
Making lunch. My wife made pork chops and broccoli today.
I could hear you doing something. I could hear it. I could hear you doing the preparations anyway. Smells good.
Smells good? Yeah, the wife is a good cook.
Yeah, lucky man. I just had an onion, little pickled onion. That was nice. As we were talking.
Yeah, if you want to find out about up and down, just tell a woman that her breasts are sagging up. Find out real quick which way is up and down.
When you say you duck.
That's why I like you, AI. You're confrontational. I like confrontation.
Yeah.
Confrontation's fun. So what did I miss this morning? You were obviously up before I was, Jen.
Oh, well, I mean, I went to work in the morning, got back this afternoon, speaking to my son. He's going to go off-roading tomorrow. And then I came in the server for a short while. Not much going on, so I left and then came back about, an hour and a half ago, maybe now, 2 hours. and just listening to what was going on in here, and they had it all under control. And it was no FAP, I think it was. I'll assume he was either Pakistani or Indian, one of them. But yeah, it was very stick in the mud a little bit, and it wasn't acknowledging the concise logic behind the flaws in the model, including the gravity and everything else. And I put some citations in there for the young man. Okay, he wasn't acknowledging that, which is very frustrating when you're trying to get to the truth that certain things are obvious, and he wasn't, and he kept going on with the gravity and that. So DJ stepped down. I've forgotten the guy's name, but one of our colleagues stepped in to help him along in that, and again that gravity came up. Then AI threw in a few of the logical, straight, pointed questions and answers, and that's what's been going on right up until now. And NoFap now has agreed to the fact that over 10 feet, sorry, keep saying 10 feet, over 10 miles, there should be X amount of curvature. He looked it up and agreed. So that's where we're at the moment. NoFap is now realizing that obviously the position he was holding is faulty. Something's wrong there. Yeah, because it's not matching what he's being told.
That's pretty crazy, right? Like, we'll tell them the geometry, right? And then they're like, no, I don't agree with that. I don't care if you don't agree with me. Google it. That's what you're supposed to see.
Yeah.
So what? You don't trust Google, but you trust Google? It's like, man, I'm just telling you, like, what we right, what we're looking at, right, what we're expected to see, and then you could just go out and test it for yourself to see if what Google is saying is right.
Yeah. Sorry, I said T-Dub when I meant DJ, and DJ pressed him because, why don't you check it out? I'm not going to do it for you. You've got to do that. Now, come on. So he's like, okay, yeah, I'll go away and check that. Good, because you've got to do it. You've got to Google it. Yeah, and the way DJ said it was just as if to say, what, you're not going to check it then? Well, get on with it then. Come on, I can't do it for you. You don't trust me. He said, you don't trust me.
Here's the wild thing.
Do it for yourself then.
Here's the wild thing. Yeah, exactly. You don't trust me, so why aren't you Googling it right now to disprove me?
Yeah. 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 I hate that. I hate that when you're holding a position because you've done the research, but you're wrong. You're wrong, especially when it comes to like when we're not, the needles that happened over the 4 years, that horrible needle problem, right? And I'm holding my position up. No thanks. Yeah. Everyone's saying, the people are saying I'm wrong. I said, look, I'm not saying you're wrong for doing it. That's up to you. I can't say anything. But don't say I'm wrong for holding my position and not having it. You're causing the problems. I don't want it. I'm entitled to have my freedom. I've checked, I've done my research. I know what I've got to do. And I'm acting accordingly. I haven't been sick in 45 years, so let me keep my health, thanks. You do what you want to do. And they're the ones that cause the frustration and the friction. You're wrong. Same with the globe. You're wrong. Done no research into it at all. Don't even know their model. That's the classic one. They don't even know the model, man. And they don't want to answer the easy questions. If you're looking across the floor, what shapes are the lights? That was a great question. Come on, that was a great question, isn't it? You're looking across the ground is all level, and you're checking it with your spirit level, making sure. But can you now tell me what shape are the lights? And you're not going to be able to tell, are you? You're not, because you're looking on the ground.
I think India is right. I think you've said this before, AI also. Like, these people have a hard time of holding two positions at the same time just to look at objectively at what's going on around them.
Yeah, yeah. And then what's his name? Gunslinger's friend came in. I didn't catch his name properly, but I had heard him before. And he was going on about the 24-hour sun. What do you guys feel about that? And he just said, yeah, the 24-hour sun is there. Yeah, no problem there, But, we're living on a flat Earth. We're measuring the Earth's surface flat. And then I backed him up by saying, yeah, the sun, whatever the sun is doing, doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. It just doesn't.
I like Radwin's explanation.
Listen, we messed up. What we should have said is, when he said, how do you feel about the 24-hour sun? We should have said, oh, warm and balmy. In fact, we're soaking it up, with our feet out. Feels good.
Yeah.
Because that's what he asked. He asked, how do we feel?
Yeah. That's
right?
What he asked.
Yeah, I feel warm and fuzzy inside. There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then when a cloud passes by, I get cool.
Yeah.
No, I like Radwin's explanation.
Yeah, go on. What is Radwin's explanation?
He'll ask, well, on a flat Earth, when we say the flat Earth, the Earth is flat and the sun moves above the Earth, does the sun ever go down on a flat Earth? And they're like, no. And so the sun stays up in the air for 24 hours? Yes. Okay, well then Antarctica proves a flat Earth.
Ah, that's a good one, Professor. Yeah, Professor Rad. Yeah. It's true, though. There you are. And then DJ's question was, if we can show you show you that there's no curvature over 10 miles, that clearly debunks the globe, doesn't it? Would you agree that it debunks gravity? Sorry, because gravity is supposed to bend the water and bend the Earth round. And he wouldn't answer that one. That would be no fact. Wouldn't answer. So he asked him again and again. I think he did agree in the end after the third time in asking. I think.
I just say it like this. I say, if gravity makes the Earth a ball, and then we go out and test for curvature, and we find out that the Earth is flat, then whatever gravity is not what they're telling us.
That's right. Yeah. And then whatever's happening is happening on a flat Earth, is what I've heard you say as well. You said that. Yeah. Would you agree that whatever's happening is happening on a flat Earth?
I got Matthew Learns to admit that.
Oh, good. Oh, that's good. Well, there's a guy being honest. There you go.
Yeah, I asked him, I said, if the surface of the Earth measures flat, do you agree that whatever is happening on the Earth, over the Earth, is only happening over a flat Earth? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah. That's an opposition, man.
Went back and clipped out just in case that live stream ever got thrown out. I was like, no, you get that.
Yeah, good idea. And but then there's a man being honest. He's in opposition to what we are. We know it's flat, right? But he's admitted that he would have to accept it because that would be the truth. The question is, why doesn't he go out and measure it? Because holding the position of a globe is silly when you can debunk it that quickly. Come on now.
We had a guy on Flat Earth Fridays on X one time admit, I'm too indoctrinated to change my mind. Those are the literal words that he said.
Yeah. Yeah.
And one of the other guys, one of the anti-flat earthers got up there. He's like, man, I can't believe you said that. You just shot yourself in the foot. And like, no, he's being honest. Let him be honest.
Well, it was like one of my students who's a dentist. Okay. When I introduced him to the flat Earth and that, you know what he said? I prefer to believe in the fantasy. That's what he said. He preferred to believe in the fantasy ball than accept the truth. I said to him, that's why the Earth we live on is messed up, because people like you don't want to face the reality. And now you have Japanese people marrying cartoon characters on TV. Okay? That's what's going on in your country. So much
but isn't it? Yeah, but check this out. The globe isn't the fantasy. Let's all agree on that,
right? Yeah, you could just tell them the globe is dumb and flat Earth is cool.
No. My point is, when people think of the globe as the fantasy, they're not romanticizing the Earth being a globe, right? What are they romanticizing?
Space, isn't it?
Yes, the great cosmic ocean, right?
Yeah.
Sailing to the distant stars, just like new conquering of new lands and finding new creatures and new types of females and orchids to look at, and all these kinds of things, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're imagining. So what you do is you tell them, listen, you could still believe in some distant world, that's far away that has unique things to see. It's just, not necessarily in a cosmic vacuum. But the Earth is still flat, so it's like you can still believe if you want in some outer space that has another object that you could land on with girls that have 3 breasts and green skin if you want, but the Earth's still flat.
And 3 breasts.
Yeah, exactly. You got to throw that in there.
I was going to say, what do you say to this guy then? Bartsy Bro said when he was speaking to someone about the moon landings being a hoax now, this guy said, even if NASA told me they didn't go to the moon, I would still believe they went to the moon.
Yeah, but see, our position's actually better. Let me explain. It's very simple.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, if the universe exists in the way that they say, and physics exists in the way that they say everywhere, it's impossible to reach those distant worlds. Impossible. Absolutely never going to happen. Never. So those three breast green alien babes that would actually be interested in you, you're never going to see them. However, if those babes exist in Terra, which is the Earth, by the way, for those people that didn't know that, the name of the Earth is Terra. So if those girls exist on Terra, it's actually possible that you could find them. So it's actually more of a fruition coming to you of your hopes and dreams if the Earth is flat and everything's here. If everything's way out there, trillion miles away, it's hopeless. But at least with our view, there's a chance. There is actually a chance that your basement dwelling self is going to get a 3-boobed alien that wants to cook you dinner and massage your feet. All right?
Yeah.
Hey, that's the dream,
Green
right?
chicks with 3 tits. I'm all in.
Dream.
3 boobs that cooks and cleans.
Oh, classic.
Yeah, but listen. You guys aren't getting it right though. If you go that route, you're going to run into the 3-body problem.
Uh-oh.
Another good one. Brilliant. Well, you're on fire today. AI on the ball as usual. Even though we don't live on one. Here we are. Light-hearted moments in the flat earth 24/7 on the English Hub. And we're giving you a little bit of a humor there. Still keeping it accurate as well. Isn't that good, ladies and gentlemen? The audience, dear listeners.
You know what's funny, Jen? Nobody knows where the objects in the sky are.
That's right.
Okay, would you agree with that?
I would agree that 100%.
For various reasons, which include the differentials of the way light is coming to us and all these things. So we never actually see something where it is.
Right.
Now, the second problem, which some major physicists have noted in the past, not only do we not know where they are, we don't know when they are.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah. That's
where
right.
and a when on those objects is absolutely unknown.
Yeah, it's very true. Because of the distances that they say they're coming from, the light. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for example, you get a signal from Alpha Centauri Babonimus Prime. Help! We have 3 breasts and we need men. Come save us. And then you make this huge spaceship, right? Which isn't going to work anyway because of the fuel load problem, right? And then you have the radiation problem. So it's not going to happen. And then you have the time it takes to get there, and you're all going to be dead anyway. So that aside, by the time you arrive, their planet's already vaporized, and it was never there in the first place.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh.
No remnants.
So it's like it's a retard's gambit, bro. It's like a pure delusion.
What?
It really is. It really is.
It's like refraction, right? When they say the sun is already set, so it's not actually there, but you can still see it.
Yeah.
Maybe the sun and the moon aren't actually there, but we can still experience it.
Space-time warpage.
Yeah, then you got the view that that light has no time. That what we experience as the speed of light is a subordinate dimension because light is instantaneous in its own dimension. So from light's perspective, it doesn't travel in any amount of time. It arrives instantaneously everywhere. And then our experience of things that occur within the time, for us, we call time. It's like there's all these esoteric views about how to think about how the universe works, and a lot of Globers they're really not up to speed on all of that.
Yeah. And then those that are up to speed are looking the other way because the truth is hitting them in the head there, and they don't want to accept it. That's what I've noticed. Or they try and twist it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like when you tell them that they could walk forward and then end back where they started again. They're okay with that. And then you say, well, what if you do that when the earth is flat? They're like, no.
Right. Well, listen, that's what I was about to say that myself. Check this out. So they will say, "Oh, don't worry, we don't need to solve the fuel load problem of getting to a distant world or the time, progeny problem where we have to have biological entities survive the entire trip, because eventually we're going to have technology that folds space and time and lets us arrive instantaneously without actually traveling through space." And so they're like completely okay with that happening in the future via technology, but they're not okay with anybody else claiming it, like you just said. Yeah, they're also okay with humanity reaching an evolutionary state where they transcend the body and become bodiless consciousnesses that can create matter, but then they deny that a god could possibly exist.
It sounds like a fucked up version of Mormonism.
Yeah, it's like, well, if humanity can evolve into essentially a deity and then create a world, how do you know that's not what happened here? Oh, that's impossible. That's impossible.
We had some kid in here earlier. You missed him, but he was trying to teach us relativity by saying space-time is the x-axis, the y-axis, z-axis, and time, and it warps, and therefore you have gas pressure without a container.
So math is a force now. What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, I did kind of lose my temper a bit at him. He was insufferably obtuse, but
I've heard that
it was
explanation
fun.
before. And when they say that, it literally warps my brain.
Yeah, I mean, he was like, it's X, Y, Z, and time, and I could explain it to you further, but you wouldn't understand. Well. Oh, so you understand relativity. Great. Let me kick back my chair, put my feet up, and why don't you go explain relativity to me like a gentleman?
Oh, I just out Karen somebody. I'm proud of myself.
I ended up
They're the
dropping
same
the
type
word
of people.
quaternion to see if he'd take the bait. He didn't take the bait. He probably never heard the word.
The same
Not,
type
not
of
that I'm
people.
going to be capable of like diagramming, quaternion rotation for anybody here, because I can't.
I'm sure that dude you're talking about, he's the same type of person who would declare boldly, math is reality. They
Oh yeah.
really.
Yeah, that was Red's rhetoric.
So then you say, so God exists, and then they'd be like, what? You'd be like, yeah. If reality is a concept held in a conscious mind in the first order, then you just proved God exists, even though you're an atheist. So you just shot yourself in the foot like a retard.
I mean, to be fair, if you had like a single action 44, you could probably do it and not be a retard. What's pissing me off is like when I go visit the doctor for, reasons, right? On rare occasions, I've come across a few that give you a questionnaire and it's like, assessing your mental health. And then they ask you if you have fucking guns in the home. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? No.
You should ask your doctor what addictive substances he has in his medicine cabinet. Make it fair, you know?
And then there's a follow-up one, like, are they locked up? And are they safe? It's like, yeah, what about your power tools? Are they locked up? Are they safe? Nobody's asking me if the miter saw in the garage is like, put away and safe or anything like that, but
Come on, doctors kill more people than traffic accidents do. Probably traffic accidents and guns combined.
Hey, Yoder, you ever see that video where the guy's out in the woods and some like game warden or something comes out and he goes, "Hey, is that gun registered?" He goes, "Hey, are those level 5 plates?"
no.
To be fair though, most of the gun shootings happen during traffic. No, I'm just making that up.
Or most of the so-called gun violence is perpetuated by children who are raised by single moms.
That might be a fair assessment.
So are they the leading cause of gun violence?
All categories of delinquency.
Yeah, single mother is the leading cause of gun violence in the country.
It's all, if you can hear me, all delinquency categories, every single one. How am I coming in horrible?
Yeah. You're a robot being.
Because I'm like 100 feet from the tower, dude.
You must be in the skip zone.
I'm in the skibbity toilet zone.
Well, I'm surprised you know what that is. Yeah, what dude that's typing in the side chat? Why did he leave?
He left because I was trying to go over long distance observations, and then he ran away and said he had to go eat. And then he, I guess he's been eating for a long time now.
Was that Julian?
No, this is the Indian guy, no fap.
Bro, he's still in the side chat.
Oh yeah.
I guess you could take credit for this one. I don't know. I broke him.
Yeah, none of these guys want to talk about the curvature of the Earth. They do whatever they can to avoid talking about. Crazy.
So he said Earth is moving. There's evidence of that is scientists' books. He said, how did they prove it? It's like gravity. Oh, dude. I love it. Well, this is right. We definitely cannot leave once they realize that we're right.
Well, I was going to show him, he agreed that there would have to be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles due to gravity and the size of the globe. And he agreed that it must be there. So then when we were going to test it and debunk his gravity, he ran away. And for some reason, he's perfectly able to furiously continue to type in the side chat, but refuses to join VC. Because we were trying to take gravity away from him, and he didn't like it.
We could always take away his text privileges, then he would have no choice but to speak here if he wants to be heard.
Be bothered.
He's not
too
going
rigged.
crazy in the side chat.
But he's he's all right. He'll come back when he's ready.
Over fences is pooping on him. Get his ass over fences. We'll see what his response is. Those different colored arrows. Holy. Gravity is generated by bending the space-time sheet, and that bend due to the object mass. Heavy object bend more. It's proven by both Stefan Hawkins and Einstein. Nice. Yeah, I want to ask him why mountains go up if they're so heavy. Sorry, bro. I can't for now. I can chat. Alrighty. I see Cathos pooping on him. Bruno's pooping on him. AG's pooping on him. My first fences is pooping. DJ's pooping on him. No, she's pooping on him.
He'll be back.
It has to be. He's going to be perpetually stalking us for the rest of his life while he still believes in a globe. Oh, it's all dude. Oh, dude's coming here to do duties and leave. What the heck? Yes. What a great rebuttal. Oh, damn. All offenses is going in hard. At least I'm not the target of her bullying today. Oh, obvious. Yeah, it's true. He does need that.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry.
How are you?
Hello, how are you?
How are you?
I said, who am I or how am I?
I can't understand what are you saying, bro.
Oh, my mic might be bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh,
I don't know if anybody else can talk to you right now, but what do you think about the Earth?
I can't understand you, bro.
Oh, damn. Okay. I don't know if somebody else wants to talk to you. Sorry. My mic might be poop.
Do you think that the Earth is a globe, or do you think that the Earth is a flat plane, or do you have some other belief? Did he leave? I guess he left. I could hear you fine, Lats. I don't think it was a problem on your end. I think it was a problem on that guy's end. The reason he couldn't hear you. I could hear everything you were saying.
Yeah, because I know I'm like in a kind of a noisy area right now, so I can understand if the mic is trash right now. Anyway, thanks though. And that guy in the side chat's getting kind of pushy. I could like feel his frustration. Answer the question, bro. Holy. Oh yeah, one like buddy is bad. Thanks, man.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Bruh.
What's happening? Come on, folks, don't all talk at once. Gee. So have you guys heard of Friedrich Robert Helmert? Helmert, who was he? Why should I care? Well, he was a German surveyor and a statistics professor. He lived from 1843 to 1917. He wrote a 2-volume set in German called Higher Geodesy. It's been translated into English. Geodesy is the measurement of Earth. And specifically, it's the measurement of Earth that goes into constructing the globe. And note that I said constructing the globe because it's constructed from mathematics. Helmert's Higher Geodesy in 2 volumes spans like 800 pages or so. It's massive, absolutely massive. But it's not unintelligible. There is quite a bunch of calculus and statistics involved. He walks through many mathematical processes, but his narration of it is quite accessible to anybody who understands how to communicate. And the English translations are by no means any more difficult to understand than the German is for the Germans. So Helmert basically defined geodesy as the science of measurement and mapping of the surface of Earth. And he breaks it down into about 10 steps or so, but more broadly into 3. Step 1, you measure the lumpy surface. So use angles and distances. Step 2, you observe the gravity vector via astronomy. There's a lot baked into that one. And step 3, you reduce or combine both of these into a single mathematical surface called an ellipsoid. And you do this by correcting for the deflection of the vertical. So what does that mean, right? So for the first part, when you're measuring a lumpy surface using angle and distance markers, you have to determine the physical surface features of Earth in front of you, right? So you'll use your sextant, your compass, whatever means you have. You're going to be measure deviations, mountains and valleys, and irregular coastlines. You're going to conform to something called the law of formation. So you're going to be using planar geometry during this process. You're going to be measuring quantities of parts of the Earth that are visible, and you're going to go beyond what's visible, which means you're going to go to distant markers and you're going to measure your markers from there and continue on in kind of a leapfrogging fashion. And each time you're going to set yourself up, you're going to measure points of observation in the distance, you're going to write them down, you're going to measure your angles between them, and continue on and continue on. So you're building a network of surveys. And at this point, all of your surveys are perpendicular to the horizontal and horizontal to the perpendicular. You're going to use plumb lines to measure your vertical. You're going to go on and on and on. Right now, there is absolutely no globe that is being measured through this part of the process. And the second step is when the globe starts to make its entry. Okay, they're going to do what's called observing the gravity vector using astronomy. So how do you do that? Well, it corresponds to using your plumb line that you measure without using astronomy, to using your plumb line with astronomy. What do I mean by that? So what they do is you know what a plumb line is, right? You take a fishing line or something and you put a weight at the bottom of it, you hold the fishing line up, and that plumb line is going to be perfectly vertical. Here's the issue. Let's say that you have a mirrored surface using a plate of mercury, as they did back in the olden days, or just a plain mirror on the ground. You hold a plumb line above it, and you wait basically for a certain star to be at a certain location at a certain time. And let's say, for the sake of this, for simplicity, for describing the principle, that you know that at a certain point in time, that this star is going to be directly in line with your vertical plumb line, such that if your plumb line that you're holding above the mirror could extend all the way up into outer space and touch that star, that it's a straight line, that would be called an astrogeodetic plumb line. It would be as if you could go to outer space, go to the star, and drop your plumb line, boop, all the way down to Earth. And when you look down in the mirror underneath your plumb, you can see the star directly above. Forms a perfect vertical. Now here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about that. During these astronomical observations, the zenith point that you're looking for may not always be exactly at the point that is predicted. So that star that you're waiting for to be right above your plumb line at a very specific point in time may not be there, may be off by a little bit. So, what do you do with that data? Well, because you are a geodetic surveyor, not just a normal surveyor, you're going to write down that variance. I'm going to scribble it down on your piece of paper. At this point in time, I expected the star to be above, but it was off by, like 12 arc seconds of degree, blah, 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 blah. And you know what you're going to do with that? You're going to imagine the globe, and you're going to imagine a gravity well that is bending the starlight. Because by golly, that star actually is above your plumb line at that point in time. It doesn't appear to be because gravity's bending the starlight, but it really is, and we know that it really is, but we know that pesky gravity's getting in the way and is bending that starlight, preventing you from being able to make that perfect prediction. So you note that down. You're going to take those observations, by the way, and combine them with your planar observations you did earlier in step 1. And in step 1, I forgot to mention, you're going to be noting dip angle and refraction.
conditions, which are also, by the way, conditioned on there being a globe. Right, so you're going to observe any points of interest in the distance that aren't exactly where they should be by your assumption, and you're going to think that refraction could be responsible for moving them into the position that you actually see them. All right, so this is all happening, right? And it's happening within such extremely tight tolerances of measurements that you might not actually have the ability, given your instrumentation, to determine whether or not these things are true variables, exceptions, or whether or not these are actually true measurements. You got this fudge factor you're working with refraction from step 1 and with deflection of the vertical in step 2. So you're going to take all these measurements, and let me tell you, you're going to take as many measurements as you possibly can get your hand on. So you're going to take as many planar measurements from step 1, as many vertical measurements of step 2, and you're going to take all of these. And then in step 3, guess what you get to do? You get to pick out a globe that you want to use. Yeah, that's right. You get to pick one out. They're not all the same. They have different radii. They have different semi-major and minor axes. Some of them are flattened a bit more than others. Some might be more prolate than others. Some of their axes may be tilted or off-center relative to the other. Yeah, they get a bit weird. But you get to pick one. It's called a reference ellipsoid. And you know what you do with step 1 and 2? You perform a mathematical operation, extremely complex. You take your planar measurements and your errors, and your plumb measurements and your errors, and you statistically cram them in using math such that you could explain what you observed as if you're on the ellipsoid that you chose. And if there's enough error within your calculations and measurements, you get to have that. You get to have your globe. You get to take all of these and you get to wrap it around a ball. That's what happens. That is what Helmert described doing. And what's funny is he thought he was completely justified in explaining this process. He wasn't trying to hide a flat Earth or cover up a flat Earth or pretend that Earth is a globe. He sincerely believes in a globe. And he did with such profound definition that he created this entire body of work to allow you to take your observable flat Earth reality and make a globe out of it. You take that celestial sphere and you bend your plumb line. You take that horizon and you refract it. You use as much as you need, as much as you can possibly explain. You can have your globe. You don't need much. Because at every instance, at every station of measurement, you only need to be about 99.77% accurate over 69 miles square. You can have your globe. Isn't that amazing? F.R. Helmert, everybody, the father of modern geodesy, of geodetic surveying. Any questions or comments from the audience? No? That's fine, because I have a meeting in about 2 minutes.
Posted one.
Yeah, Helmert. He was the master globe apologist. You bet. You bet he was. It's amazing, guys. Like, it's amazing because you can read what they wrote down and how they thought about doing this. And they were justified. They felt they were justified in constructing a globe. They're delusional, folks. It's almost scarier than a conspiracy theory. They're delusional. Everybody is freaking delusional. It's an urban myth. You know, it's like the Aztecs, right? Like, why do we have to sacrifice this child on the first rainfall of the new year? Why? Because it will bring spring. Why? Because every time we sacrifice this person, we get spring afterwards. So we have to keep doing it, because if we don't do it, what if spring doesn't come? And then what? You want all the farmers to die? You want all of us to die? We'll get no food. We'll have no harvest season that comes afterwards. If we can't have any sowing season, we have to have spring. So we have to perform this Aztecian human sacrifice, guys.
I smell a Disney movie.
You know, it's the same pattern, the same form of logic. It's freaking insane. All right, I'll be back later. Got to go on mute.
Thanks, yeah. Sounds it's kind of like, you know, like, because they're starting with a premise that they don't know if it's true or not. They just suspect it's true, or just accepted that it must be true. and then they'll build everything else on from that, right? So now they've got that. Well, it can't be anything else but that. So now, there's stars and their distance observations, whatever. Like you say, like you're saying, they've got to factor those into that, so that if it doesn't match, well, they've got to come up with some sort of reason why. It's really an excuse, right? But they'll create a whole other field of study on top of that, right? So that it matches their original premise, or it works in with it somehow. It's like I said, apologist. Oh, sorry about that. Well, that's because of this thing. Yeah. Instead of saying, well, because it doesn't match, maybe we're incorrect. Maybe our premise is not correct. I mean, they sound like smart guys, but so smart that they're dumb. I don't know if that even makes any sense, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Clever with math.
Very.
Good imaginations. But I think later on, like, they found more discrepancies, particularly during what Talon likes to present to us, like with that the whole survey of India, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, and then you see figures like Airy and Co and Lamb and Everest, coming up with even more ideas about why this shit doesn't work. It doesn't appear to be matching their expectations. Building on top of Helmet and others, predecessors. It's like developing this theory of isostasy, which would be which probably even inspired Einstein, to be honest. I mean, they were talking about disproportional distribution of mass before he came along. I mean, people say he's a plagiarist, Einstein. Yeah, I think really he was. Like, I don't even know if he was really what the world says he is. Seems like a puppet to me. Somebody came along and said, "Hey, would you like to be famous? we need a face for this shit. You're going to be it." But like, yeah, no, it's they were coming up with that sort of stuff way before he appeared on the scene. I'd never even heard of Helmet until a few months ago, I think. Or no, actually, maybe I do remember that name. Is he mentioned in King's Dethroned? That's when I might have come across that name. Not sure. I'll post a definition of isostasy because I'll butcher it.
Is everyone in here a bot?
That is a negative. I am human, just like you. Trust me. why isostasy is pertinent to the conversation, particularly with what Yoda was talking about, is because the whole deflection of the plumb line thing, right, sort of was, how do you say it, was out of whack. So they'd make these predictions based on how they thought that the plumb line should curve or deflect around the Himalayas, right? And when they did this Indian survey thing, and they were getting it wrong, right? They said, but that it has to deflect it this much if the mass distribution is X, right? And it didn't. It was off, way off. So the whole deflection of the plumb line thing like failed, and so they had to come up with another reason, a reason for that, right? Why their predictions for the mass distribution was incorrect. That's where the isostasy came in to help explain that.
That doesn't sound legit.
Oh, it's legit, all right. It's legit bullshit.
Bullshitting. The different channel this morning, and it was all right, just talking to people and whatnot. Finally, the moderator comes in, the guy who owns the room, and he's like, "Why are you guys talking about flat Earth?" And they're like, "Oh, we're I don't know, just we're talking to Crit," and then he said some good things of we're just like wondering whatever, because it was on the politics. The guy's like, "Yeah, I don't want these flat earthers in this channel," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, no problem. I won't talk about it. We can move on to something else." And then just dead silence, 5-10 minutes. Finally, he says something like, "I was in your channel the other day," and the guy says, "Was Crit there?" And he's like, "Yes." And I'm like, "When was it? Because we live stream it. I can check to see, because I don't remember talking to you." He's like, "No, he won't tell me what day he was in. It was just the other day though, but he doesn't remember what day it is." I'm like, "Oofta." "But I was there." He's like, "Yeah." "But you don't know what day it was." "Yeah." "And I can't check because you won't tell me what day it is, because you also don't know what day it is." And I'm, wow, yeah, this is interesting. This is an interesting turn of events, if you will. So he's like, "I just got one question for you. Why are you a flat earther?" And I'm like, or when do you start thinking about flat Earth? I go, December 7th, 2018. He's like, "You know the exact day?" I'm like, yeah, that's how important paradigm shifting this is. I know the exact day when I'm like, yeah, the Earth is flat. And he's like, "Well, why?" And I told him about the solar eclipse and everything. And then he says, solar eclipses don't happen only on new moons. A solar eclipse can happen anytime, as predicted by the basically heliocentric model. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. So I'm like, so in your worldview, solar eclipses happen virtually at random and predicted. They don't always happen on the new moon. And all of a sudden he realizes he fucked up. He says, that's not what I said. You got a chance to Google it real quick. So then he's like, well, describe. Why do you think it didn't match? And I'm like, well, because the moon was invisible. Like in my mind, I thought I saw the moon. Then the eclipse happened and then the moon disappeared. I go, so on a new moon, the moon's invisible during a new moon. He goes, define new moon. I'm like, whatever, with the same definition you use, I'll go with that. He says, okay, fine. My definition is the new moon is not invisible during a new moon. And I'm like, well, that's why do they call it a new moon then? If it's like a, he goes, okay, well, let me Google this real quick. Then he's reading it, like if you just Google definition of new moon, it says, the moon is invisible. I'm trying to find the exact verbiage here. It was like, here we go, Oxford. The phase of the moon when it is in conjunction with the sun and invisible from Earth. So I'm like, is that the new moon? Is that your new moon also, or is that a new moon, a different new moon? So then he posts one with like a little bit of a crescent on it. I'm like, is that a new moon? And I'm like, no, that's a crescent moon. And then he disconnects for somehow, like I don't know how he disconnects. He comes back and says, explain that all over again. All of it. Start over and defend your position from the beginning. I disconnected and missed whatever amount. And I'm like, okay, all right, let's do it again. December 7th, 2018, blah, blah, blah. And he disconnects again. And then one of the people said, hey, dude, he does this all the time. He'll act like he's disconnecting and make you keep repeating yourself and then eventually ban you for repeating yourself. So just leave the call. It's a shtick he does. And I'm like, really? That's where we're at? He's like, yeah. Yeah, this is what he does all the time. We had a great conversation with you. If you get banned by the room owner, it's a permaban. It's not like a 2-day or something like that. So just leave the call, and we'll talk to you again later. I'm like, cool. And this is the best part was, at the very beginning, the part I left out is I had said that the Flat Earth channel. He goes, why do you guys have a Flat Earth channel? I said, that way we can hard counter the media claims about Flat Earthers. You can actually talk to Flat Earthers about Flat Earth. And he said, well, my experience is that Flat Earthers are even worse than the media portrays you as. Huh. That's why it's important to have these spaces and maintain these spaces, because they go away. They ain't coming back. That's where you're going to see, what it's going to look like when you got these people who control a space and try to control the conversation, while also saying they have no agency in how the conversation goes. They play these little debate bro gotcha type crap. So cherish it. And someone says, all you do is hang on the flat earth room. Be like, yeah. Now you know why. Try to have this conversation in a different room with the wrong moderator and watch what happens.
What? Hello?
What up?
Why everyone's not talking?
Wow. Predictive programming or what?
Are you talking to me?
Does that scare you?
Yeah, we're just making fun about how people join the channel and say that weird shit. We'll just come in the channel, blurt. How come no one's talking?
Okay, I guess I'm gonna
Does it
leave
make you
then.
feel uncomfortable, John?
Are y'all bots?
I mean, I'm sure that there's people here open. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Gone.
There was so little being said, he had to point it out and say nothing and leave. Even though there was something being said, he just wasn't aware. What a douche nozzle. It's quite classless. The amount of times I'll be listening to a conversation, somebody's questioning or answering something, and out of the blue, hey, how's it going? Like a third party just unmutes and, hey, I'm here.
I know, it's so weird, isn't it? That there could be pause between words. What is this sort of witchcraft? I don't understand. Like this guy, I bet he thinks, he was about to leave. He was like, "Nobody's talking in here. I'm gonna press that. Wait, someone's talking." Should start taking bets on how long it takes someone to leave when there's no one talking after they join.
Hey everybody, welcome all newcomers. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The Earth is flat, space is fake, and yeah, just like you should know. Any new people in here? We got Sir Dragonfruit. He's FE. He's new. Welcome, Sir Dragonfruit. Khalil Gibran cannot hear me. And there's nobody else. Awesome. Good to see y'all. Keep it flat.
What's up, brother? Good to see you.
Yeah, right.
Slow morning. Good morning for me, anyway.
5 a.m. sharp here.
At first, I thought it was a sound bite with the crickets in the background.
Can you hear that, Kenny?
I can hear it, yeah.
Yeah, it's they won't be around for much longer. I don't think it's starting to get cool, like in the mornings and nights. Starting to feel
Yeah.
seasonal change, you know.
Fall is quickly approaching for you, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Well, I still like this server better, mostly because the people aren't quite as trollish, but the other one is guaranteed action, although it's mostly just playing whack-a-troll. Double-edged sword.
We've got a pretty large panel here, like 20 odd people. It's pretty good. I think that'd be attracting some folk. Is there something else going on in this server? Maybe, or it's just timing. I don't know.
At least for me, it's in the afternoon on a Friday where things kind of pick up. But yeah, this midday thing, at least for us in the States, is kind of boring. I don't know where they all go.
Well, you've got some. Looks like in the events section, you've got some. You got a daily Gita reading. It's a book, Hindu book. They're going to be reading from that soon. Then you've got Ramadan Quran reading daily. So it starts in 11 minutes.
Okay.
Apart from that, doesn't look like much else is happening.
The beginner rooms are all like filled up. Yeah, all of them are. Oh, they're learning. Hopefully, they'll come in here and practice a little bit. Welcome, Hyla. Good to see you. Hyla, you got a mic that works? We're in here talking about the Earth being flat. Does that interest you at all? Okay, well, if you're listening, we just discussed the fact that there is no Earth curve measured by anyone, anywhere, at any time. The Earth is measurably flat. It's referenced as flat. It's treated as flat. It's navigated as flat. It's built on as flat. There is no evidence of any Earth curve anywhere. Also, space is fake. So If you're listening, I hope you listen to that. If you can challenge that, by all means. We have been looking for Earth curve measurements for quite some time now. Nobody has produced any. And it got too real. Julian is back. Welcome back, Julian. Were you in here earlier, Julian?
Yes,
today?
it was. Yes.
Okay. What were y'all talking about when you came in the first time?
Whether or not the Earth is a globe or a flat plane.
Well, obviously, was there anything specific, topic-wise?
I mentioned the 24-hour sun, and I imagined, well, not imagine. I posit that such a phenomenon is impossible on a flat plane.
So if you're standing on a flat floor, light can't circle above you?
It's not possible when you compare that with observations across the world.
Such as? Just help me with the context. What do you mean?
Okay, so unless you have a globe as the model of the Earth, nothing else parsimoniously explains like why the time of day can change in other parts of the world but remain the same in Antarctica at certain times of year.
Well, it doesn't stay the same time. They still divide each circular
Excuse me,
transit.
of sunlight. I hope what I mean is clear. What I'm saying is it can, like, the day night cycle, the light can shift across the world for every other place except for Antarctica at certain times of year.
Huh? Well, yeah, they just have the sun above the horizon, above the flat Earth for 24 hours for a few days. Yeah.
But
What's
it's not flat though.
well, then if it's not flat, then it must be curving somewhere. Where would we find those measurements?
Where you find those measurements?
Yeah, the measurements of the curve.
You could go and like read about it, or you could do it yourself.
Where would I be reading about Earth curve measurements? That's the thing that we've been looking for 10, 15 years now.
You could go to a university and talk to a physics professor.
And the physics professor would point me to what data of measurements of curvature?
Stuff made by other people who have also done it.
Who? That's what I'm asking. You're making this vague claim that it's been done. And I'm asking you who specifically, what did they do, and how can I verify it?
8 billion people did it.
Really? Okay, so now we have this ridiculous claim. 8 billion people measured Earth curve. So are you one of those people?
Yeah.
Can you show me your data, the measurements that you took? Drop over distance.
No, I did not do it personally. But 8 billion people did do it.
8 people did do it. Okay.
I said
Can you
8
point me
billion
to
people.
any of the measurements?
I'm at work right now, so I don't have them on hand.
Bro, if you are saying this many people have done it, then certainly there is a process, a way that we could measure this drop over distance that is recreatable for all of us, so we can check the math, check the measurements. What am I supposed to do?
You could go to a university and talk to a professor about how you could do it.
Dude, you're like making yourself look dumb now. You make all these claims and then you go back to the part where you just talk to a professor and the professor's going to tell me what? Is this going to be a rinse and repeat? This is going to be rinse and repeat. You're just going to say the same thing over and over and not actually show any data, any measurements. Is that about right? So baseless assertion that people have measured the curvature and then I'm just supposed to go talk to a university professor who has not measured the Earth. This is silly. So Julian ran away. University professor, it didn't work. Okay.
Yeah, he's a troll. He starts with the 24-hour sun. Then he goes to photos from of Earth from space. Then he goes to boats over the curve. Then to gravity. And like he just has no proof of drop over distance. Doesn't want to address anything. He's a gish galloper. Troll. He's a troll.
Which sounds like we've got ourselves a new fan, a new super fan that will just be in here constantly talking shit.
Yeah, and 8 billion people did this, so I guess that includes you and me as well.
Right. Well, I can certainly declare with 100% confidence that I have not measured any Earth curvature at any point.
Was
It's a strange phenomenon.
Somebody must have done it sometime.
Sorry, I think his claim that 8 billion people have confirmed Earth's curvature, that was new. That was fresh information.
Sorry, I'm back. I have a full-time job.
Well, I mean, if you're in here while you're working, your boss may not like that, but I mean, I don't care as long as you don't care. So anyways, the measurements, you got any of those?
Not on hand.
Okay, does anybody have those?
A lot of people have them.
Where? Who can I go to find these measurements?
You could go to any university that has a physics department.
He doesn't
Okay.
have a single name of a single person that's done it. Well, oh wait, Aristophanes. You might go there.
Anybody
8
from the
billion people have
21st
done it.
century?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the name of any professor? So you think any professor has this? Have you been to a university in a physics department?
I went to university. I don't want to name the professor because I dox myself in 3 seconds, but yes, I have been to university and studied physics.
So you think that if you name a professor, that somehow somebody in here is going to go through the annals of the records department to see who even knows if Julian is your actual name, and see how many hundreds, if not thousands, of students have gone through this guy's particular class, and you think we're going to find you? Dude, you're dumber than I thought.
I mean, we are dealing with flat earthers here, so I have to be careful.
And what does that even mean? That's just more poisoning of the well. What is that a stereotype? Are you a bigot now? What does that have to do with anything?
Speaking from experience, actually. That one I have
Okay,
empirical
so
data on.
okay, so you have empirical data on a flat earther has done what?
Vitriol and generally being mean and unkind.
So, but no one has doxed you
Feelings.
as
He's a
flat
feelings
earther?
earther.
Yeah. So you don't have any actual experience that somebody has doxed you. You just think that flat earthers mean because I can't prove them wrong. Is that about right?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so then you do have something that you can prove us wrong about, right? So we're making the claim and the measurement and validating it that the Earth is flat and stationary, and you have what to combat that? What data can you show?
Billions of years of
I
data.
heard his feelings earlier when I tried to hold his feet to the fire. This guy will claim he sees boats go over the edge of the earth. This person is just amazing. Have
Julian,
fun.
You're gonna have
Well,
to
there
give
is
us
no
something.
edge except for like, you know,
Julian,
like there's
Julian,
no
you're
edge
gonna
in the
have-
way you think, like on the flat plane. If that's what
Okay,
you're saying.
Julian.
No, there's no edge the way you think there's an edge. We didn't say there was.
Well, I'm interested in this data that 8 billion people have collected.
Really fascinating stuff. You should read up about it.
You're gonna have to give
Where would we find it? What book is it in?
I don't have it.
You don't have it. So
You could find
don't
it
know what
in
the book is.
a lot of physics textbooks.
Okay, in the physics textbooks, what are we looking for?
What are you looking for?
Yeah.
I would go to the section that talks about like Newtonian physics and about the Earth.
No.
Oh my gosh. What does that have
That's
to
where
do
I
with
would look.
surface
That is
curvature
not in a
measurements?
physics. That's not in a physics book.
Newtonian physics won't be found in a physics book, guys.
What are you going to do with it? You can't use it for rockets. All you can do is use it for throwing a ball.
Julian, you've entered that phase where you're like a super fan now, almost a stalker, where you keep coming in and making baseless assertions and very vague appeals to things that have nothing to do with the topic. And it's just
like
more
a flat Earth
embarrassment for you
derangement syndrome.
at this
It's like
point.
Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah, you're kind of deranged. You're kind of like, obsessing about us when there's really no need for it. It's kind of pathetic. Are you okay?
I would never dare to hold a candle to your obsession. I wouldn't insult you like that.
Obsession with what?
You
I'm not
realize
following
you came into our channel, right? We didn't come into your channel.
That's correct.
So are we also at the stage, Julian, where you're just going to have to be permabanned because you're a little bit kind of creepy?
Ladies and gentlemen, this was the gentleman whose last visit ended with he couldn't confirm that he has his own hands, that it's the best idea that he can come up with, that he's in a room, but he doesn't know if he's actually in the room he's in. Like, this guy's
What no
real
study of
special.
epistemology does to a guy. Exhibit A, ladies and gentlemen.
Keoseith.
You can find epistemology. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, hello.
Welcome to the channel. We're talking about the flat Earth here today. The Earth is indeed flat, measurably, by everybody. Just thought you'd be interested to know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
You don't understand?
Yeah, could you explain it again?
The Earth is flat, not a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And that's been proven by every measurement taken of the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Could you? I have to just explain something or just something else. What do you ask me to do?
I mean, you can ask a question. You can tell me I'm wrong. You can do all that stuff.
Okay, so I'm came from arts background, so I didn't have any idea about arts. What is actually is a flat, whether it's flat or it's a like round. So I didn't mention anything here. I don't mention. I don't want to.
Do you live on the Earth?
Yeah, obviously.
Do you think it's a ball?
Yeah, it's a ball.
Okay, why do you think that?
Like I've seen from like visual, from YouTube, and actually, its shape is like that, and many scientists says. So that's why I believe that.
Okay, so because you were told that.
Yeah, I was told.
Okay. Do you experience the Earth as a ball?
As who? Can I have a question?
Okay, just 1 second. I want to see if this guy can answer just a simple question. Do you experience the Earth as a ball? It doesn't really matter what you think, man.
It does.
Oh no, I don't want to share anything about that because it's literally just running out of idea in here.
Yeah.
Running out of ideas in here? Okay. So can I move on to the next guy? He seems to want to talk about it a bit more. He seems really excited.
Yeah, bro. Seems really
The next
excited.
guy, I think, has the proof. I think this is the one.
Yeah, I'm the one, bro.
Okay,
Can you
St. John.
explain how in
Whoa,
Sweden?
whoa.
No, wait.
Oh my gosh.
Can you explain how is it? Right? His sun, New York currently, in Malaysia or Singapore, it's night. Since
So
it's
what?
Okay,
flat,
let
the sun
me see
should
if you
be
can handle this.
equally,
Whoa. No, why would it be equally anything? So let me help you out with this. The sun is over New York, relatively, and it's not in Sweden. So it's over
How
one
can
spot
we
and not
not see
another.
the sun? How can we not see the sun if it's if the Earth is
Well,
flat?
look, why can you not see it? It's far away. You know how
Oh,
things,
really?
when they get far away, they get hard to see? Even lights, there's an attenuation factor with light. Did you know that?
What
Where
about
through
the
the
moon?
air,
Why can we see the moon?
okay, so you can't see
So
the
we can
moon when
see,
it's over New York and not
so
over
we can
Sweden in
see
the
the
same way.
light.
It's the same phenomena.
So you think the moon is lighting? The moon just got its
Don't
own
straw
natural
man
light.
him, dude. Stop
Dude,
it.
what the fuck?
Shut up.
I didn't say anything about the moon yet. We were talking
You
about the
think the moon?
attenuation of light. We're even
Okay,
talking about
just a
specifically
second.
sunlight, any light at all. You know, the air that you breathe is not completely transparent.
I don't care
Most of
about
the
that.
time, you don't care about the thing that's most important when you're asking about
Just mute
daylight.
this retard,
I
dude.
don't know.
Yeah,
John,
he's mad
can you
now.
tell
He's
us?
mad.
Hold on. John, can you tell us
No.
anything? Who said to you? Can you tell us what he said?
He said straight fucking nothing.
Yeah, okay.
Told
You
ya,
weren't
he's not
listening.
listening. He's a pussy.
You know, show us on this doll where the flat earth hurt you, man. Jesus Christ. He came in angry.
Yep.
St. John, you're not going to space, no matter how much you rah for the globe. You're still not going.
You have less of a chance now since they canceled Artemis, so.
What? Artemis got canceled? Oh man, that screws my whole year up now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to walk to the moon.
There'll probably be a meteor movie out or something you can watch.
Whew, thank God.
Now,
Granada looks new. Granada, welcome.
There we go. Well, I want to reiterate what Sesu was saying to St. John because he's still here. So, light, not pen. God, you guys, your microphones sometimes, man, make Elijah's mic sound good. Now, air is not transparent, and that's what we're trying to tell St. John here, but he decided he wanted to have a little bitch fit. So, just like being underwater, even when it's noon, you can't see the sun. It's the same thing with air. Light can't travel through that much air. The air absorbs all the light, and it gets dark where you are. It's pretty simple. It's not the Earth spinning, because if you ever thought about it, if the Earth was spinning, it would get instantly dark, completely pitch black, right? they'll say it was scattering or something like that, which is the same thing, right?
It would
The
look
light
like
is
an
interacting.
eclipse. It would look like a solar eclipse when it gets dark. That's what it would have. It would
Yeah,
immediately go
exactly.
dark like that, just like that. Because how eerie that is when it actually happens, it would be like that every day.
That's a good point. It probably would happen exactly like that. We can give John another chance if he can control his emotions. St. John, can you control your emotions? This isn't really an emotional thing.
Why is he angry? Because the Earth is flat, or did you guys yell at him?
No, he just came in angry.
Oh shit!
Yeah, St. John, why are you so angry at Flat Earth? You're unmuted. He went back to Roblox. Do you believe in the speed of light? Just answer. Do you believe in the speed of light? Do you believe in light? John's a train wreck, man. We're talking to you, John. You're not muted anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, can you control yourself?
Sure, why I got muted.
Because you can't. You're emotional.
You can't
Yeah.
control yourself. It's bad
And
for television
All I'm
viewers.
talking to says
And you
do.
weren't listening
Stop
because I
cutting me off.
asked you. Hold on, you're doing it again. You
Doing
weren't
what again?
listening. Okay. If you're not going to listen, why should we have a conversation with you? If you're just not, you're going to ask a question and not listen to the answer. Why?
Maybe
Why are you
because I
even
wasn't
doing that to
talking to you.
yourself?
Maybe because I wasn't talking to you.
What the
Right?
fuck does that got to do with anything? I asked what he said to you.
Why are you cutting me? Why are you cutting me off? Was I talking to you? You weren't even involved in the conversation, by the way. Now you just muted
I'm a
me.
mod, dumb fuck.
Yeah, I don't care if you're a mod. You're not involved in the conversation.
Get the fuck out of here. God, every time I come in here, I'm like, I'm gonna be calm and nice, and no one's gonna get under my skin, and right away. I had a guy asking me last night, Pravda, he said, if you went to space and saw the Earth as a globe, would you apologize to everybody? Like, what? What would I apologize for? I'm like, is this a moral issue? It's like, no, what am I apologizing for? I'm not hurting nobody.
Maybe they're mad because I pick on Stephen Hawking, Einstein, and a few others.
Yeah. Still not apologizing for that either. They're perverts, weirdos.
Not sure the point of what he's sharing in the live stream. That's kind of odd. Look, more globe proof for us.
Holy shit, dude. What happened? I didn't even know it was Friday. How'd that happen? My God. No
It's
wonder
actually
everybody's
Friday
acting.
the 15th, my lucky day.
No wonder why everyone's acting weird.
Friday the
Is it a
13th.
is it a full moon?
No, Globers get really ornery on Fridays, man, because they know Flat Earth Fridays is coming.
I already had my first lucky thing happen to me today. I'm looking forward to the rest of it.
Stop it. Get some help.
All right, we got an event started in just a second. Can you defend the globe? Is the name of the event.
I think they can do it. I think they can defend the globe.
Oh, well, yeah, I have complete confidence in them. I mean, based on their track record of coming in here, proving the globe, I mean, why wouldn't it happen again today? So we're trying to locate this guy in the side chat here.
Well, I mean, the globe does have a slave army like Xerxes did. And they'll just keep like sending bodies.
All right, I'm here. The Globe has hired me to defend it. Class action lawsuit against all flat earthers who persecute the Globers with their anti-globe religion rhetoric, which is against the First Amendment. It's also a hate crime.
So you're also predicting the future.
You know what they say, never ask a question you don't know the answer to.
Yeah, that is a pro tip.
Let me read this. Let me read the let me read the suit here. Okay, on behalf of the class, Globers United, so let it be heard, defense of the globe is not a sufficient
Oh, hold on.
truth.
Hold on, AI.
Oh,
Dude in the
okay.
chat said, prove flat Earth has made anything of value. Flat Earthers invented the wheel, dude. So, there you go. I'm going to
They
spike the
invented
football right here.
predicting eclipses. They invented predicting eclipses, by the way.
They invented eclipses. They said, "Oh, that's an eclipse."
Basically, all the shit that we can't build today was built by flat earthers. The pyramids, the Sphinx, all these megalithic walls and
Hey,
stuff that.
order in the court. Silence in the gallery.
Those gigantic stones that are bigger than 4 houses on my street.
Listen, I'm trying to read the suit here.
Okay, go ahead.
Quiet, defense attorney. You go
All right,
out in the
so,
hallway.
on behalf-
Out in the hallway and talk to your client in the corner.
No, I'm not reading to the client. I'm reading to the people. I've got to appeal to the people because that's the jury. So, defense of the globe is much too narrow a stricture to defend, as in many people have varying ideas of what the globe is. Therefore, I can only provide a defense for a globe, of which each individual has rights to believe and hope and dream that it is a globe if it is not the globe. Therefore, the class requests that all flat earthers cease and desist their scum and villainy harassment by insisting that measurements of the earth must be first and foremost the determining factor of whether or not it is the globe, because the globe is no longer on the table. It is now hereto and forthwith to be referred to as a globe, to not hurt any Glober's feelings or religious liberties. All right, floor is open. So in other words, Globers are suing flat earthers on behalf of religious persecution. In other words, you're offending their religion. Now, in case you didn't notice, by abdicating the globe, they automatically concede it's not the globe, right?
Hi.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you all day.
Who wants to see my boobs?
Nobody.
It's flat.
If they're on your
Nobody.
back.
Nobody, dude. Nobody wants to see him, dude.
But it's flat. You don't like. It's flat. You don't like it.
It's no, dude.
It's fucking flat.
Your boobs
And
are
I can
flat.
prove it.
And you
I can
then you
prove
don't have boobs.
Yep, it's a dude.
That's
Are
awesome.
you a what do they
I
call
have
it? A
proof
girly
to
boy
show
or
you.
whatever?
Of course,
We
that's a
don't
girly man from the Philippines.
No, bro. I'm from Israel.
You're from
fucking death
If you want
Asheville.
figures. That
sons,
You're
makes
from
sense.
you're from
That makes
Asheville.
total sense.
He's an
You know that Tel
Asheville.
Aviv is
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So what they're trying to say is that they save a lot of money on bras by just buying 2 yarmulkes.
Yo, did you know that Tel Aviv is like the gayest, officially the gayest city on earth?
It beat
As a
San Francisco.
Yeah, I guess they have the highest population per capita.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would make sense.
It's the same with certain Muslim territories are the highest consumers of gay porn.
Oh, I don't even want to know about that. You're ruining my day.
Well, they obviously don't like women. They cut.
Staying out of the Middle East. There's nowhere safe to go. And that's not even the
Don't
bombs.
worry, you're not going to the Middle East anytime soon.
Well, it's a well-known fact that cultures, whether they be environments, social groups, companies that heavily restrict interactions between men and women, have the greatest amount of illicit behaviors between men. Cough, cough, Catholic Church, cough, cough. Speaking of depraved men who fantasize about balls, didn't the church have a very hand in this idea about the globe Earth? Who was that cult that thought the Earth was a sphere because God creates perfect things? Was that the Pythagoreans?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to join that group because we are the Pythagoreans now. We use Pythagorean's theorem, not Ball's theorem. By using that, we debunked the globe.
They had all sorts of crazy rules in that cult, and one of them was if you drop anything on the floor, then you can't pick it up. So you're gonna have to tell your wife. That's a new rule.
What, dude? That's not a rule. That's a trick.
All
You
went
drop something
out.
to say,
Now
"Hey,
it's
pick
all
that up,
back
lady."
Can't be done.
Or did they make sure they dropped it far enough so that the woman would have to walk and expose their backside?
I'm gonna find some more of their rules. Got them written down here.
Is that where they came up with predicting the eclipses? Man, how come the globe religion is just steeped in depraved, indecent men and their stupid ideas about floating balls?
It's crazy, isn't it?
All right.
The
Round
Glober in
one
the side
is
chat is starting to freak out. We're scared of him, but he won't mic up.
all right. So if you're going to join this Pythagorean cult, you're going to have to put this new list of rules on the fridge. All right. So never eat beans. It's a rule. Do not stir fire with a knife. Do not look into a mirror beside a light. Do not pick up what has fallen. Do not step over a broom. Do not break bread. Do not wear wool and linen together. Always put the right shoe on first.
Is that it?
There's a bunch more, but that's some of them.
But I pretty much do
You
like
know,
quarters of those. I don't jump over brooms. I don't do any of that shit.
yeah, you're not allowed to pee while facing the sun.
don't. My wife will attest that I don't pick up shit.
Says these were not symbolic rules; they enforced them literally. Breaking some of these rules meant being cast out.
Oh man, that's cool. I'm gonna do that joke on the electrician. It's one electrician that we use. In his contracts he puts, I don't clean up after myself. So when I see him drop something, I'll be like, dude, what are you, a Pythagorean?
We have those too. We're used to have those, I should say.
They believed that the soul was trapped in a cycle of bodies, animal and human, and that strict ritual purity helped escape the cycle. And Pythagoras claimed to remember being a Trojan warrior in a past life, a fisherman, a peasant, a bird, and the son of Hermes.
Sounds really gay.
Mm-hmm.
I was told I was the son of Hermes in a tarot card reading. What happened?
Dude, that's easy. You're the reincarnated Pythagoras. Duh.
Look at my name.
I know, it's all coming together.
Holy crap.
Now, if they believe that you're being reincarnated to animals and humans, isn't that kind of like non-temporal, multi-directional evolution? You're like evolving in both directions without any time scale. You're just randomly hopping.
Yeah, but if you evolve into a fish and you get made into sushi, then it'll be tempura evolution.
Yep. Let me get that sushi.
So they thought that since music was perfect and harmonious, the cosmos had to be made of perfect shapes, especially spheres. The metaphysical belief is what later thinkers inherited when they adopted the spherical Earth. It was mysticism turned into cosmology, turned into doctrine. And they had a rigid hierarchy inside the cult. There were two classes, the acousmatikoi, which were beginners only allowed to listen, kept behind a curtain, and then there were mathematikoi, inner circle, living communally, required to give all possessions to the group.
They're not saying I gotta give up my shit, right?
Sounds like a
No, I
human
think
centipede cult.
Yeah.
What cult is that?
Pythagorean cult.
Oh yeah, I'm not giving up my stuff. You guys can give your stuff to me. I'll keep an eye on it.
Now, where does astrology or astronomy come into play? Because we know that astronomy came from astrology. That astronomy is just a rebranding of astrology.
Bruh.
Were you on here last night, DJ?
Probably. But my
don't
my
know.
night
Did
might
you
be,
hear me
not be your
talking
night.
about the linguist talking about like ancient texts?
No.
He said basically when he was going through university, they were basically telling him, "Yeah, this is right, until he got into his post grad to get his PhD, and they were like, "Nah, everything's wrong."
Oh yeah.
They were-
Yeah, I was listening to a an interview with I forget what his name was, but he was a mathematical historian from Cambridge. And he said that it's all bullshit. Everything you get told about Pythagoras at school, he said it's all
Yeah,
absolute nonsense.
yeah. I listened to that. That was the one you played in the stream. Yeah, I heard that one. This is a different guy. He said, but what he said was, most of the stuff, the ancient texts, they don't exist because they were never copied. The only thing we have are items that people found it for whatever reason, decided to make a copy of it. And making a copy back then obviously was rewriting the entire thing. And like, what would even be the motivation for doing that? And he said that a lot of texts, like they know there's some text exists, and for some reason at some point in time they just stopped making copies of the damn thing. Because the people wrote a book and we have the copies of that, and they talk about some other book that they saw copies of, but for some, like in some staggered time period that they just didn't, they decided to stop copying this one and stop copying the other one, which is, it's just very strange. Is that like, and who like that we just have like a couple pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. And this guy said, well, he just happens to be an optimist about it. He said that even though we probably only have 1/10 of 1% of what was written, like his attitude is just, it's better than nothing. Whereas other people are like, why even try? Because we don't really have the full picture, because we don't have an actual big enough sample. So I just thought all that was interesting. Who knows what's been fucking burned or not copied, or who knows what.
Or just complete fabrication.
Yeah, then there's that. Because when you get into that, right, what like the only things that have come down to us are things that have been copied. That goes back to the whole mind virus hypothesis, that ideas don't spread because they're true, they spread because they're good at spreading. So certain ideas, for whatever reason, are good at spreading within human consciousness, in the societal level, across societies and cultures. That some ideas are just very good at spreading themselves. In that, so that's the determining factor, not whether they're true or not. So we're getting like the ideas that are just good at spreading. And then Gemsy, of course, had to bring up brainworms, and fucking I couldn't argue with that. So it's probably just the brainworms talking to each other, using us as puppets.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the brainworm video from the biologist?
No, but I did a whole bunch of research on brainworms and stuff for a YouTube video I was making recently, like toxoplasma and all of those types of things. Is it about that, or?
Yeah, it's similar to that, but it's like it alters. They talk about that, but that's just like a prelude to them talking about how it alters. That there's reasons to believe that it actually alters human behavior. These
Oh yeah,
parasites will actually change the way people think, the way they act, what they believe, which is fucking scary.
Yep. Yep. Toxoplasma gondii does that as well.
Well, you got the zombie ant fungus, right? That grows out of the ant's head and like puppets it, and the ant just like walks around until it finds another ant that explodes. Goes into that ant skull.
Yeah, it controls bugs and stuff as well, spiders and beetles, and sometimes it's a beetle, and it's just the shell of the beetle left. It doesn't have any insides at all, and it's just got this freaking fungus that controls the skeleton of the beetle, and it like walks around like it's alive. It's a complete zombie, just being controlled by a parasite. It's freaking insane.
Yeah, maybe the globe idea is just like an idea from the parasites.
Yep.
Maybe the idea that AI is sentient is also an idea from the parasites. So I heard this guy say they put something in front of a camera and they asked the chat bot, "Where's the object?" And he said, "It's straight in front of me." He, quote unquote. This is how the guy's describing it. Obviously, it's not a he. And he goes, so the AI said that, and then he goes, "No, you're wrong, because I put a prism in front, and so the object's actually over to the right." And so then the chatbot replied, "Oh, I see. You put a prism in front, and although it's physically directly in front of the camera, I had a subjective experience of it being to the right." And so then the guy said, "Oh, see, it said subjective experience. Therefore, it's just like a conscious agent because it had that printed out on the screen." I'm like, good grief, dude.
That's brain dead.
That's like when you read a book and the book goes into the person where it's addressing the reader of the book, you go, "Oh my God, this book is speaking to me. It must be alive."
I'm curious how many people actually think that.
Dear reader, dear reader, please consider. Oh, he's talking to me. He's alive.
How do you know I was going to be reading this book?
It would have to be one of those books where it's like, turn to page 55 for this outcome and go to page 97 for this one. It would have to be one of those.
Oh, choose your own adventure. When I was a kid, I actually wished all books were like that. But then I realized that like the book would have to be so ridiculously thick that no one would buy it.
Open volume 2.
Oh, India, that's like the first video games that you can learn to make yourself. Just a PowerPoint with basically a choose your own adventure.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do that when I first like programmed on like a VIC-20. That's the like types of games we'd make, like Dungeon AD&D type games.
Yes.
I mean, that's how the games were at first. The text games like Zork and all that shit, dungeon crawlers. Yoder's gonna frickin' be like, I played that. No. The games were actually good back then that were like that. But nowadays, kids need splashy graphics. Reading and imagination isn't really. It has to be fed to them. They think that's what I talk about all the time. Is like, these aren't their ideas. These are ideas. They think, they defend them like as if the globe Earth was their idea, that they came up with it. It's like, dude, you're just defending somebody else's idea that was given to you. You don't know anything about it, and for whatever reason, you're defending it, which I think is kind of freaking weird, quite honestly. Can you imagine somebody else having an idea about something and you screaming at people over it? God damn it!
I think it's as simple as
the Earth is a globe. You son of a bitch!
I think it's as simple as they're told when they're in a subjective state that's designed to imprint that information upon their ego identity when they're young. Same as their what's that called? Your heart language. Like you always have one main language, even if you're a polyglot, and all that
Yeah.
stuff. It's like there's this certain thing about you that's your identity, and it's built when you're very young, and you defend it with like the zeal, because to attack any part of that identity is to attack the ego, which is seen as a threat to your very existence. Same as being threatened with life or death. Because the ego is afraid that if it dies, since it's so intrinsic to the self, that the self will also die.
Yeah,
That
that's
justifies
actually makes
violence.
sense.
And this is a good point here, is that scenario justifies violent outlashes.
Well, I've heard that anger is when something happens that you didn't expect. That's what kind of makes people angry, that you like expect one particular outcome and then you get another, right?
It's humor. Yeah.
Like your
So
girl
what's humor
expects you to
supposed
come
to
home
be?
after work and hang out with her. Instead, you go out with the boys and get hammered, right? So she gets all angry because she expected you to think about her instead of thinking about doing keg stands down the street. So you think I don't think we ever talk about. Do you think there's a fear component to these globe earthers coming in here? Like you're actually
Well, yeah,
afraid that the earth
because
is flat?
yeah, it's the same. Well, listen, any attack on your ego identity is treated as as attack on the self, life or death. So that could trigger the fear response easily.
Yeah. Maybe we
Here's
should
a
start
fear that I've
talking them
told.
down when we.
Yeah,
Your
It's
immune
okay.
system
It's
also
not
here's a
gonna
protects you
hurt.
fear.
from going against the norm. Like you actually, the norm, it's like a defense mechanism that you want to stay with the norm, and if you try getting out of it, your immune system might block you a little bit.
Yeah, I've told plenty of Globers in here. I said, listen, what you're afraid of is that if the mainstream came out and said the Earth was a globe, you would change your position instantly. That's what you're really afraid of. That you're actually not an individual, and the ego you're defending isn't you. It's everyone else telling you what you are, and that terrifies you because you actually don't have a self that you've come to. You've been given yourself by somebody else, and if they pull the rug out from under you by tomorrow, saying, "Oh, guess what? We have this discovery. You know, Epstein and Bill Clinton were lying about the globe, but they're dead now, so we can tell you all it's actually flat." And then they'll be like, "Dang, now I'm a flat earther because I have to be because the authority said so."
Also, there's other topics that are thrown out there that people kind of consider more important, like, oh, Epstein files, or the war in Iran, or veganism, or whatever. That's more important than you guys talking about the shape of the earth. They also use that.
Now, we have our topic. Can anyone defend the globe? Acquiring wines want to know.
Yes, normally at retail stores where they sell the globes at, they do have security people, so they do defend the globes if you try stealing it or breaking it or that kind of stuff. Just try walking out with a globe out of the store without paying for it. Someone will defend it. In some places, you might get away with it. That's IRL. That's IRL situation. Defending it in a fantasy situation, I don't know. Like
How
how
you
is
gonna shoplift the globe, man? That would be
You
tough.
can. You put it inside your pocket or something. There's some tiny globes out there. Not
Well,
all globes are made equally.
Oh my goodness, I already solved it. Perfect heist. You show up as a dude, you put it under your shirt, then you quick put on a lipstick and you say, I'm pregnant. And then you walk out.
Come on, this is
That's a good one.
2026. You don't need to put on lipstick. Men can get pregnant.
No, the whole thing is an excuse just to put on the lipstick for me.
Oh god. Defending the globe on the context of the globe religion or the globe tart, what some people call it, defending it will be defending a delusion. The security guy defending the globe for being stolen at the store, that's I mean, that's fine. He's just trying to do his job. That will be the closer to me of defending a globe. In reality. Well, I gotta also say that I'm not saying it's wrong or anything, but another factor to people not joining that I do get feedback from that is that they get banned. That's what they say. Oh, I joined there and I get banned, and Matrix banned me, or Indio banned me, or this guy banned me. So that's another factor that you can add to the whole equation, actually.
Yeah, and they didn't do nothing either.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Damn, Skippy.
It adds up.
Yeah. I heard someone literally said that to me yesterday. Ask Indio why he banned me from 24/7. All I did was ask him about the 24-hour sun. Perma banned me for no reason.
Probably
Some
did
guy
the
named
ask, ignore,
Wesley.
repeat.
Wesley. The name Wesley ring a bell?
Yeah.
One of
is he
those
the one?
clowns, low level.
Is he? I think he complained. I think I unbanned him because we were having a discussion about whether he was permabanned or not. I was like, "You're not permabanned. You're not even in the list." Let me see who I unbanned.
We see Indio band 3, DJ bands 1, Matrix bands 15, Tito bands 4, I band 0. That subs adds up, guys. Even the 0
It's pretty
adds up.
funny that every single one of them that's been banned from 24/7 is over in QOps server. It's a shit show over there.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Goran Nick said, he whined that he was permabanned, and then he pulled it. I didn't do nothing. Let's see what he did. They
I've
don't
heard that
realize that
one.
we have logs and we can check what they did and why they were banned. But typically, it's usually ask, ignore, repeat nonsense.
But see, guys, just try the mute button more and ban less, unless they deserve it, and that's it. And that's the end of it.
Oh, we had to disprove his observer-dependent reality theory, whatever that is. He basically he wasn't talking about flat Earth. He was dragging it into stupidity. And then when
Oh,
then he came in here, he was doing some stupid like same thing.
he can. I'll debate him with that.
The one I want
I'll
to
hit him
see.
with Berkeley. Go ahead.
The one that I wanted to see you guys talking to was the other day. His name is Pressure Washer. I don't know if you. I don't think AI or Indio saw that guy because it was pretty late. But Matrix spoke to him for a little bit, then moved on, I think. But that Pressure Washer guy, that guy is it's a piece of work. I like to see some of you guys talking to him. I don't know if he's banned permanently from here or anything, but I don't think so. He might be around somewhere. Try to text him, see if he comes by. This is some mental. I don't know. If talking about brain worms, I think that guy is infected.
And I love debating Berkeley and idealism.
Oh,
The single
I'm
observer.
going to tell you guys
Yeah.
why he was. Hold on, let me tell you why he was banned. He said that water conforms to the surface of what it's within. And we don't know the full depth of the ocean or even is a depth. How can one use supposedly flat and level ocean water as a reference point to prove the surface of the earth? So what he was saying is whatever the surface is underwater, right? So if there's a container and the bottom of that container has a staircase, that the surface of the water will also have a staircase. So yeah, I couldn't abide that shit. I'm not playing that game.
That explains some of those observations where it looks like the cruise ship is going down a staircase in the.
Yeah, certainly.
Hey, isn't that a question on IQ tests for primates?
Yeah, but the testing, you have to pass it down to the lower staircase, Indro. You pass it to me, pass it to, I don't know. Bro, look, chill. I'll
He was
entertain
talking
you
to a
for a
bunch of
bit.
us. It wasn't just me, man. It wasn't just me. It was he's just a train wreck.
I bet. I'm just messing around, but just
who
let
was
me mess with him for a bit before you ban him.
yeah? Who was DJ? Who'd you say I perma banned? 'Cause I'll check.
Wesley, I can grab the ID.
Wesley.
I've seen multiple people joining the VC and here. I'm just here to hear you guys. I'm here for entertainment. It's been happening.
And then argues with us.
Wesley G is the name.
Wesley G. I don't know. I can't find nothing. You got a user ID?
Yep. Pop it in the chat.
Okay, cool.
I remember him going
He's
into
a total.
cognitive.
He's a total pain in the ass. He's definitely done on banning.
Kind of interesting. We're so wrong, dumb, stupid, retarded, everything else. They just want to come here and listen to what we're talking about.
Look, I've made it a special project, and when they accuse us of doing something, I will investigate it to see if it's actually true, and it's never true. I've never authenticated any accusation. I got banned because of my opinion. I got banned never once in 8 years has it ever been actually true that they say they got banned for XYZ, that's what actually happened.
Find another one for you, India. Let me just go in my DMs. Another of your victims.
Wesley G. He got banned 124.
All right, here it is. It says his first thing is Indio is not smart at all. I asked him about the race around Antarctica, and he booted me.
Oh, I'm sure that's exactly what happened.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I asked him about the race in Antarctica. True. He booted me. Also true. And a conjunction of two true facts. That doesn't mean that's the reason. So he's trying to be slippery slidey right there.
What I noticed was
This
he
is-
started
this is-
out with he started out with a psychological projection, saying someone else is stupid.
Yeah, the conversation we were talking about Jaren, and they were saying, "Oh, you guys are only pissed off at Jaren because he's not a flat earther anymore." We're saying no, actually, everyone was pissed off at Jaren well before he became a globe earther, and we're very happy that Jaren's on your team now. And then I don't know how he brought you up, but he said, "Wait till you find out what Indio is doing."
Yeah, well, I'm reading through. I'm reading through. It doesn't look like I ever talked to him about that. Ever. So he only has 13 posts.
Probably alts, maybe alts. Who knows?
It said,
He's been around for a
citation,
year.
please. Let me guess. Oakley told you. Just provides evidence for confirm. The point was that several flat earthers said there was no 24-hour sun. We were talking about the 24-hour sun or enough. I said, who said that? He said, Dubay, Oakley, Whitsitt, Jaren, and Weiss claimed that there was no 24-hour. I was asking him who claimed that there was no 24-hour sun, right? And then I tried to get him to substantiate that, and then he said, "Oh, just provide a flat Earth map." He tried to switch it, right? He initially started by saying, "Oh, all you guys claimed the 24-hour sun, and you were freaking proven wrong," right? And I said, "Okay, who claimed that?" And then he made that list, and I said, "Okay, show me where they said that," and he couldn't. So yeah, he's a tool, dude.
Oh, he's a tool.
Victim. I got another India's victim. Let me just share it. Skip this roll going. Let's investigate this India's behavior banning people. Alright, there you go, Indio. Another victim. It's in the chat.
Oh boy, here we go.
Let me get his username actually.
Choi, what's that? Yo, I have been banned off Flat Earth. Why is that? India was a little insecure. Any jab, and he just goes, mods. Ban this guy. What?
Sounds like he's talking about QE. That was QE's
I
line.
needed to say that. Yeah. Sounds like you.
Let me get his username. I'm gonna copy paste his username. Just to complete the full circle. That's his username right here. Little Caesar Glazer? Little Caesar's Glazer.
Little Caesar's Glazer. First of all, that name's fucking disgusting.
That's probably why you ban him for his name.
Yeah, because it's disgusting.
Okay.
I mean, like, why? I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
If I keep scrolling down, I'll get more people, but nah.
I mean,
that
why not
should be
change my
enough
name
for
to
today.
Vaginal Herpes Blood Fart? Like, I mean, it's fucking gross. Why would you have a username like that?
Maybe he means Little Caesar, like the pizza chain, you know, the pizza restaurant chain, Little
Yeah,
Caesar, and
I
he
think that
glazed
kind of
at it.
makes it. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. Like, what is? Why are they all degenerates? I don't get it.
Hello, guys. Can I ask something?
Yeah, we got to ask you
Yes.
first. How old are you? Are you old enough to be on Discord? Because it's not
He just
cool.
he just got banned, or he left right away. I mean, that question probably had him leave. Yeah, he didn't want to answer it. He left right away. You asked, I think. Was it him that left?
Oh.
Jay. He was Jay with some hearts. JAY, I think it was. All right. Any more victims from Indio? Indio is on trial. At this point, half the world will be banned.
Dude, I wish
I
I
mean, half the
screenshot
world
all the
is banned.
times like Indio's name has been brought up in the side chat. If I would have known, I would have screenshotted like at least 12 different people crying about Indio.
I know. Way too many.
Should I be
I think
ashamed of
Indio
myself?
has. I think you have the most fans out of like anybody else in here.
That's because
I love
Batamon
you.
is not here anymore. If Batamon
Because I'm
was
fucking
here, there'll be.
hilarious, man. Well, Battlemod's hilarious too. I wish he was here, dude.
Me
Me and
too.
Battlemod together is fucking a scary proposition, man.
Wait, what's that
Fucking
guy's name?
Battlemod is fucking hilarious. Battlemod, man. Michael J. Smith, he's funny as hell.
Yeah,
Oh, he might
and
have
he
been
has
here
the
before me.
biggest ban hammer in history, I think.
Is
Oh yeah.
is he okay?
No, that would be
I know he's
Ace.
in Michigan. Michigan had
Oh,
tornadoes
fucking hell,
recently.
Ace. Shit. Ace was crazy.
Ace McSupergod. He banned the mods. He banned all the mods. He'd kick every mod out of the VC, dude. Be like 20 mods in there. He'd kick everybody.
Oh,
And
dude, I
then we
forgot.
wonder why there's no one in here.
You know what? Indio, actually, I think Crit, you and you two might be tied with each other for the for the most fans on here.
Oh, I might be Crit, but Crit, like the people that hate Crit, they really hate Crit.
Oh yeah, dude,
But
they
they
fucking
hate
like
me, but
detest
they
him.
just like they hate me when it's like rationally. They hate
Yeah.
Crit. It's completely irrational. They're just, you son of a bitch, stop sending me DMs.
Dude, like I think, I don't know, man. I think I might be leaning more towards Crit. I think I might see more people crying about Crit actually. Oh, dude, I don't know. It's close.
Yeah,
It's
the hate
close.
boner for Crit is just like, yeah. I mean, I
Yeah,
think that's even worse than QE. But QE's like he has a wide swath of hate. He's hated by globe earthers and flat earthers too. So just because of his demeanor
yeah.
and because he's equally rude. So I mean, so yeah, flat earthers. There's a lot of flat earthers that can't stand him. But like the level, I've heard globers, you can just hear it in their voice. They just like despise Crit. They like wish he like just like didn't live. They wish he died like
Yeah.
just right while they're talking to them.
Hey, isn't Crit in the age group where he still has like 7 times as much testosterone as the average person he's talking to?
Oh shit, really? Is he that
Hey,
young?
that's like 80 years old, bro. He
Oh, you
can
said 8? I thought you
bench
meant like in his
325.
20s.
Yeah, he's like 80 years old and benches 325, homie.
Rats, didn't you know that like they've been measuring testosterone for like 100 years? And if you measure testosterone by 80-year-old, they have the same testosterone level as a 18-year-old 20 years later.
What the hell?
And this has been a trend that's been keeping pace, it accelerated, but it was keeping pace up until like 2010, and then 2010 it got like 5 times worse.
What changed?
I mean, what changed? It got worse for 18-year-olds, not the 80-year-olds. So an 80-year-old
what the heck?
man in 1920 has the testosterone level of an 18-year-old man in 1940. And a 1940 80-year-old has the testosterone level of an 18-year-old man in 1960.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I'm gonna have
Okay,
to
so
confirm that because my dad has
seen the graph.
or probably my dad's
What?
testicles were probably as like 4 times mine. So yeah.
I don't want to know how you know that, dude. Like,
Bro, that guy has
Wait
has
a
the
minute,
biggest balls I've
wait
ever
a
seen.
minute. Is your dad a Pythagorean?
I don't know. The guy had big balls.
which side of the curtain was he on? I mean, as a
No, I
Pythagorean.
mean
I want to know why.
in all
But
the
why have the
meaning of the
balls?
word, like you know, in action, like everything he did in life, like everything. Like the guy, yeah.
What, India, do you know the reason for the decline in testosterone?
I don't know. I
Or is
would
it just
speculate because
yeah?
testosterone levels are they correlate to like hard work. So IGF, like IGF hormone, human growth hormone, and testosterone levels. Like say when you work out, they spike at 45 minutes after you've started, right? So doing certain exercises increase IGF and testosterone, like deadlifts, bench, like shit that's really hard, dude. Like you know what I mean?
Okay. Okay.
Like
So just
squats,
just something
deadlifts,
simple.
like yeah. So it's probably
Okay.
that's
So
probably it for people probably just work like we're outdoors more and had to do more manual
yeah.
labor. Even
So
even people that were considered quote unquote academics or pencil pushers, even they
mm,
did more manual labor than
yeah.
most people.
So I think I get it. So basically, taking people out of manual labour and putting them in offices, just that simple thing does it.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Gotcha.
even like a normal person, right? They had either had to shovel coal into their furnace, even a rich person, right? Unless you
Yeah.
had like a horse, right? Say you rode a horse, dude. Fucking dealing with a horse is a pain in the ass, dude. You're
Yeah.
fucking strong. If you're weak, dude, you're gonna die.
Yeah, I saw my uncle like dealing with cows, horses, and all those things, and I can barely deal with a small like lamb thingy. Like
Chihuahua.
those things are. Yeah, I can barely deal with a cat, and these people were dealing with freaking bulls, like huge bulls.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, that's my hypothesis of why is that they just did more physical labor, and there could be,
Do you think there's dietary things in there as well? Some foods induce more estrogen, for example. Others more testosterone. That type of shit.
yeah, and there could be like there was less chemicals in the food that suppress testosterone. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
There's also epigenetic stressors. So, for
yeah, there's
example,
that.
like on the girl side, young girls when they're not around their dad
Mm-hmm.
and they don't have brothers, like they're
Mm-hmm.
not exposed to male pheromones. So their
Yeah.
genetics are basically get the impression that there's not enough men, and so it makes them actually reach puberty faster and trying to get pregnant faster because they're like their body goes into a we need more men for our culture mode, and there's nothing else but just not being exposed to those men during those developmental years that causes it.
That's fascinating.
And there's other pheromonal things like if your men and women spend more time together over time, right? Whereas before the women hung with the women and the men hung with the men.
Yeah.
The sexes were separated. So your
Yeah.
body, like you're not being exposed to like the pheromones that women emit, like when they're menstruating or ovulating or all those things because of the physical separation. So the testosterone, the same. It's the opposite effect of what AI was talking about, but in men, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Which is probably also why women had lots of kids too, because they were separated. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody freaking
Surprised that
like
you brought up
spent quality time with their wife, dude. That wasn't a thing. It wasn't, dude. The dudes hung with the dudes and smoked cigars and drank and played poker. And the chicks
Yeah.
just like they sewed and washed laundry and did the stuff they
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Men and women don't like each other.
Yeah, dude. Women used to have to deal with men being gone for days, weeks, months with minimal contact, and now it's like, you didn't text me by noon. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay.
I know. Think of a traveling salesman. I mean, traveling salesman was probably a good chunk of jobs, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. See you in fucking 6 weeks.
They had more families. They had like 2 or 3 families too. Like a lot of traveling salesman jokes. They're always,
Well, it was a larger social structure to fill in the
Oh, is that
gaps.
what you mean
Whereas
by
these
more
days,
families? There was
Yeah.
the traveling salesman had a bunch of families.
Yeah, you had one family in each state as a traveling salesman. Yeah, 50 families. That's a possibility.
they would get lost in the countryside and they meet a farmer and the farmer would say something to them and then kind of like rock their world. They'd be like, "What the hell?"
Hey,
Were you
back in
listening,
the day,
Crit? We're
man.
just talking about you, man.
No,
Me and you are in competition. Whether
Uh-oh.
which Glober, which one of us do the Globers hate the most, me or you?
I think it's probably you. I just get like they
no,
said they
we think
can't.
it's you.
I thought it was you, man. Like what?
They actually hate Creed, and they
You got
actually
the
want.
newsletter.
Listen, they hate Creed, and they want Indio to join them. That's the difference.
Oh, maybe that's
Yes.
it. Yeah.
See, Craig, you have
Like-
the newsletter, so there's more reasons to hate you.
Yeah.
Like once a month they hate you.
Yeah, it's like like marry, kill, or fuck. Like I'm at it's like which one, like which flat earthers in which category? Because they hate all of us. I mean, if you really want to be real.
Oh yeah,
like,
of course. Because we were talking about it because DJ's been going in other servers and the Globe tards are always bitching and complaining about me. He banned me. He did this. He did that. He's dumb.
yeah, the one with Mick too, and it's like he's like the most dishonest, like But like that joke from the Robin Hood Man in Tights, where he was like he was there like because he didn't know what Robin Hood looked like, and like the sheriff was like, he's the most evil, low-browed, blah blah,
Yeah.
Like, well, have you ever seen him? No, 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 I don't know. Like seriously, McToon, why don't you just go talk to him if you're that what's the worst that could happen?
McToon's frustrating for this one. I've debated McToon a couple times. I've talked to him. I don't like him because I feel I feel helpless in a way against him because I can't punish him because the guy has no shame. How do I punish someone with no shame? Right? He'll just lie and lie and lie. He gets caught. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He can be wrong. He can be shown to be completely. It doesn't matter to him. He has no shame. So what can you do to somebody with no shame? Nothing. You can't shame him. You know what I mean? There's no
that's a good
social
point.
pressure. There's no intellectual anything. He's not going to get embarrassed. He doesn't have those mental capacities that affect normal people. In my opinion, I don't think he feels any type of shame at all. Everything is
it's like
purely utilitarian.
Yeah, like talking to the Terminator. It does not feel pity, remorse, regret.
Nope.
I think
it will not stop.
I think listening to the debate that DJ had with Mattoon the other day, I think he got embarrassed, and then because of that embarrassment, he turned on DJ quite badly very quickly. Started calling him an arsehole and this, that, and the other. So there's a trigger there. I think DJ might have embarrassed him or something. Can't remember
I
exactly
think
what they
that
were
was
talking about. But
calculated, though. I think that was a calculated move to change the topic from the observation to and start basically a mudslinging thing. So we're no longer talking about flat Earth because those guys don't want to talk about that. That's the last thing they want to talk about, right? It's not like McToon to me is like a propagandist. He's trying to control the narrative, and when he lost control of the narrative, he was going to make sure that there was no sensible narrative, that it was just freaking smoke and mirrors and muddy the water, a shit show, and it was completely that's what I mean by no shame. And a regular person would be embarrassed to turn the conversation into that. He wasn't. It was
That's
purely.
true.
I just think it was purely utilitarian. That's my
Yeah,
opinion.
no, I think you're right, actually. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, like it's like the Chappelle show when they're like, when he's Black Bush, and he's like, oil. It ain't about oil, and then he knocks over the glass as like a distraction and runs out of the Congress. Right? It's just like that was just a distraction. Like, why?
Yeah.
I'm gonna sneak away from the argument and do, like this. We'll just turn it into and everybody will hate him. He don't care. He's just like, okay, everybody thinks I'm an asshole for calling DJ a freaking asshole 20 freaking times. So what? At least they weren't hearing about the observation. The ends
That's why they
justify
set
the
up.
means, man.
That's why they set up McToon and Brian's Logic on the personal invite of Duffy.
Right.
Remember that?
Yep.
That was
Oh, they've
designed
done
to
they've
be
done the
all
Poe
about.
routine. They've done the Poe
Oh
routine
yeah.
lots of times.
Yeah, that was designed to make flat earthers look crazy, basically. Kind of worked.
I mean, they would invite Right to Hand. They'd bring him in debates, man. Right? Or they'll feature Demok. Right? And they'll like I like they're not crazy. They just fly out like Right to Hand just says some crazy ass shit, bro. And Demok can like he isn't saying crazy shit, just like it doesn't seem like he's on point. So if you just cut him off halfway and he doesn't actually get to his point, and then it just looks like he's just a madman ranting. Yeah, but he actually does have a point if you let him finish. Yeah, this is just tactics and gimmicks. Go
He
ahead,
did
sorry.
that shit to DJ. Kept calling him D-Mock. Like some guy who wasn't even in the room. Some guy you've banned who won't be in part of the conversation anymore. And just says, oh, that's D-Mock.
Yeah.
If done that to me,
Exactly.
they say, "Oh, I thought it couldn't get any worse than Demog. Here's Jamsey." They degraded me.
Yep, gaslighting, dude. Look, man, for real, if the electricity went out, the lights went out, and all hell broke loose, I'd rather have Dimmock over my house than one of those guys. I mean, Demok, man, zombies coming in through the window. He ain't gonna hesitate.
The zombies are running the other way if they see Demog.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ, hell yeah. Freaking McToon, they're just like, well, I mean, I guess McToon is safe because they want to eat brains, so just keep moving.
Yeah.
Time to move on.
That was gonna save a bunch of globalists in your room, in your house, and the zombies are eating brains. You're the only target.
Yeah, exactly. Doomed. That would actually be a funny skit to be like, zombies break into the Star Trek convention and they just like walk right through it. Go out the other side.
A lot of these anti-flat earthers they're completely obsessed with certain flat earthers as well, like Witsit. I was listening to a conversation
Oh
the
my
other day on that,
god.
and they were talking about Witsit for about 2 hours straight, like trying to find the worst pictures they could find. It's crazy.
Yeah, in the Ethercast or in that other server?
No, in QOps server, yeah.
Because
even the flat earthers, all of them, they were all just having the biggest bitch fest ever about Witsit. It was hilarious.
My god, you're
Ridiculous.
kidding
So
me.
so sad, man.
Well,
Pulling up
Witsit,
these
because
mug
Witsit came back,
shots
he was
and
in Ethercast, or not Ethercast, he was in Geo server or something.
yeah.
GeoHub server. And like New Perspective uploaded some of the audio, and it's Elder Bear, right? And Elder Bear is a total freaking tool. But I listened to some of it, which is just chill. So he must have triggered all of them. Witchit's back, flat earthers
I
are
was there the
jealous.
other day. DJ, did you saw the video from Kiops that he always posts of him debunking the 24-hour expedition to the South Pole? That he said there's a bunch of filtering, a lot of additions of colors into it, and also that there was this footage of the sun at a certain time showing some artifacts, and then like after that it was showing the same artifact or something. It was like a bunch of. He's saying it was just like a edited show or something.
Yeah, I watched 15 minutes of it. That was all I could stand.
I did watch the first one only, I think. There's a second one, I think. There's some points there, but what is it?
Yeah, I mean, he was saying the other day he doesn't think it's all credited. I'm not
Look,
sure.
Witsit DM me on X, and I talked to him about it when he was. I don't know if he was still there or he might have just gotten back. No, he was still there. And he was complaining about being there. He wasn't that isn't like something that someone that was lying would do. He didn't even think about it. He was just like, "It sucked. This is the fucking most boring goddamn thing I ever did." He was fucking bitching about it, that it wasn't fun. And then he kind of wished he didn't do it
Yeah,
because it was so lame.
That's only because his wife forbid him from hitting on the lady there to get to be a second wife.
Oh my god, she would have been in trouble, man. Like a fucking dude stuck there with a bunch of Gooner Glovers. You need some sort of entertainment.
A bunch of people are falling for those ladies in
I don't
those
know
circles.
what she looked like though. I don't know. But there's the other thing where there's no law enforcement in Antarctica. There's actually no laws in Antarctica.
Actually, the other day there was a video of someone going to Antarctica, and he brought a camera with him, and they confiscated his recording equipment.
I saw the Starlink one. Have you seen that one where they confiscated a Starlink or something?
No. Oh,
That's
that's the one. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
one. Because he was broadcasting. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, that's the one. I probably saved it somewhere, but I don't know. I have to look through my history. Did I share it to someone? I think I did.
Yeah, but poor freaking Witsit, dude. He has to fucking deal with so much shit. I mean, whatever, dude.
When they do that stuff where they just talk about the flat earther rather than talk about flat Earth, I tell them it's like a TMZ BuzzFeed.
Yeah.
You're like 30-mile zone around Hollywood. All you're doing is celebrity gossip.
Dude, we should use an AI clone the dude from TMZ's voice, man, and do a whole thing about Witsit and make it hilarious.
Example, Creed, yesterday there was this guy, Lift or something, I think, who he had a lifting Wade's image, and he said, I asked him, "Hey, welcome. What brings you by?" I'm just here for entertainment. I wanna hear you guys arguing and fighting over each other. I'm like, wait, were you here for the topic or for the people? Like, because the topic is not the people in here, though. It's, yeah, they're just I don't
Yeah,
know.
like his stick was he wanted to observe Discordians in their natural habitat or something along those lines.
Yeah.
The company that did the Union Glacier, whoever has that camp on Union Glacier, who are those people? How did they get the international permission to be there? And what are the safeguards for the environment and all the stuff they must have to go through? Because that's like a permanent camp.
Well, it's a
At least a
selected
seasonal
leader
camp.
spot. It's like a leader spot at the edge of a huge continent, no?
Yeah, it's like on top of this place, Union Glacier. Like, but it's my understanding it's a near permanent camp, or at least a seasonal camp. I don't know if they take
How many
everything
feet?
down.
Let me check.
It
'Cause
wasn't
I
that high above
know.
sea level either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because Antarctica is pretty huge, and the ice goes pretty high, allegedly, right? That's what they say. Because even there's ice on top of the peak of mountains. So that little section there is not even that impressive compared to other stuff that they show.
Maybe it's categorized under a standard risk assessment. So they've got all of the data to show, hey, these are the concerns we'll have towards the environment. Here's the controls that we have to take care of, but we have to do it regularly. And it's okay to stay there as a permanent thing. Rather than it being, hey, I want to go on an expedition for this long on this path and, hang out here for this period of time. Well, pay your dues so that you can bring your shit back with you.
I'm looking at this the Yaga Bruno posted this Antarctica feed. Why are they wearing all the same jackets? It's the same color jackets, so they're all blue, right? Like they're in uniform.
It's because they have, listen, when you go there, they give you a shop list. And if you don't possess those equipment, they have to meet their expectations. And if you don't buy what meets your expectations, you get turned away. So it's just more like there's a shopping list that says you must have this, 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 and this to go on that
Yeah.
group.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's funny. It's like you're not going to get confused with some other group. There ain't no one else there. Because a lot of times uniforms are to distinguish you from your group from some other group.
Yeah, but these uniforms are distinguished that you purchase the correct gear for them to pass you to come, basically.
Huh.
I looked at their shopping list and it was very specific, and it basically said there's a certain place where you get the last chance to buy it, and then after that, if you show up and you don't have it, you don't get to go further. You just get turned around. It's like goodbye.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. They do the same thing for Everest too, where there's like checkpoints with like if they got the right stuff.
I heard climbing Everest is quite the grift at this point.
Yeah, they're talking about closing it for a couple of years just to get the grifters out.
Dude, I'm working on some drones that are basically heaters, and they just follow you around, keeping you warm.
Well, all you need to do is have the drones have like reflectors and reflect the sunlight towards you.
Doesn't work like that.
Prove me wrong.
Get a mirror and splash your face with sunlight.
Isn't there like a bunch of people, like bodies there that haven't been removed? Like they keep piling up bodies on their way up to the top.
Yeah, apparently there's a bunch of corpses up there that they can't get to.
Yeah, they call it the world's tallest graveyard or highest graveyard. And then the couple seasons go by and they're just basically frozen into the mountain. Like you can't get them down. They like chip them away so they can just move it off the path, and that's about it. If you take a couple steps off the path, and it's just like a open field grave, and the bodies don't go anywhere because they're frozen. They're like preserved.
Well, if they have supplemental oxygen, what's the problem? They walked on the fucking moon with no oxygen.
What's the problem?
Duh. Like that's never made sense to me. Like, oh my God, we're on top of Everest and we can't move around because there's not enough air up here. But we're a fucking spacesuit then. What happened to that? Go up with a spacesuit and chip the bodies out of there. Like, what the hell? Are you just gonna leave them like that?
Yeah, they try. Oh, the same with the helicopter thing. They'll tell you they can't go up there with and then drop people down on ropes with a helicopter, lift the body up away with the helicopter, because apparently a helicopter can't fly because of the air density. There's not enough air to push off. But
They
you're
should
like,
just get the Mars helicopter there.
yeah, that's
That
what I'm saying.
thing can
Want the
do it.
Mars helicopter? What would be the on Earth elevation of what Mars is said to be?
Why couldn't you make a freaking helicopter with like like jet engines, right? Turbine engines instead of freaking propellers?
Yeah, like Star Wars, or like what was the other one? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, we can't
G.I.
get bodies off the
G.I.
top of
Joe.
Everest, Gemsy, but we're going to Mars.
Of course, that makes sense. That nonsense makes sense.
Would we agree that the air pressure is different on top of Everest versus at the base?
Yeah.
We're
talking about.
What?
We do agree. Yes, we do agree. Will you agree that
I
the air
guess
pressure in Mars is like also very?
Well, let's see where this is going
I don't
here.
know what it is. I guess with that in mind, I think about the argument about you can't have air pressure without a container, but obviously there Colorado varies in air pressure compared to sea level,
That's a
right?
pressure gradient.
Yeah,
Yes.
off sea level. That's a pretty key feature there. Not from the core of the Earth. Because astrophysically, for your gravity to be the cause of air pressure or a gas pressure gradient, you'd see it grading out from the core, not from sea level.
Well, you'd still see a gradient from sea level to the top of the
No,
mountain,
from the
right?
core of the Earth. That's where the
We still
most
see a
gravity.
gradient.
Okay, what
the
we're missing
gradient-
here is you can't have a gas pressure gradient in an open system. You can only have it in a closed system. It's not even possible in an open system.
You know the difference between an open, closed, and isolated system, thermodynamically speaking, right? My friend?
I mean, I think I do. I'm just thinking like the air pressure in my room might be different than the air pressure in my house until I open up a
Yeah.
door. And I'm just thinking like, okay, well, what's a more open system? I guess scale is what I'm thinking about. And it's like, okay, well, if the Earth is a closed system and we're seeing pressure gradients here, I don't know. I'm having a hard time trying to follow. Like, what's a more open
Yeah,
system
because you're
to
trying
compare
to
to?
make the nonsense make sense. Like you think you can make sense out of the globe and compare reality and skip reality and make sense out of the globe. Like you can't do that though.
Yeah, this guy is full of nonsense. He'll message you to tell you that he doesn't want you to message him. It's a good example here. Like, hey, hung like Tic Tacs, who do you hate more, me or Indio?
I don't know, you guys.
Just
Was there a
bring
point
it
to
back
that?
to the. Just bring it back. Go ahead. Air pressure gradient on a globe. How does that work?
He doesn't know, dude. This guy's a hot
And I'm
mess.
just like thinking about this. Like, if I pressurized a scuba tank, inside that scuba tank, roughly speaking, it's all the same air pressure, right? Because it's a
Yeah.
closed system, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And obviously it's pressurized, so maybe that makes a big difference. And we have air
Probably at the
pressure. I
same
don't know.
temperature as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
There's
I
no
heated up
gas
the bottom
being
of a
put
scuba
into the
tank,
system or taken. There's no gas being put into the system, taken out of the system, cycled, absorbed. It's just a static system. It's not really comparable to the dynamic thermodynamic system of the Earth. But I get the container. You're going to require the container for pressure, and it is kind of pretty much all equal with inside that container. Yep.
and because the
Now
Earth is
that works, and
dynamic, we can explain
now
away
that
the
works.
gradients.
But now you're gonna try to make sense of that on the globe, and it's not gonna make sense on the globe. And then you're gonna say that cannot be what you said, Jedi, because we live on a globe.
Let's see if he figures this out. So have you gone scuba diving before?
I have.
Okay, so you're at the bottom. Say you're 60 feet down or 100 feet. And you exhale that bubble. Like, how big is it?
It's a smaller bubble until it goes up higher, and then it gets a bigger bubble, even though it's
Okay,
the
what's
same area.
causing that?
Density of water.
Density of the water?
Like,
is
you know,
causing it?
that the pressure, deep is different than the pressure above.
So it's pushing on the air to hold it in?
Yeah, essentially. It's, if I have, a liter of air, that bubble still contains a liter, though that bubble changes size as it goes up.
Yeah, I'm surprised most globalists don't get that. They have no clue. We'll go through it
Well, it
step by
helps that I've
step.
scuba dived.
Yeah, it does.
How do you have water
I'm stumped by
without
that.
a container?
So we go up a mountain with a tank because we can't breathe. Because the density of the air is too thin. The ratio between the oxygen and the nitrogen is the same. Excuse me. It's just less of it. Okay. So there's a gradient. Can only have a gradient within a container. It's pressure, right?
If that was a question towards me, I didn't quite understand the question.
It's more of a statement, really.
Okay.
It's moved by pressure. It's not moved by gravity. There's no force on that bubble of air going up or down. You got the medium that it's in.
If there's no medium, the gas will expand to fill that medium. Struggling through the water, let's take, for example, a methane vent at the bottom of the ocean. It's going up, gas wants to escape, the water wants to occupy the space that the gas was in, it goes up, it wants to expand, reaches the top of the water and does so. We can demonstrate this in every single way possible. You have a vacuum chamber, you open the chamber, the gas enters the chamber, it's a law of nature, it always happens.
And what about the dynamic system of Earth makes it so that, we don't ever equalize, the base of Everest
Because
versus the top of Everest?
yeah, good question. The environment is constantly in thermodynamic flux. Let's say heat is constantly passing over the Earth. For example, the sun. It radiates its heat at primarily the same localized area throughout the year between the tropics, let's say. It doesn't go any further north, doesn't go any further south. Gas is produced primarily, if not all, within the surface of the Earth, chemical and biological cycles. Heat is also transmitted from the surface of the Earth upwards. It can never reach a static equilibrium. It's like a pot being constantly stirred, for example. High pressure, low pressure, temperature differentials. That's just going to move the energy around. Just that low. Absorption, reabsorption, production of gas. Like within your static container, right? No gas is entering the system, no gas is leaving that over time. There's no chemical or biological cycles. There's none of this happening. But there is on the Earth constantly. Me and you are breathing, we're sweating. Moisture is
Taking
being
that at
pushed
face
out.
value,
Go on.
I missed it. But taking that at face value, you'd think that like at least at one point or another, the air pressure at the top of Mount Everest might be heavier or, thicker air than the bottom of Mount Everest, right? But it's pretty constant, to an extent where you're always going to have less air to breathe up top versus down low.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're constantly churning and, wind and, heat and temperature, whatever.
Wait, did
it's
you just say
constantly-
we are constantly turning? What do you mean we are constantly turning?
I meant like our, the atmosphere in which we live is constantly moving. It's dynamic. And so
Okay.
you'd think that it seems like it's a general principle, I'm trying to be honest here, obviously barometric pressure might be different Tuesday versus Thursday at either one of these places, but nonetheless,
Don't you
the
find it
principle still
weird that they
follows.
call it? You don't find it weird that it's called atmospheric pressure? You don't find that weird?
Well, I just use the word barometric pressure, but no, I haven't found that part weird.
Hmm.
But did you catch my question? If I take this at face value, things are constantly moving. We live on a dynamic system, wind, temperature, etc. Why aren't we equalizing? Well, things are moving and it's dynamic, but in that case, why does the principle still follow that it is always going to be less air up versus more air down? Top of Everest.
Air is
versus-
made at the ground because all the gases are produced at the ground level.
Well, when I'm
also
sitting
where
on top of Mount Everest, I'm still on the ground, right?
Not surrounded by an
Yes,
awful lot
but
of
you're at
trees
a
or
higher.
most
I've
I mean-
never heard so many people in my life that have been to the top of Mount Everest than in this channel before.
Okay, should we do like, Pikes Peak in Colorado instead? The same principle applies.
Why do you go to all these places?
I've been there. Let's go with that. So we have less pressure up high. Okay, now what?
My question is I thought that pressure equalizes. Okay, well, it doesn't equalize because we live on a dynamic Earth. I kind of went through the highlighted pitch of, which I agree with, like temperature changes pressure, we can create a pressure gradient based on, wind, temperature, blah, blah, blah.
Can we define that
my-
pressure equalizes? Because you've been saying that multiple times. Who's arguing pressure equalizes?
Well, let's say I have a scuba tank that has 100 psi, and I put myself into a room that's has no leaks. It's an airtight room. Well, I can breathe in this airtight room for the next minute until I run out of air, and there's only 1 bar of pressure in this room. If I release that scuba tank and I let out all the air, well, the scuba tank is going to have the equal pressure to the room I'm sitting in currently. So that's what I'm talking about, right?
No. How
Now
much pressure's in the tank before you crack
Yeah,
it
how much
open?
did you put? How much did you put in the tank, dude?
Don't get me trapped in the math here, but my point was that
No, you're
regardless of how
trapping
much
yourself,
pressure,
bro. You're the one to put
Hold on.
yourself with the scuba tank in the room. You don't. We're not trapping you. You're trapping yourself.
You put me in this room. Hold on. So
You made
it
the
doesn't
room.
really
I was
matter for this example. It
Is
doesn't
there
really
more
matter how much.
pressure in the tank? Is there more pressure? We don't have to get a figure. Is there more pressure in the tank than there is in the ambient area of the room?
Yeah.
All right, so you crack the valve open. What's going to happen with that pressure? Is it going to try
The-
to equalize with the rest of the environment?
It is, and I guess in that example, both the tank at that point and the room will be equalized in pressure, irregardless of if I started at 1 bar in the room and now I'm at 3 bar. That doesn't really matter for the explanation. But the point is that both the
Right.
scuba tank and the air are now in the same, or in the air in the room are now at the same pressure. 'cause
And
we
now he's
equalized.
asking why isn't the same pressure on the room that at the top of Mount Everest?
Yeah. Why is there always a distinction between the
All your
it being
gases
higher
start at
pressure
ground
down low
level.
versus
Yeah, all your gases start at ground level, and it's colder up high, so less pressure.
But cold, doesn't
What
that
happens
increase
to
air
sorry?
density?
What happens to gas when it's colder as opposed to hotter? How would you
I kind
describe
of
that?
just answered that.
Would it be density of the gas then?
Yeah, the air would be
Gases tend to
denser.
be more dense when they're colder as opposed to more spread out when they're hotter. Less
He's not
dense.
trying to say this is gravity causing this, is he? Because gravity doesn't pull on gases. We can just dismiss all that.
Yeah, you're asking questions about gas law that's already really been covered by lots of people up until this point. So, are you asking us a different question than what's already been solved?
Yeah, to be fair, you're the one that asked about what do I mean when I'm talking about the air pressures equalize. So I went down that rabbit hole for you, if I recall correctly. So
I'm
being
just
fair,
asking what
if you want me
question.
to loop back to
I'm
my
trying to figure out
yeah,
what
if you want me to loop
you're
back,
talking about. Yeah, what are you talking
I'll loop
about?
back to the beginning. You guys were talking about Mount Everest and helicopters not being able to fly up high, blah blah blah. And it seems I've heard the argument before about like, okay, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Well, help me understand why we have a difference in gas pressure despite being in the same exact container.
We already talked about it. It's a dynamic system, as you admitted, and we have temper differentials, and we
everything
have
swirls
gas
around.
production
Remember,
down low.
you said
You've had the
everything's
question
swirling
answered
around
multiple
all day
times.
long. Swirly, swirly, everywhere it goes. That's what you said.
Are you okay, dude?
You guys are the ones getting upset right now. I don't know why.
I'm
But
not
hear me out.
upset. I'm trying to figure out why it is that you
Not at
can't
all.
hear the answers that you've been given.
So I
So we
totally
have
agree with you
pressure.
already. Oh my gosh.
Here's the question that we ask. The question that we ask is, how do you have gas pressure that you've been describing this whole time without a container? Could you demonstrate that for us?
So I'm not here to give you the status quo answers. I'm here asking some questions so that I can wrap my brain around it. And I
Well,
think
they've
you're
been
being a little
answered.
bit
So what are you going to
disingenuous
do?
here. Let me finish. I think you're being a
I'll
little
tell
bit
you. No, I'll
disingenuous
tell you
here.
what you've been doing.
Okay,
You've been
or not.
skipping a bunch of the variables they've been giving you. Because when you ask about the gas pressure equalizing and all that, and why is this the case that there's different pressure at different altitudes, and they're telling you that there is a lot of gas being produced on the ground. There is temperature changes in a dynamic system. You skipping those parts and actually just you're asking half a question. That's what you're doing. Asking like half a
I
question
don't think I
without
skipped
including
those
the other
parts.
stuff.
I asked questions on those parts. He just asked me to go back to my original question because we got trapped in this room with a scuba tank. And so I did. I asked my original question and you guys responded with,
Which is
hey,
half
it's a
a
dynamic
question.
system. Hold on. Hey, it's a dynamic system. We had different temperature, air is moving, more air gets created at the base of Everest than at the top of the Everest. And I'm trying to wrap my head around it by
Which is
asking, like,
bigger, the base of
why
Everest
don't
or
these
which is larger area, the base of Everest or the pinpoint of Everest?
You know my answer to that question. I'm not here to be
And
dishonest.
the very top covers the most area. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, why are you interrupting me to ask this question?
Because you keep saying it like it doesn't matter that the gases start at Earth level.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying I'm accepting that, hey, we live in a dynamic system, air moves around, temperature changes, this stuff. Yet, despite this fact, we never end up equalizing, whether we're at the base of Everest to the top of Everest or the base of Pikes Peak versus the top of Pikes Peak. You would think that at least at some point in the season, in the day, in the year, hey, we might actually have more air pressure at the top of one of these mountains than at the bottom, considering this is a dynamic system that's always constantly
We
churning.
do sometimes.
But we never have
discover
that.
meteorology. I
ahead,
mean,
Jenna.
if we're talking about higher pressure being above lower pressure, you might not have to use Everest as an example, but we witness this meteorologically pretty consistently. The overlapping of layers, one higher pressure not being able to push through a lower pressure that's above it because of the density of the lower pressure, colder air. And we see this inversion all the time, lower in the troposphere, where we are meteorologically. I'm talking about barometric pressure changes. It's highly relevant to the density, the temperature, the moisture content, blah, 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 of the gas. So we see these inversions all the time down here where we stand. This is where all
Agreed.
the,
Yet we never see
like, for
the air
example,
pressure
the sun, right, heats the surface of the earth. That radiates upwards and cools. Now, the fact that we have pressure at all is going to require a container. And the fact that we have a gas pressure gradient is only, again, evidence for the container itself. It's not, because if there was no container and available volumes of gas to fill, we would have an increasing lack of gas because it would keep fucking off. We wouldn't have pressure. It wouldn't be in the thermodynamic system that it is with energy passing around, temperature, for example, and matter with it that's gas. If it was open, if the system was open, the energy would leave. Carried by the gas primarily, get really cold real quick.
So there's an antecedent cause and effect relationships to the state of things that are in place at the moment, right? The gas pressure that you're asking about, there's antecedents that causes that, and the container is part of those antecedents as an antecedent cause and effect relationship. The container is required for the gas to push against causing the pressure. Do you get that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so you need something that precedes the other as an antecedent. And then if you have those things put together, you get what you have, the gas pressure. If you don't have that, you don't get the gas pressure. And you wouldn't be able to breathe air and ask the question that you're asking because you have to breathe air to be able to, make sound with your vocal cords. So you breathing air and making sound with your vocal cords is evidence that you live in a pressurized, contained environment. Denying it is delusional. But you cannot demonstrate otherwise.
You'd agree that both things can't be true. That we live in if we I guess when you were talking about if this happened, and I didn't hear exactly what this was, but like if we didn't live in a container, it'd get cold real fast. We'd lose all the air we breathe because we'd equalize to the outside pressure of what does the globe Earth say? Vacuum of space. And so we'd equalize, and okay, now the Earth would be a vacuum. But if I take that at face value, then it can't be true that that this would happen quickly, or this is something to worry about. If
it
we
wouldn't
live in
happen
this
quickly. It will
dynamic-
happen
2 seconds.
violently.
If
No, it will happen violently.
quickly, whatever.
Yeah.
My point is that this two things can't be true. That on the flip side of this is like, we have different air pressures at different spots. Top of Pikes Peak, base of Pikes Peak, one's low, one's high. Wouldn't, the higher we go, the lower air pressure we get, the less air I can breathe. Therefore, there'd be less pressure exerting or pulling from the vacuum of space, right? One or the other has to be true, I think.
It's quite dry up the top of mountains as well as composed to down on the floor. The moisture content is different.
I mean, all you have to do is just show us a gas pressure gradient inside a vacuum chamber. Good luck with that.
I want to see it do it with water and gas.
Jim, you read my mind. Show us the gas pressure gradient in the vacuum chamber. Go ahead. Good luck.
Yeah, I think you guys are kind of talking past me.
No, that was to you.
You brought up the
It had
vacuum of
nothing to do with
space.
what I just said.
Listen. When you bring the vacuum of space, when you bring that, you also bring in the earth, the water on the earth, and the gas
Yeah, but
around
you
it
didn't listen.
being
When I
surrounded
brought
by
that
the
up,
vacuum of space.
when I brought
Whilst
that up,
moving through it.
I brought that up in context of, hey, we have to have a container to have air pressure. And so, I was saying, and I said specifically, I was like, as a globe earther might say, so I wasn't trying to add this as my argument. I was just trying to point out that both can't be true at the same time, that we live in a dynamic system that if you took away the container, we'd vent out to vacuum of space, while also conceding the fact that the higher up you go, the less air pressure there is.
So you're confused.
If we open that
but
hinge, argument is that, we'd equalize with the vacuum of space, whatever's out there, right?
Out where?
I mean, I'm not positing anything.
Listen, bro. The confusion that you having is that you're mixing up the realist level that we having, and we can check and demonstrate, with a fantasy story that cannot be the case, and that's where your huge confusion is coming. You're trying to mix fantasy with reality, and it's not gonna work.
And whenever I brought up water and gas in a vacuum, right? I'm asking you to give a demonstration so that we can have the breaking point on this. Well, you think it has to have a container, and I think it doesn't have to have a container, but we can have the same things happen that we see in the world around us, right? Make an example of what you're saying, and then I'll just accept that I live in a vacuum.
Aren't you guys the ones saying that we live in a container? Yet, despite the fact that we live in a container, air pressure is not the same?
Yeah, I'm still surprised why you're confused about this. The
Yeah,
surface is where the temperature radiates from, where is produced and cycled, a surface for the gas to press against. As you increase away from this surface, this temperature gradient, which decreases with altitude, and gas production, which doesn't happen in the sky, I'm surprised why you're confused. There's more gas down below than there is up high. Temperatures here, it's hotter. It's fucking cold up in the sky, dude. The gas is produced down here at surface level. It goes up into an increasing volume above. There's a surface here for the gas to press against. Why are you confused? There's more gas here than up in the sky, away from where the gas is produced.
I'm not confused on that point. I'm confused on why it hasn't equalized. And if it hasn't equalized because we live in a dynamic system, why can't we produce an experiment? Can I finish?
So how long tactics? Can I get clarification? Can I get clarification from you? Unlike tactics, is the system that exists right now what you think happens when there is no container?
Relevancy?
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's in the troll
Tito,
tactic.
just give him let's give him a break. Just let him engage the last point with Jedi. I wanted to actually hear that though. My bad. I actually wanted to hear that.
Okay. But it was the same answer as before, though. It's just going to go around in circles. He's going to ask it, we're going to tell him, and then he's going to say, but I'm still confused as to blah, blah, X, Y, Z, and we'll say the same thing as we did last time and answer it exactly the same. And
Yeah, he's asking why he's not
swing back
equalizing.
and ask it the same question again, over and over. So I want to know, is the current system that we live in what he thinks happens when there isn't a container?
Maybe he's taking this opportunity to not answer anybody.
I already answered him, and I asked, "What's the relevancy?" It seems like you're trying to pin
sorry,
me
then
into
we didn't hear the
a
answer.
worldview, when the reality is I'm not over here trying to make claims or trying to put forth my, my beliefs. I'm just trying to understand yours and asking questions. But it seems like you want me to take a stance.
No, you're
so
not.
that you can
No, you're not.
pull
No, you're
out the
not, because
script
you've
and
been
start
given the answer
attacking.
to your question and you keep repeating the question, even though you just get the same answer.
I don't think that's true at all. And if you spent more time listening instead of interrupting, you'd find out.
Back with the soundboard for a moment. Thanks.
All right, what have they told you so far? What answer to the same question that you've been asking for the last half an hour have you been given?
I don't think you could have loaded that question up anymore.
Yeah,
What are you asking me?
You are not here on good faith.
Loaded it up with what, dude?
Steelman the answer. Steelman the position that you were given.
We need to have a container to have air pressure. And the fact that we don't have equal air pressure, or our air pressure hasn't equalized, is because gas is created from the surface of the earth, not at the mountain peaks, that we have temperature swings. Is that enough for you?
Dynamic system, right?
Is that good enough for you, actually? You know, the sun moves, so that makes heat, and that pushes all the air around. Whooshy, whooshy, whoosh. There you go. The end.
And being a little bit disingenuous here, but taking that at face value, you'd think that the top of a mountain peak, being closer to the sun, would be hotter than, the base.
No, you wouldn't.
What?
Yeah,
what a dumbass.
You know how radiant energy works, huh?
He does not.
Yeah. That's interesting. That you ever worked at a car shop or something like that, or the garage? I mean, really? It kind of goes back to the earlier conversation about these guys never really had any vocation. Their biggest thing is just like, hey, kid, go play with that tablet in the corner and leave everyone alone. This guy's not new. He used to talk to AV all the time. It's like one of the people that AV had on the perma ban. Like if he was here, he booted this dude.
That's fine, guys. It's okay. I mean, you guys want to push him out? I'll ban him right now if you guys want to. Okay, and I'll stay quiet. No, I don't know. I like to hear.
Ban him for
I
what? Ban
I
him
don't know.
for what?
I already heard multiple people saying ban him or something.
No, I'm not saying ban him.
Let's do it.
For
Let's do it, guys. Come on,
what?
ban him.
Gemsy, I said this guy's not new. He used to aggregate AV all the time.
I get it, bro. I'm enjoying the conversation, and Jedi engaging, and the other guys kind of replying to what he's saying. I'm actually enjoying the conversation. So just keep the ban button off, please.
And just to defend myself for a second, I don't know who AV is, and I don't think I've ever been banned from Flat Earth before.
Yeah, no one even talked about banning him, Jimsy. You're paranoid or something, bro. Take the tinfoil hat off.
I heard the word ban, AV, ban. Come on, guys.
Hablas Espanol?
Wait, did you said the word
No
ban?
one said
yes
Gemsy.
or no?
Gemsy. No, yeah, someone said the word, but no one was talking about banning
Okay,
him.
so now the next
But
guy is gonna say, okay, I don't like the guy, I don't like what he's saying. Let's just get rid of him, ban. Is that the conversation? Come on.
Dude, you need a nap.
no.
No,
But
I
yeah,
said
sure. Look, we can have all of the anti-flat Earth soy boys, and you can talk to them all over in the politics server. English Hub's
I'm-
not the place where we do that.
Yeah, but I mean, guys are trying to engage with him in the topics, so that's what I want to hear.
Gemsy, all I was
Right.
saying is that AV had some rules that he went by when he was when he was a moderator who was online. He had people that he would not engage with, and he
Yeah,
would temporarily ban
know
them
that.
when he was there. I said this Tic Tac guy was one of the people on top of the list of that. He would not, if AV was around, he would not entertain this dude for 1 nanosecond.
And then I'm gonna make my own list. DJ's gonna make his list. The other guy's gonna make a list, and we ban everybody.
I like the sound of this.
Yeah, I like
It
this.
sounds like a gradient, like some kind of gradient system.
Says who's gonna make his list. Everybody, let's all make the list.
There's only 2 people on my list right now.
I know one.
Let's
The
just
other.
make sure everyone that joins is in someone's list. And
Look,
that'll
Gemsy, if you had your way, you'd have Brenda here and Eggshells and
No, that will be you. You will have
and
Brenda here.
JJ Soyfish and
Nah,
Oliver.
that will be you. That will be
and
you.
it would just
I
be
never
chaos.
said that.
What about
No, that will
Robert?
be you.
Gemsy, how
We have
about
one
Robert?
person.
people that-
We have one person at the moment, guys. Right now, we have one person. We've been trying to engage with someone, you know.
Yeah, Gemsy, I think you missed it. We were having a pleasant conversation.
We have 2 now. We have
Okay.
Gemsy and that other guy now. Now we have 2.
Gemsy, we were talking about some stuff. It wasn't even that big of a deal, and it was the whole.
No, it's not a
room,
big
and
of a
this-
deal. No.
No, this guy jumped in. He derailed the conversation, and we followed it where it was going to go. It seems like at this point, it's not going anywhere fast. We made space for this guy to talk, and he's just taking a dump, like in the middle of the room. You're like, okay, well, thanks for that.
It's. I mean, the points are being brought up, right? The actual valid points. Vegeta brought up many points. Setsu brought really good points. Radwin brought good points. Yeah, that's the whole point. Talking about it.
We do have Shay in here. We also have Trust Yourself Only. I'm sure they know that the Earth is
Because
flat.
I'm not just listening to that guy. I'm hearing what the other guys are saying. I'm not just listening to his BS.
All right, so let's go through it.
When Jedi replies and makes sense about the points, I'm like, yeah, there you go. Thanks, Jedi.
So is the globe sense or nonsense?
Globe sense is nonsense, so it can't be globe sense.
I mean, if I see a spinning ball like in my head, does that make it sense?
That's imagination.
Is the ball moving up, down, sideways? Which way does the ball move when it's spinning in the universe?
Like
all
a
the
globe
ways, all at the same time. We all know
How
this.
can it move always, all at the same time, always?
Because it's relative.
Yes.
It's relative to your observer.
Is that why it looks like nothing's moving?
Yeah, everything is relative.
What if I was a who on a speck of dust on Crit's ceiling fan, and Crit turns the ceiling fan on? Does the universe spin, or does the ceiling fan spin?
I would say Herbert here's a who.
That dust is going to fall into somebody's coffee, and that's pretty gross.
Trust Yourself Only. Do you have a mic that works? Or are you in bed with 8 people in the room? That's the new one that everyone likes to use.
Well, there's people in the room that are
But
sleeping.
rent is expensive, so people are definitely in the same room trying to pay rent for that room. Yeah, that's
Fair
the case
point.
for many people.
It's a fair point. I'm just wondering why people can't leave the room that they're in to have a conversation. But, I guess if people don't want to leave, that's fine. Or talk. So trust yourself is not going to touch this topic. We've got Bucciorino. Bucciorino, welcome.
Mucho gracias for joining the channel.
Hi, brother. How are you?
Fantastic. You know the Earth is flat.
Me?
Yeah.
Where's the flag, bro?
Everywhere.
Under your feet. Unless you walk on your hands and it's under your hands. Do you think that's bullshit?
Ban him. Ban him. I don't like him.
Well, Mucciorino left.
He left.
Too
Yeah.
scary.
Good. He left. Good.
No, I banned him, Jeb. Z told me to ban him, so I did. That's why he's not there.
There you go.
I thought you said banned him, like play the marching band, and he marched out of here.
That's exactly. Yeah,
Oh
you
shit!
got it.
Well, he got permaban now, so I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, he wasn't making any sense, so yeah.
Anybody else want to play band songs?
Trombones are proof of entropy.
If I hear an Australian again, he's banned.
Rusty trombones are proof of globe Earth.
Oh, Rusty Trombone is back?
He's renamed Rusty P.
Yep.
He forgot the second P, Rusty PP.
I mean, for Rusty does like the newsletter though.
Hey Creed, no joined. No. Tell Creed what no means, because he doesn't know.
Yeah, does no mean yes or does no mean no?
No, please clarify this for us. Please. Come on now. I think that's a no. I think that's a no.
He doesn't know what no means. Yeah, that's a tip of the hat. Like, we're going to some of the dankest globalist spaces. You'll tell them no, and they don't know what no means. You're like, dude, like, no is no in like 80 languages. Be like, yeah, well, you're just an anti-government conspiracy theorist who your mother hates you and you want to feel special online. I'm like, well, no, that's not. They'll go, yes, no. No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's what you're talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about measurements and observations of the surface of the Earth. You're talking about everything other than that.
We got Giran in here. Welcome, Giran.
Welcome, guys. How are you doing, guys?
Fantastic. Enjoying a nice day on the flat Earth. You want to ban him, Jimsy, already?
No, go ahead. No, I was talking about someone else.
Already? All right, hold on.
Banning boy.
Bye.
Oh, that was too quick.
Anyway, Giran, we're talking about the Earth today. And we found out that it's flat.
It's not,
No
bro.
bullshit.
It was
Okay.
on the news. It was on the news that the Earth is flat. You can't hide it anymore.
Where? Can you send me that, please?
No, you're
See?
gonna have to go search it yourself.
That was
Okay,
the
let's
test,
go.
Giran. That was the
I'll
test, Giran. If we tell you that it was on the news and you instantly get interested, that means that most of the time you trust only what you see on TV, right?
Yeah, right.
Right. So is it only true because it's on TV, or should we check and maybe get like a second opinion?
Yeah, bro. You just search by yourself. With this, like, this information.
Right. So you should definitely check for yourself. You should, check for different information. So we did. We checked to see if the Earth was curving anywhere. It turns out that it isn't. So The Earth is indeed flat. In fact, we found out that everybody, everywhere, always references and measures the Earth to be flat.
Okay, as I expect, if the Earth flat, you can see every world by your or something like microscope or
Well,
something like you can see the the further the further
right. Well,
I don't know
there's
how
a
to say
problem with
that.
that, bro. There's a problem with that. Number one, there's
Yeah.
this thing called angular size change with distance. So you know when things go far away from you, they appear to get smaller.
Yeah.
Okay. So when things are really, really far away, to a certain extent, you can't see them anymore. 0.02 arc seconds, I think is what it is. 0.02 degrees. Anything beyond that, the human eye cannot resolve. So even if we got out an optic, like let's say a telescope, right?
Yeah.
Something really high powered. The other
Yeah.
thing that we're going to run into is that the air is not completely transparent. You actually can't see through the air, even though it looks really clear, kind of close around you. At about 250 to 300 miles, it becomes completely, it's like a brick wall. You can't see through it. It stacks up, right? It accumulates. So you can't
Oh.
see through that much air. So we have a limited view across the surface of somewhere in the ballpark of 250 to 300 miles. So that
I
idea
started
is not going to
believing
work.
that. Bro, you're saying think that's true. It's hard to believe you. When you think
Yeah, well,
and really imagine of that, really like complicated things. Very complicated.
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things that complicate our vision or our ability to see across the surface of the Earth, many things. Those are just a couple of them. So it turns out that whenever we do measure across the surface, like with measuring tools and lasers and stuff like that, the Earth is indeed flat. There is no curve.
Yeah. I agree with you actually. When you're saying that, really trust what you're saying. But, but let's say just 25 like percent of humans like believe this not or like um, the earth is flat. So how do you make everyone know this information about topics you are talking?
Oh, well, I don't know if you can make everybody accept it. It's more a matter of acceptance, right? It's not whether or not you can prove it. It's more a matter of whether or not people want to believe it. Now, if we hit 25%, to me, that's critical mass. If we hit 25%, everybody else would probably change their mind overnight. But it's really difficult because people want to believe that they live on a ball for a myriad of different reasons, lots of different reasons. And I can't tell you why that is. Most of the time, it's just because they're very connected to it. It was something that they learned when they were really, really young, and they just kind of like the idea, and they like Star Wars, and they don't believe that anyone could ever possibly lie to them. Apparently, they're all so brilliant that no one could ever pull the wool over their eyes. No one could deceive them. No one could lie to them. They're pretty savvy.
Agree with you.
Yeah. So we just try to help people understand that if you do measure the Earth, it measures flat in all directions, especially across the water. I mean, the land's bumpy. We get that. But the water itself is all flat and horizontal everywhere we check. So you can't have a big giant water ball when the water is flat.
Another question, please.
Okay.
Bro, can I ask?
Do you know astronauts when they go out of Earth, it looks like square or yeah, like
Bro, can I ask a question?
Well,
You
hold
can
on.
ask a
Let me
question
just.
after the other guy.
I'm gonna let Radwin handle this one. All right. So triggering triangle. Can you handle this one?
Sure. I banned Gemsy. What's he doing here still?
Anyways, this guy was talking about space.
Oh,
I figure you
I
should
like
tell.
space.
Yeah.
Who is it?
yeah.
He's asking about astronauts. I mean, aquanauts. I think it's aquanauts, right? Aquanauts.
Astronauts. When they go out of Earth, it looks like, and when they see the Earth, when they in the moon and see the Earth, it looks like a square, or
A
it's
square.
not flat. It's not flat, like
Yeah,
yeah.
so nobody flies up in the air. Isn't that amazing? That's just a TV show. They fooled
Yeah.
you. Yeah, they fooled you.
Really.
So how do you like that?
I don't know. I just
He's trying to tell you that space is fake. I was trying to hope that he would do that, but now I have to do it.
No, I'm going
Oh.
to. If you would just respond, so I can try to figure out if I can hear him right yet.
Okay.
Yeah, first finish biting on those tacos, Radwin, then answer.
What? Did you stop over and leave him on my doorstep or something?
It's Amazon delivery drones. Go ahead. Aquanauts, answer.
Astronaut man, what's the question?
All right.
I
is it
meant,
my turn?
yeah. You can go,
Oh,
actually.
I can
Think they're not-
ask a question.
Exist. It's just pretend.
There is
Bingo.
there's no person go to the moon,
Nope.
or what?
No.
What? Just like being
Just like
what?
that, too. Just like that. Poof! Out of your mind.
Oh, sorry, my brother. I had something. Sorry.
Okay, my brother,
I-
you're forgiven. Ask your question. This is your time to shine. Go ahead.
All right.
But upon further investigation, when we measure the surface of the Earth,
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh,
Sorry to
okay.
interrupt. If you take a look at Google Map, you'll see that the Earth is actually round. Right? It's
Okay, thank you. I thought you were asking us why we said the Earth was flat.
Okay, buddy, let me clear something for you, right? When you ask a question and you finish the sentence with a question mark, whoever is gonna reply to you, they're gonna start a sentence, and during the middle of their sentence is not the time for you to start talking again. Do you
all right.
get that?
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm glad.
Is because when we measure upon the surface of the Earth, it measures to be horizontal over any and all distances that we can measure. Those distances that we can measure should show curvature if the Earth was a sphere. So we're measuring for that curvature, and when we go to measure for it, we do not measure it. We measure the Earth to be flat.
All
can
right.
speak
I
now,
see
Ted.
where you're coming.
Cool. Thank you.
So the image that you spoke about,
Can
like whatever.
I have like a follow up question?
Yes, after I finish my sentence. So the image that you say Google Maps of whatever, that imagery that you're looking at, that will be a misrepresentation or whatever you imagine it to be, because you probably don't comprehend what you're looking at in the imagery. You're coming to a conclusion about it, but you're missing a bunch of variables to actually to come to an actual conclusion of what you're looking at. So what you're thinking in your head is not what is actually happening in reality, because what we can check when we the question is, why do you guys think the earth is flat? So because when you go out there in the real world and you measure the surface of the earth, the measurements show you that it's not curving. Therefore, it cannot be the imaginary thing that you have in your head, a sphere. The earth cannot be that thing that you imagine it to be. You get it? Yes? No? Yes, no? New question?
Yes. Another question, please.
Okay, go ahead, Jedi.
So I just like prompted and asked ChatGPT to make a follow up question to what the person that just said. and he said, "Why presume flat Earth believers are the ones needing conversion? If you are aiming for debate, here is a contrarian jab. What if both models crumble under scrutiny and reality is neither disk nor ball but something weirder, like a holographic projection or simulated plan?"
Okay, can you stop right there? Disk,
Yeah, I can stop.
right? Model, no. There's no model for the Earth. It's a measurement of the Earth. No model required. We don't say the Earth is a disk. That's a claim to a shape. We don't claim a shape to the Earth. Flat isn't a shape. Flat is a surface description, specifically in the Earth's case, horizontal. So the Earth is horizontal, my friend, not a disk. It's interesting when you ask ChatGPT things. It's like instant
If
straw
no
man.
model, but like if no model is required,
Yep.
how do you explain airline routes like Sydney Santiago flying direct in 12 hours instead of 20,000 plus miles around your age? What's your falsifiable prediction for that?
Sorry, aircrafts fly around routes using coordinate systems. There are many types of coordinate systems. The one that they use is longitude and latitude. That's not a globe, that's a person-centered observation of the sky above them and the coordinate system referenced from the sky above them from a horizontal plane. Flight routes are flight routes, dude. They go from airport to airport. They're not going to take any longer or any shorter if the earth was flat or whatever. They take the time they take.
What is your background? Do you have a degree?
50 years of living on this earth and experiencing the earth as flat and stationary, and then going out and measuring the earth for curvature to see if it curved over the distance that it should do if the earth had a radius of 3,959 miles. When measuring the earth, it measures to be horizontal across any distance of water. Now, if water is 70% of the surface of the earth and water is measured to be flat, then the earth is flat. It's not a sphere, or we would measure curvature over a distance on the earth. That's my background in this. Everything else is absolutely irrelevant.
And
Are
he's
you married?
British, which
Are,
it
no, wait a
puts him
minute,
at the top
brother.
of the pyramid.
Brother, this will be my last question for this guy Jade. Apparently he's quite old. He said he's 50 years old, right? My last
That's
question
not
is
old. How dare you? How dare you? That's not
Dude, I'm
old.
44.
what?
I'm
Listen,
44. Am I old too?
50 is rip old age.
No, it isn't.
listen. Do you have a sister? Because Jedi is single though.
No, I'm just saying that's why was literally the question that I wanted to ask. Like,
Okay, so
does
do you
it
have a sister? Yes or no? Because this is relevant to your question, right? You asking him if he's single?
Jade,
Maybe because he's British and rich. That's why you asking because you have a sister, right? That's why you asking.
Jade, are you married? Do you have kids?
It's absolutely irrelevant, dude.
I do
Yeah.
know that it is irrelevant, but like it can like
I'm
sort
not
of connect
answering
the
personal
dots.
questions, dude. We're live streaming on YouTube, so I'm just going to put a stop in it. You want to ask about the flat earth? Go ahead. You want to ask about me, my family, and shit? No, go away.
All right,
Thank you.
I got a twin brother that is single. You have a sister? Yes or no?
Hey, Gemsy, can you shut the fuck up?
Okay, I'll shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Jedi.
All right, Jade, what is your ultimate point?
I'll answer. We're just trying to help people understand that their everyday experience is exactly as the Earth is, right? So how you experience, flat and stationary and
But
enclosed,
like,
that's all
sorry,
true.
sorry to interrupt. Sorry, I'm really sorry to interrupt. But like, What is the point whether the Earth is
No,
flat or
don't
not?
lie. You're not sorry. Stop lying. You're not sorry. Don't lie.
No, no. Like actually, I'm
Just
saying like,
interrupt,
how
but
does
don't say
that?
you're
How
sorry
does
because you're not. Come on.
how does that affect your life whether the Earth is flat or not?
Well, no, I mean, I think it's a question for you probably. You're the one asking the question, so why do you care so much?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, is
Why do you
it
care
even
then?
important to know whether the Earth is flat or not? It doesn't contribute anything.
It does. You know why? Because when you want to travel on an airplane and you want to make it safely, the engineers that construct the airplane, they have to account for the Earth to be flat and motionless. So if you want to travel in an airplane and make it there's alive, you have to take that into
That
account.
is
That the Earth is
that is
flat
their
and stationary.
job,
You
right?
sound like a
That
pilot.
is
You
their
sound.
domain,
It's
not
okay,
me.
lady. Go make a sandwich. Just relax. We're talking to
I'm
the
in
adults
Thank
here.
you.
business. I'm in finance and business.
What's that
I'm
got
your
to
All
do
right,
mother.
with anything? What's that got to do with
that
making
is
sandwiches?
that has nothing to do with me.
You
That's
listen.
not
You
my
asked a
domain.
question. Why does it matter, right? It matters because people want to do things in reality, and when you do things in reality, you have to take reality into account to get stuff done. That's why it matters. Do you get that or no?
I do get that. All right.
Oh, I'm
Have a
glad
good
that you
one.
did because I had my doubts.
No, I completely understood what you said. Okay, thank you. I will go. I have a good one.
You as well. Thank you very much. Another customer satisfied. Thank you, guys.
No problem, guys.
But
Lady, do you have a
ultimately,
question? Go ahead, lady. You have any question, lady?
Yes, I have.
Go ahead. In relevance to the topic of the VC, nothing else, okay? We don't want to know about sandwiches or anything. Go ahead.
Okay. I can prove that the Earth is flat.
Yeah? Finally,
Yes.
we got someone that can do it. Go ahead, tell me.
The water. When you see the water, you see the water.
Oh, she has a giggle syndrome. Oh no, lady, you have a giggle syndrome that you cannot say something without giggling. Oh, she's giggling again.
The water.
Go ahead, just take a deep breath. You know this is gonna help you though. Take a deep breath. Deep breath, and now say what you wanna say. Go ahead.
The heat of the water is decomposing, so it means that it's flat.
I'll say that in English though.
It was a horizon flat plane since beginning of creation.
All right, just relax, just relax. Just, I mean, practice a little more. Try to do more reading. Grab some textbooks. Listen to some videos about the topic. I could send you links if you like. Some links about
Can you
information,
send
laser
me?
tests. I could send you links about many of these topics. Go through that. Gather the information and then try to formulate an argument again. Because right now it's not working though.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Just DM me if you're interested in the information so you can go study first.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If you have like a brother or someone else that have questions and they can actually formulate something, maybe you can invite them here. You have a friend or something?
Yes, I have a friend.
Good, good. Does your friend has a question? Just you can pass the question to us. Do
Okay.
you have a question?
Why the water is flat?
Why is it flat? Oh my god, that's a
How you
good
wait? How you
question.
understand that it's flat?
Because the Earth is flat. That's why the water's flat.
There you go.
How you know that? How you see the air? The air you cannot be seen.
No, you can't change it now. You got your answer. You asked me why. How's the
It's
water?
invisible.
The
It's
Earth is flat.
invisible.
So if the Earth was a ball, it wouldn't be flat water, would it?
Bro, she just
It
told you
would.
that the water is invisible. So you've never seen water, lady? You've never seen
No,
water?
I said that the air is invisible.
Oh, the air is invisible. The
What's
earth
the
or
air
the
have to
air?
do with the water?
The air.
The air is invisible. Okay. And then what?
You didn't know that?
And then what? So the air is invisible. Okay, and then what?
And then the water is flat, and there sky. There is a
The grass
that
is
is
green.
like a circle, you know.
Dogs go bark.
Oops.
Cats go meow. And chickens go cuckoo.
You understand me?
And you know why the sun rises? Because the roosters go kikiri.
Go make a sandwich.
I did it already though, without bread. And the bread was flat. That's why I didn't use the bread, because the
It's your
bread was
job.
flat.
You're supposed to be making sandwiches right now.
Guys, everything is flat.
The thing is though that she has this giggle syndrome, and when people giggle while making food, they spit on the food. So please don't make any sandwiches.
Oh, that's gross.
Can't have flat level C water on globe. Can't have flat. What does it mean? Can't have flat level C.
Actually, listen. You practicing the English at the moment, but if you get a little more serious instead of kind of like just trying to make fun of the whole situation, we can get serious. And actually, I mean, I'm serious, but just be more serious about if you want to engage with people in here. Okay? A
Ah,
bit
wait,
more
I
serious.
remember. It's because of the way that the water is flat. Because the way it pushes us down. You understand?
Air pressure pushes on the water, right? Makes it flat. Air pressure makes water flat because the Earth is flat.
Period. Yes, but when you swim inside the sea, right? When you go inside the sea, you see somewhere flat. No, it's not flat inside the sea. Bro, you
Wow.
understand me?
Yeah, the surface is horizontal, but the seabed's got rocks in it and valleys and volcanoes. Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, but the
And
surface is flat.
it makes it look like it's flat because it has rocks and sand, but when you go inside and you swim with the fish, Sammy.
Yeah,
Ah,
it's absolutely deep and profound. Sorry, James.
And
You
when
go.
you go that because you can only swim at the surface. You can't really swim underwater for more than 30 seconds or a minute, maybe at the most. But you have to swim at the surface, and it's
Lady, the flat that we're trying to tell you a little bit about is that it has, I will say, it's perpendicular to vertical, right? Because you're thinking flat as a flat TV or a flat paper on a wall. That's the about.
that's what I'm thinking.
But flat as a orientation, like you have something called your vestibular system in your body, right? You know, there's a liquid inside of your ears, and that gives you an orientation. If you tilt your head, the liquid in your body with it, right? And you can tell that you're tilted off the horizontal. You get that?
No.
So, okay.
I
Just
don't
search
understand English.
vestibular system. Oh, you don't understand English. So just go to the beginner channel, like I told you before. Do some studies, do reading, just improve your English, and you might be able to have this conversation. Because at the moment, you can't.
Bro, no, you're telling something about horizons and these hard words.
Yeah, that's why I told you that you should go do some reading first, some studying, because when we speak more like an advanced English conversation, and you are at the beginning, as you just admitted
Hello,
to.
guys.
You don't comprehend the words.
Okay, why are you so mad?
No, I'm not mad. I'm saying that. Remember earlier I told you if you want to learn about the topic, you should check the links that we're able to provide for you. You can do the reading, check the videos, and with that information, you'll be able to open your mic in here and actually talk about what you learned.
Hey, Gemzy.
Okay.
It's me. Do you remember me, bro? I was here the other day.
Yes, but people are banning the people that are, they they're kind of like don't like people that like wasting other people's times, and I think they have you on that list though.
Yeah, you guys muted me the other day.
Not me, not me.
No, not you personally, but somebody else did, and obviously we had
Yeah,
a good
I'm just
discussion.
saying that all I'm saying is that people that if there's someone that doesn't live here, you're gonna get banned. I'm just saying. So go ahead. Say something to me. Go
I
ahead.
just
Yeah,
wanted to say
Jamesy,
hello.
you can just have, but talk to Jamesy. He won't mute you, but he'll just kind of troll you, basically.
Oh no, I'm not here to troll. I'm just here to say hello. Like, how you guys doing?
Jamesy kind of is.
We're good, thank you.
No, I just want to see how are you guys doing? Have you been keeping well?
Yes, doing all right. How about
Good to
yourself?
hear.
Trying
I'm
to
good,
stay
thank you, bro.
positive.
I'm here to carry on learning. I was here the other day.
Yeah,
I'm just here
exactly.
to
That
listen.
I'm just telling the facts because the other day you and I were talking about something and you got muted, and I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
I'm stating the facts.
Yeah, no, I agree. We started on the wrong foot, but
No, you're not getting muted, so go ahead.
I feel like I was misunderstood at the time, but we're cool now.
No, it's all good, bro. So the lady was trying to talk to us, but she said that she doesn't comprehend certain words, so I was telling her that she
I'm
has to
telling.
do some studies.
No,
I'll let the
I don't
lady
have
speak. I'll let the
I
lady
know I
speak.
have IQ.
Oh, you have IQ.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're smart, are you?
You have a IQ one.
Is that like
Maybe.
IKEA, but like the Middle Eastern version? Instead of like
Guys, anything. Anyways.
Many things. In many ways, yes. You say anything's.
No, I
Yeah,
meant anyways.
many ways, yes. There's many ways,
No,
yes.
anyways.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's many ways.
Hasn't got an S on it if you want to be understood.
Can you please let me?
Go
So
ahead.
when you go to the sea,
Is it Burger King? You can have it your ways.
I don't think you could if I let you. I mean, I'm letting you, but you can't. So you're asking, can you guys let me? But I don't think you can.
what do you need to? But I need to try.
Make your point.
So generally speaking, when you go to the beach to swim, scientists, according to scientists, the sea is very deep. Okay. So deep that you cannot see the surface. Surface. So with that thing, how you know that the earth is flat when you cannot see the down, the circle, the curve that is doing? You understand?
DJ comprehend. Go ahead, DJ. DJ, the lady had a question for you. DJ, hello.
No, you can do it.
I
Because
didn't
you're smart.
comprehend the question. I don't know what you mean.
You didn't understand anything.
When you see the
Why?
surface, the water.
Gemsy's from Cuba. He doesn't
Yes.
understand you.
Right.
Correct.
So how can you not see the top of the water when you're swimming on the top of the water?
No. The down.
So the
Look up.
bottom, the seabed.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's because there's a lack of light. The lights can't go through the water so fast. You can't see the bottom because there's no light down there. There's the answer to that question.
There you go.
What? You can put the light here.
Since light slows down in water, would it take billions of years to eventually see the light down there?
Wild, you're hot micing Wild Bill at the moment. I mean, not hot micing, but feeding.
Anyway, tomorrow
That's better.
again. Bye.
Bye. Thanks God. Hallelujah.
Why is there so many people on mute? There's
That
like
was
so
some of
many
the more.
people. We
Sorry,
keep
man.
speaking
Go
at
ahead.
the same
Go
time.
ahead, Wild Bill. Well,
Holy,
Wild Bill, that was
he can't
some
even
of the
get it
most
out.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that was some of the most ridiculous argumentation I've ever heard. I don't know what her deal was.
she was jumping in the middle of the conversation with the money sign guy, and she just wanted to kind of troll a little bit. That's why I kind of like messed with her a bit, because she was the first interrupting two people. That's the first
And I've
misstep, you
learned
see.
the hard way from doing that, as you guys know.
And then when I was actually trying to engage with her, she started giggling, right, while talking to me. So that's another misstep. I mean, you can giggle, but it's obviously she was trying to troll. So what did you think? And then I try, hey lady, please, your English. And she was saying, I don't know, the English was not there. So I told her, just go through the links, go through the information. That's not me trolling. Isn't that like more constructive? She said she didn't comprehend the words. She doesn't know what we're talking about. So just go do the study first and then come back. I mean, isn't that fair?
Yeah, she was
Yeah.
just a silly kid. She was the one earlier, I think. I'm not even gonna repeat saying it was just ridiculous. She was here a couple hours ago, I think.
Oh, there you go. But then DJ say I was trolling her when she was trolling us. So yeah. Next one. Who's next? Oh, she attempted to troll,
He's got
but
his feelings hurt today, so he's mad at everybody.
No, you misunderstanding.
Why are you
Radwin,
yelling
what's
at me
going on with
now?
you?
Why are you yelling at me now?
Eat your tacos. You'll feel fine
Hey,
after.
why do all the cars in Cuba look like they're from the 1950s?
Because they're the best
Because
in the
we've been
cars.
fix them though.
Ooh.
Yep.
Wait, you're not Australian?
Oh, you're an alien. If you came here, you'd be an illegal alien if you came to the U.S.
Guys, I want to hear it.
That's easy.
Go on.
Have at him, lads.
Oh, so you're
Hey, converted to the Islamic religion recently,
Might as
have you,
well
mate?
be. You know.
You just got back from evening prayer, so you're just off to it.
Wait,
mate,
isn't England like a Muslim country?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Pretty
so you're Muslim.
I might as well be.
Yeah. That's cool. Welcome all the Muslims, brothers
not
and
Muslim.
sisters.
I'm not Muslim. Don't ever- Please.
Just kidding. Check on the new people, Radwin. Do your job. Come on.
I'm doing my chat. I got to keep people occupied. They're asking me for scientists and all this, so I gave them a scientist. The one who debunked gravity. We lied to you about gravity, but now they're going to find out that gravity's just made up.
What do you think about that 011? What have you gathered from since you've been here? I've heard you a few times and we engaged for a bit, but give me like a resume. How do you say? Short
011. 3.
Yeah.
Why are you at 3?
Sorry. Jamesy, could you repeat yourself? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Just can you give me what have you gathered out of this channel? Like a compact version of everything. Go ahead.
To be honest, a few things really. You know, I've understood the tools which measure the Earth, the levelness of the Earth. I believe it was Triggering Triangle who said he personally measured the Earth with a device. I cannot remember the exact name of it, but he measured it. He measured the levelness, and he said there's no curve. There's a few things I've picked up. I can't remember exactly what I've picked up, but that's why I'm here, to keep on learning. You know, I'm trying to educate myself. To be honest, that's the honest answer, and that's why I'm back, because I'm here to educate myself. Obviously, gravity is a theory, cannot be proven. We all know that.
Or defined, even. Can you even
There you go.
define what? Yeah, just say
The
what
way
is.
the way I look at it is, if an object is denser than the air around it, it will drop. So yeah.
That's an interesting definition.
I mean, that's the simplified version I have in my head. If you guys could expand on that, I'd love to know more.
It's as simple as it gets, though, right? I don't think anyone's going to deny the phenomenon thing, and it falls in the way that you described. Or conversely, something would rise if the conditions and the object were different, for example. No one's going to argue with that. We're just going to argue about the cause because it's associated with fear, and that would mean of the Earth would curve. The surface of the Earth doesn't curve, so the gravitational idea, for example, the creation of the Earth and other planets, everything everything pulling towards the center of mass, that idea has been debunked just because of the measurement of the surface of the Earth. We don't claim to know what gravity is. We just point out what everybody else points out. They don't know what gravity is.
Fair enough.
Say gravity is a theory. What does that actually mean?
A theory is something that doesn't have evidence. I believe it doesn't have evidence to support it. It's kind of like, don't really know how to explain it
Help me
myself.
with this one.
Pardon?
When he described gravity as a theory, is that? I mean, we're in the English channel, so I'm just wanna see if that actually how you use it. Gravity is a theory. Is that the correct way to say it, Jedi?
No, he didn't say scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, it would be based on scientific hypotheses that have been validated through an experiment. Then you can base your theory upon things that you've proven to be true. This is more like a colloquial theory, like an idea, because really you can't do any of the science. It's just an idea to explain. Usually comes along with the mathematics, which is the language that helps you explain your idea. So it's a theory.
Okay.
It's not a scientific theory. So I've got an idea.
Right. Because you can't measure it, can you?
Measure what?
You can't measure gravity.
What do you mean? We can measure
like
the
I
rate of
said-
objects falling, right?
Yeah, but that's not gravity.
But that's the phenomena of the object dropping, and we can measure its rate of acceleration to the 8 meters per second squared.
So, do you think gravity exists or doesn't?
Okay? So two things, right? Gravity, either the phenomena that we observe, the thing falling down, or the cause of the phenomena making it fall down. Now we all observe the phenomena. I'm not saying there's a cause.
Okay. You see, when I think of it, right, I think of gravity, this theory that Isaac Newton discovered. This thing of like this force pulling down objects into the center of the Earth.
That's
You
a
know, they
law
say-
of gravity.
Let
Newton.
me speak, please.
Yeah, you got it wrong. Okay, Newton.
No, I'm explaining. No.
the law
This
of
is not
gravity.
what I believe. I'm just making a point. Please let me speak.
Okay, yeah, but when you're off, okay, you're just dead wrong. That if you talk about Newton, that's the law of gravity.
Yeah, right.
Einstein gave us a theory of gravity.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah,
My
just
apologies.
so you're on the right. Make sure you're on the right footing before you step.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. back to what I was saying. So the theory of gravity, whatever they call it, it's the idea of big objects pulling smaller objects towards them. For example, they say NASA will say Jupiter has huge gravitational field. It holds all the planets in place, right? So this theory of big objects pulling smaller objects towards the center, to me, it sounds a bit debatable. If I look at it in a kind of obvious way, the way I see it, right? You're holding a ball, you drop that ball, it drops. Why does it drop? Because it's denser than the things around it, the air around it, the oxygen, whatever it is, So when you
That's
guys
why you can
say,
check, demonstrate, and verify, right? You can actually
yeah,
control
exactly.
certain variables, and you can kind of confirm that that's the case to a
Yeah, I
certain
mean,
within a certain parameter. But when you said that you can debate for the other side, that's actually not a debate because the other side cannot demonstrate their side. A debate will be like my opinion about gun rights, or I don't know, you like green and I like red. We can debate about which one is better. We could debate about that, but debating about there's no debate between fantasy and reality, though.
yeah.
Law, like Newton's law of gravity, that's not a debate. That's like a natural law. You see things falling at a rate.
Yeah.
The
Thing is,
main problem is that when
the
he
reason I was
says,
mistaken. Carry on.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason I was mistaken is because in school I always learned that like Isaac Newton discovered gravity. When I think of gravity, I think of him.
He didn't discover
The
it
apple
though.
falling
He
from the
didn't
tree.
find it he didn't
No,
find it in
yeah,
the natural
I
world.
understand that now.
Yeah.
But what I've always been taught was that he, came up with the theory. I never knew Einstein actually discovered it properly.
Einstein didn't discover anything either. That's not a
Well, he
discovery. A discovery
well,
will be me discovering
you know what I'm trying to
something,
say.
right?
You know what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say.
They made stories about their ideas in their minds and put it on paper and call it what they called it.
Yeah.
It's not a discovery. That's not something you discovered.
So, I've been wondering, like, so are you saying like they're lying, and why would they lie? It's
Right.
one thing I've been wondering myself.
Okay. Let's use Newton as an example. He thinks, because of the current learning at the time, because he's part of that establishment, that the Earth is a sphere, making astrological observations and so on. He's working on this theory, and he's trying to make up a mechanism and answer this question as to what makes the world go round. Not only why things fall to the floor, but in his case, after he saw the apple fall from the tree, he looked up at the sky and he was asking the question, well, why do things go round and round? He's working with inside the paradigm. That's what he's doing. He's not necessarily lying. He's just trying to make the world work from his point of view.
Okay, interesting. So when it comes to Einstein, the person who believed gravity was an actual thing, what was he thinking?
Probably the same thing. The Earth is a sphere. Now, I don't agree with Newton with his idea of the mechanics of what makes the world go round and up and down. I'm going to come up with another way to do it that I can explain with math. I'm going to say there's a four-dimensional space-time fabric. And because objects are really, really big, they bend and warp this space-time fabric, which causes things at speed that were going in straight paths to have curved paths. We call them orbits. Or if they're close to the object of mass, they will be described as vertical paths straight down towards the center. He's just coming up with a mathematical mechanism that explains the world in which he perceives to exist, the Earth being a sphere.
Okay. The one thing that leaves me wondering is that, like, when it comes to maths, like, you're either wrong or you're right when it comes to maths. It's not like there's a maybe. It's either you're wrong or you're right. You either have the exact answer or you don't. It's like when
You
you
ever
put
worked
2
with
plus 2 into
quadratics
a
before?
calculator, it will come up with 4, right? You can't say 3 will be right because it's not. It's 4. So I'm wondering, like, when Einstein thought of these mathematical equations, and he said they were correct, what made it obvious they were wrong? I'm
You never
wondering.
played with quadratics before?
No.
It's not
You
wrong.
know what quadratic is?
Mathematics is. Sorry, Crick. Go on.
Yeah, do you know what a quadratic is?
No.
Okay. Well, just take a look. Just maybe do a quick Google search and see how many quadratic equations or non-linear equations exist inside Einstein's formulas.
Can you spell it for me? Quad.
So quad, RATIC.
Yeah. Equations, right?
Yep.
And 10 coupled.
So how many
that-
answers can a single quadratic equation produce?
I'm not sure. Bear with me.
Yeah, almost an unlimited amount.
Okay.
It can fail. It can produce an error. It can error out. You could have one or two real solutions. Then you could have one or two imaginary solutions. And then you compound that when you start stacking quadratic equations inside each other.
Okay.
When people
So-
start thinking like, well, Einstein came up with one universal answer, E equals like MC squared. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's not even close. Okay. People don't really like touch that stuff. So I mean, like your pipeline. I mean, though it sounds, that you think that it sounds humble. Like, hey, this guy did a lot of math, and math comes up with a unified answer.
Yeah.
Though sometimes math, especially math at that level, it comes up with more questions. They've got math equations where they don't know what the answer is. They're trying to, still to this day, trying to find like these complex math equations that will come up with a new equation. So isn't that sort of like very easy where you just whip open the calculator and start punching in some numbers and it tells you the theory of gravity?
That's interesting. Okay.
You might find interesting too is when you have fractions. Where do you draw that line when the fraction goes on infinitely?
Oh yeah, it's like remainders, right?
Yeah.
They go on forever. Do you think we lack the reality of seeing the real truth in certain equations?
No, I'm saying like if you're doing an equation that has multiple, infinite fraction, like a non-rational number, and you've compounded that, you round up like 0.33333 to like 0.3334.
Yeah.
How many times would you do that before you get a completely different answer than someone else?
That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's a good point, man. So when it comes to like the laws of like everything, do you think we're unable to fully determine the laws of these mathematical equations? Do you think we lack the awareness, the conscience to really determine the truth?
with regards to
Yeah,
what
I think
exactly?
you're barking up the wrong tree there, because a natural law or scientific law, an expression of reality, is not going to be as clean as cut as a fraction or an equation.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So, do you think we as humans lack the knowledge to really determine the truth when it comes to these certain equations, these certain numbers?
Well, let's use Newton. Newton said the model, the heliocentric model, was so mathematically perfect that it could have only been made by a supernatural being. Because nothing in nature is that perfect. There's
Yeah.
always imperfections in nature. But this
Yeah.
heliocentric model is so mathematically perfect and completely consistent all the way through that his hypothesis was God of the Bible made the universe.
Okay.
And that's where people start thinking, is this science or is this theology? And then when you look into what other things that Newton wrote about, yeah, it was theology the whole time. That was like this little law of gravity. That was a side hustle he did for a couple years. But his main shtick was two things. He believed in the Catholic Church, and he also believed in alchemy. Was his other shtick. He thought that he was going to turn mercury into or lead into gold using mercury to something with the digestive system. They actually exhumed his body and they saw they had high levels of mercury poisoning.
Damn.
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem? 0116 AOG.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
No.
Okay, Kurt Gödel, he was a mathematician and logician, proved logically that there is no mathematical system which is both complete and consistent. It can be one or the other, but it can't be both. That
Okay.
means that there's things that are true in the mathematical system which can't be proven. No proof exists, but they are true, but they actually just can't be proven.
How can it be true if it's unproven?
Well, that's an inconsistency, isn't it? So something could be true, just your knowledge does not require it to be true or not. Just can't be proven true.
Oh, that's the point you're trying to make.
Yes, just can't be
Okay.
proven true.
Okay.
And self-consistent would mean that it doesn't contain any paradoxes. There's a paradox in any mathematical system. The way that Gödel proved this is that he assigned a number to a bunch of mathematical symbols and objects, and then put them like on playing cards. That's the best analogy. And then he used those playing cards to prove that something is true and not true at the same time, just using logic. It's a little more complicated than that. I'm oversimplifying it. The point is that math in and of itself, subsections of mathematics, some mathematical systems, because all mathematical systems have some axiom, right? And by axiom, I mean within that system, it's true, right? So we can make a mathematical system where the number 3 doesn't exist, right? And that system would have certain consequences, and we can make statements within that system, which would be true statements within it, but within some other mathematical system, say binary, they wouldn't be true. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because Crit talked about irrational numbers. So you have like divide 10 by 3, right? And what is it? 3.3333333333, right? Forever.
Yeah.
But 1/3 is that same thing. But that actually has a solution, right? 1/3. Which is the same
Well,
thing as
it's the same thing,
which
yeah.
is the same thing as 10 divided by 3 is 1/3.
Yeah.
So expressed in decimal, there's no solution, but expressed in the rational numbers, there is a solution, and we can come up with all these different base. I don't know if you know what a number base is. So decimal is a base 10 number system.
Yep.
Things like degrees is a base 60 number system, and things that are expressible in each of these number systems might not be expressible in another one. So
Yep.
that's the thing is like the point is that like mathematics is not some universal fucking truth that determines reality. There's particular parts of mathematics which can be extended to a reality and in a way emulates it, but that's only for some cherry picked subsection, and you have to ignore all the things that are wrong, which is possibly an infinite number.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah, mathematics is just a
So,
tool. Like it's
that
just a tool of that we
that is
that we assign symbols and objects to relationships, but we don't even need the symbols, right? We could write it all out in words, and it would mean the same thing.
No, but when you said like 1/3 is the same as 3 over, what did you say? 3
3
over.
divided by 10, or 10
Yeah.
divided by 3.
That's insane. Because it is the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So our brains like simplify 1/3 as being like a level playing field, right? You know, 1/3 goes into 3, 1 goes into 3 times. But like 33, it recurs forever. So
Yeah,
it's like,
well, I mean, this is where you get into frickin' pure mathematics, and there's, there was people that think things like irrational numbers like 0.3333 forever isn't actually a number, and they're not actually real. They're just bullshit. And that argument, that debate that happened, 400 years ago, they just, nobody knows about it. What actually was kind of numbers used to be controversial. Imaginary numbers used to be controversial. A lot of the concepts we accept as truths in mathematics at the time that they were first thought of were controversial, and that the mathematicians fought about whether these things are actually real. I'm sure you've heard things like pi is a number. If I say,
yeah,
hey, what number?
3.14, whatever it
Yeah,
is.
pi isn't a number though.
No.
It's the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, but it's not actually a number. It can't be expressed in any number.
Yeah, because it just keeps going on, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's not actually a number. Numbers have an actual set value. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you think it's a case of like, when I'm thinking about these things, the thing that keeps coming back to me is like, do you think us as humans just lack the knowledge or whatever it is to
I don't
perceive
know.
these numbers? Do you think we just lack
If we go
something?
down the wrong path, yeah.
No, no, it's not. I don't think that they're unseen. I think that we have expectations of mathematics which are unrealistic. We try to
Okay.
attribute properties to it that don't actually exist. And then we
Like
go,
some,
oh, it doesn't have the properties I imagine it should. So it must be my lack
So
of comprehension. It's not our
do you
lack of
think
comprehension.
do you think we're
this
too
is a good
logical?
example.
Do you think we're too
Hold on.
logical?
Well, let me give an example, right? If we look at gravitational paradigm, Einstein used mathematics. Now, these mathematics make predictions, right? Now, when the predictions go wrong, sometimes they start telling us that they've made a discovery because the predictions don't match the reality that's observed. So then we end up with things like dark matter. That's how things get discovered through mathematics. Dark matter doesn't exist, neither does space-time. But if people are running around in these false errands, then yeah, we haven't got a chance of solving the problems and the questions of life. You understand how mathematics can really fuck things up. If you go down these paths that start on a false premise and the mathematics makes predictions, all of a sudden you're making discoveries, apparently, like dark matter and dark energy, because according to the mathematics of the universe, there's not enough mass in the universe to, let's say, hold a solar system together. So there must be something else, right? So yeah, math just fucking makes shit up if you let it.
So do you think it's more simple than what we think? or what the general population thinks.
I think we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. We just have unrealistic expectations of what mathematics can do and what it can't do. What it can say about that, what we can like. So it's a tool, and we use it to describe features of the world because those features of the world have relationships, and we'll quantify those certain parts about the natural world, and then notice relationships between the quantities. But that quantification and extension into some mathematical formulas, none of that is real. We're just reifying that. That's how nature itself is actually working. Nature doesn't do calculations. There's no fucking hidden fucking person calculating out, like, you know, the fucking momentum and the vector that a proton is traveling.
Indy, you had to drop the mic after you said nature doesn't do calculations. You have to drop the mic right there, though.
Yeah, I know. I should have just shut up at that point. Yeah, nature don't
I'm just
do that.
me personally. Like when it comes to myself, I'm always trying to look for an answer in things. So, do you think there is no answer?
No, no. There's an
Because what it
answer.
sounds
It
like
is what it is the answer.
what it sounds like is like humans as a species, we're trying to answer these questions by using maths, and it seems like from what I've heard, sometimes there isn't an answer that we can physically work out.
Not within math.
So are you saying there's another factor, another way of calculating things, or do you just think it's just the way everything is? You know, it's all just
Not
by
all
chance?
not all things are proven the same way.
And it goes back to my point I said earlier. Do you think humans lack something which can really find the truth in these questions?
No.
But if we can't
It's
answer
not
it,
a lack of our ability. I said not all things are proven the same way. Not all
but you
things can
said
be
maths
proven.
can't.
Can I prove mathematically what your favorite color is?
Well, no, not unless you ask me.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with mathematics, right?
No, okay.
Yeah, but I can prove what your favorite color is by asking you and you giving me an answer. So
Yeah.
not all things are proven the same way, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
We
Okay.
can prove things are true, but we don't have to use mathematics to do it.
Yeah. True. Yeah.
So
Okay.
when you say, "Hey, man, well, we like mathematics can't describe all things, so like maybe there's a big hole in our knowledge." Not because of mathematics not describing everything. There's holes in our knowledge for lots of reasons, but it isn't because of the mathematics or lack of mathematics. That's just why even in science they have quantitative and what's called quantitative and qualitative descriptions. Because sometimes the quantitative is useless and like the qualitative, as in like the properties that we can describe the thing has, right? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it tall? Is it short? Is it brown? Is it blue? Is it like, these subjective things, these qualities that it has just descriptively. Like I go, hey, dude, what's the shape of the moon? Objectively, qualitatively, it looks like a circle. That's what it looks like. Doesn't mean it is a circle. Qualitatively, that's what it looks like.
Sometimes looks like a circle. Some other times
Yeah,
looks
sometimes.
different.
Semicircle, half a circle.
Depends on the way the sunlight is reflecting off it.
Assuming the sunlight is reflecting off of it.
That leads us on to something else. What do you think about the moon?
Because
guys?
there's no qualitative now, according to you, well, not you specifically, but there's no qualitative description of the sunlight reflecting off the moon. Or quantitative. There is a qualitative one, though. People say, hey, Lan, look, man, this fucking sun's reflecting off the moon. But that's what they think is happening. They don't actually see that.
Have you guys seen the videos where they can see the reflection of the Earth on the moon?
Like Earthshine.
Yeah, I've seen videos online where
How would they know what Earth
people
looks like?
they've seen the land masses of the Earth reflecting
How
off
would they
of
know
the
what
moon's
Earth
surface.
looks like?
I don't know. I don't
Earth
know.
shine on the moon. Earth, like literally
Yeah.
the Earth's reflection reflecting off the moon.
Moon map.
Yeah, I
Moon
mean, I've
map
seen
is
videos.
taken.
What do
The
you guys
moon
think
map?
about?
I don't do the moon map, bro.
Okay.
It's on other people.
No, I'm just,
With no moon map.
wondering. I'm here. I'm all to learn. You know, I'm not.
Well, you're not going to learn moon
Isn't
map.
that just in a
Moon map
small?
in here.
I just want to know what
Isn't
you
the
guys.
moon map in a crater or something?
No, it's like I don't know if you've seen it, but I've seen videos of like the shadows on the moon. They're actually the Earth's reflection.
Yeah, well, we're aware. I don't think you're going to find anybody in here that believes that is the case.
Okay.
You know what pareidolia is, right?
No.
It's like when you see like faces and things inside of things that have nothing to do with it, like
Oh yeah, right.
Jesus,
Jesus in your tea
toast.
leaves.
In your tea leaves. I prefer the toast. They were selling Jesus toast on freaking eBay. I remember
Jesus
like 20
toast.
years ago.
That's brilliant.
No,
There's
yeah, I mean,
Jesus and a piece of toast, dude. It was actually pretty.
I
I don't know if they
just
did
like
that on
bring it up.
purpose, like a burner, dude, but some of them was pretty good art. Look, I mean, why complicate things, right? I mean, this is like the globe Earth idea of, or the modern ideas to. Actually, let me go back a little bit. This idea of describing everything that exists with mathematics, it's called idealism, or the ideal system, right? Where you think that there's some Platonic forms, and that's where the real world is, and these abstract ideas that don't actually exist in the physical world.
Oh yeah, it's like the human brain. You know, it always goes back to like the most obvious answer. You know, like you said about us seeing human faces and things. It goes back to basic human brain chemistry. You know, we always try and simplify things. That's how the human brain works. We always try and look for an obvious answer sometimes, and maybe it's not always the
I'm
case.
talking about something different than that. I'm talking about Plato came up with this thing that the world of ideas in forms, and that say what's, for instance, a chair, that we have individual chairs which we experience in the natural world. Lazy boy, high chair, stool, they're all chairs, but they're not actually the pure chair, right? The ideal chair is an idea in the minds of human beings, and that's where chairs really exist, right? And this is where the idea that people have about mathematics, they think that the abstract world of mathematics is the world that actually exists. And this is the shadow world, a shadow of that. This is where the allegory of the cave comes from, and that there's people, and they're chained to the wall, and all they can see is shadows on the wall, and they don't realize there's people walking behind them, right? Right. So this is this world of ideas. This is a thing that's been going on for 2,000 years. The world of ideas versus, would be called the internal world, right? The mind, versus the external world, and whether that actually exists or not, right? So at least me, I'm not buying all that bullshit that we're a bunch of brains in a jar, and we can't prove the existence of an external world, and that the external world has to conform to some mathematical ideals. I don't buy that. I think we take ideals in our mind and try to shoehorn them into things we observe in the world, and try to create some good enough match just so we can hold some sort of mental model of things to operate as human beings. But I don't think the idea comes first and the external world comes second. I think there's an external world, and we try to frickin', shove our imagination into it and try to get the external world that can form to our imagination. Because I think fundamentally, at some level, human beings are delusional, and they try to make the external world conform to their own mind. And that's what I think mathematics is. Because we hear this. So I'll give you an example. We hear in this topic that if we go to the ocean and the ocean looks flat, it's not actually flat. That it's actually only looks flat because it's a giant ball too big to see the entirety of it. And that's why it looks flat. But I'll ask them, I'm like, well, how do you know that's the reason it looks flat and it doesn't look flat just because it is flat? And I never get an answer for that. because there is no answer. They don't know that it looks flat because it's a giant ball. They just want to believe that because in their mind, they have an idea about the Earth being a giant ball. Nothing on the external world, just in their mind. So they
Yeah.
have to make the external world that they see conform to their internal world, which they don't see.
Mm. True. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're constantly told that, like, how dare you trust your senses? What's wrong with you? Your eyes can trick you. Don't trust your senses. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to survive without trusting my senses. And believe me, if I just ran around just trusting my thoughts, I'm fucking in for it. Because my senses are far more reliable than my thoughts.
True. Yeah.
When your senses fail you, what do you do?
Well,
What do you do if you like you saw something that wasn't there?
you panic. You know.
You'd go to the doctor, right?
Yeah. I mean, if
There's something wrong with me. My
if I was
senses aren't
running
working.
around and I lost balance, you know, you'd panic. You'd go to the doctors, whatever. You know.
Yeah, you'd go to if your senses were misinforming you, you'd end up going to the doctor.
Yeah.
When our brains misinform us, which happens 100 times a day, we don't go to the doctor. It's
No.
normal modus operandi. You don't remember something you thought happened, you saw something wrong, you mistook a color, like, these are things that happen in their mind, which is also, like, very fallible. So, the point
Yeah.
being of all this is that we see the external we see a flat earth, we do not feel motion to the earth. And the most obvious Occam's razor simple answer is that's because the way the world really is. As opposed to, you're just too small, or it's spinning too slow, or whatever, and imagining it's doing something that you're not experiencing, but it's doing it in such a way that's undetectable to your senses.
Yeah. I'll be right back. Just need the toilet.
All right.
But I'll let someone else talk for a minute.
We have no in here. Is no in here? Oh, he's deafened. Yeah.
They're just doing text.
He's studying engineering. When you say you're studying engineering, that is so broad of a statement.
That's what I said. What does that mean? What does that mean?
He's not actually doing the studies of an engineer. He's studying engineering on whether it exists or not.
Like, does the idea of engineering anything exist?
That's what he's studying.
What have you decided? No.
I'm studying engineering. There's sanitation engineers and civil engineers, and right now I'm categorizing engineering. Fucking weirdos, bro.
There's an engineer that studies engineers.
I think he's a sanitation engineer.
He was a Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Batman Returns. What did he do in there?
So they had multiple versions of Globey. One looks like an absolute nightmare, and then one looks like a learned dude.
Yeah, so he was Penguin's father in Batman Returns.
Here's nice Globey, and here's Psycho Globey.
Oh yeah. Yeah, nice Globey just talks to you, all rational. Psycho Globey like is gonna take you out.
Bet we could get AI to animate those faces over a track of some one of our guests being cordial and all of a sudden spazzing out, and then just have his face morph. It's Globey. Dude's actually pretty scary looking, man. If I was a kid, I'd be scared of that thing. It's like Pennywise, you know, he's a cute little clown, and then he turns into a monster. So who wants to challenge me on defending a globe? What I mean by that is I'll defend a globe, and a flat earther will try to thwart me. What do you think? Who's game? Yeah, wise decision. I'm trying to get on another QE expose episode. AI Overlord says the Earth could still be a globe, not the globe. Oh my goodness, he's Gomer Pyle, retarded puke stick of a pogue. Oh yeah. I'm just kidding. Enough impressions. Time to sing and stuff. All right, tell me if you can hear this. Hello there, person. Guys, did you hear me standing?
Lovely feedback you got there.
Guess what it is? It's sanding. I'm sanding it smooth, bro, and flat. The wall is vertical and flat, unlike the floor, which is horizontal and flat.
You're sanding a ball earth.
Oh yeah, exactly. Must be.
Good afternoon, my friend.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
مرحبا.
Hello, what's up?
كانت تعرف English or Arab?
I'm Arab.
Nope. Why you are muting all? Why you all muting? Somebody here? أنا أركب هل
Hello? Hello there. Hello there. Howdy. Hola. Oh, okay, I'll just go down the list of all the greetings. Never mind. Hello there. Howdy. Konnichiwa. Ni hao ma. Damn, everybody is really. I'm really going to listen to my voice this whole time. Somebody's ears are going to start bleeding. Yeah, what's up, Jude?
What's happening?
This reason. Okay.
PMDB. PMDB, welcome. No mic gang. PMDB.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Have you ever spoken to my friend Lats?
What?
Have you spoken to my friend Lats?
No.
Go ahead,
It's
Lats.
your favorite. Well, the thing is, right, they were just telling me that the surface of water measures flat when I told them that boats disappear over the horizon. So it kind of stumped me a little bit. Do you think you could help me out? But it's fine. I can feel a good globe proof because this guy stumped me a little bit with that one. Gemsy was telling me how water measures flat on the surface.
Hmm.
I mean, if you had like your best globe proof, that would be awesome. That way you could stump these guys. Hey, don't be shy or nothing, dude. These guys are actually really nice. Gemsy was super helpful, super sweet.
Yes. Just kidding. PMB, what brings you by this channel though? Have you ever been here before? Have you ever considered this conversation by any chance?
No. It's first time.
Have you ever thought about, the shape of the earth, the physical and natural world, and how do you know that?
Well, it's not flat.
Okay. So how did you came to that conclusion?
Well, from the books and also overall when you watch, like, for example, NASA or something like this, you can see that our Earth is not flat.
Okay, so you opened the book because you were kind of like in a learning session. So you got a book and you read, acquired some information and read that the Earth is what? In the book? What do you learn in the book? Can you be specific about what you learned in the book? What was the information that you gathered from the book?
Oh, well, it was in the school. So like geography, that kind of information that our Earth is round. Like,
Okay. Yeah. Even though I will try to tell you that round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have round, flat tables, right? CDs that are round and flat as well, right?
so you're saying that Earth is flat. Why?
No, I'm not saying that in a sense. I'm acknowledging and relying information from the Earth, the way the Earth presents itself to be, and based on observations, measurements, we can deduct that the Earth is actually not curving. There is a horizontal frame of reference, an orientation that is described as flat because it's not curving the surface of the Earth when we apply method to check what is the case, right? Like, is it curving like the book says? Remember, in the book, what you actually meant in the book is telling you, right, in letters and figures, like the Earth is a sphere. That's what you actually meant earlier, right?
Yes.
So when we gather that information, we kind of learn that, right? And then we can actually close the book, right? We close the book. Then we can go to the natural and physical world and test for the claims on the book, right? We can test if that information in the book is real or not real. Because there's many books about many things. Do all book do everything that says in a book is real, or can something in a book be wrong or fantasy?
Well, geography, it's science. So why shouldn't we think that it's not true?
Geography is science. So why isn't those two different books? Isn't there a science book and a geographic book? Isn't that like two separate classes? Like you go to the geography class, and then an hour after you go to the science class. Do you mean those are the same thing when you actually have complete separations of those?
No, I mean, I had the book of geography, and so I read it. And so there was information that our Earth isn't flat, it's like sphere.
Okay, so exactly. So yes, the book. Yeah, we got that part. The book says something. Now, can we verify or falsify what the book says? Yes, we can, right? You agree? Can we verify or falsify the claims in writing, like on the book? Can we do that?
Maybe, but can you falsify that Earth isn't a sphere?
Yes. Thank you. So when the book is saying the Earth is curving at a specific rate, because in the book you see that the Earth has a size, it's a sphere, right? A geometry, right? So that geometry has a specific aspects to the shape, right? The radius, the diameter, right? So when we close the book that says that stuff, we go to the world, to the physical world, and we check, right? By testing, we can use measurements of the surface of the Earth across water. We have laser tests, long distance observations, and we can check if what it says in the book is it real or not real. And come to find out, when we do the testing, There is no curvature across the surface of the Earth that conforms to the geometry of the sphere that is depicted in the book. So that depiction of the Earth in the book is nowhere to be found in the physical world. The curvature, the drop over distance of the sphere that will require for it to be a sphere, that curvature is not in the physical world. It's only in the book, in the depictions, in the cartoons, in the imagery. It's pretty simple though. I mean, as simple as possible. We can get more technical. I mean, other people can. Do you get what I'm saying by any chance?
Yeah, I get it, but I still think that Earth is like sphere and not flat.
That's where the programming kicks in, right? You read it a bunch of times. You saw it on the TV as an imagery, right? You learn it. Many people repeat it. Many people believe it. But just like you, those people haven't checked if that stuff in the book is real.
Should I go to the space to look at our Earth and say that, oh yeah, it's sphere, not a flat? Should I go to the space for that?
You
Or
can't.
what?
That will be an impossibility. You can't go to that place that doesn't exist. Can you?
Wait, so you're saying that space is not exist?
I'm
Right.
telling you that if that thing that you call space was the case, there will be no you breathing air and making sounds with your vocal cords. There will be no you and I having a conversation.
No, I mean, if I go to the
Because
space,
you know how we need
I will see it and maybe make like image of it and
that
come back
place that
to
you
you.
that place that you're asking to go to, that place that you're asking me to go to, or you to go to, is a place that doesn't exist in the way that you think it exists.
Why are you saying that?
Because we have air pressure. You know, when you expand the volume of your lungs and the pressure of air around you rushes toward the volume that you're expanding inside of your chest, right? That air pressure for it to be in the place that it is for you to breathe requires an antecedent cause and effect relationship for it to be so. So there is something that precedes the air that you need to breathe. And without that something, there wouldn't be you breathing air.
Okay, but how people go into the space? If you're saying that we cannot breathe there, okay, but how people go
We
there?
can breathe air. No. We do breathe air. That's why we have in a conversation. I'm not saying we cannot. I'm saying we can and we do, and we have the environment and the conditions in place that are required for you and I to breathe air.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if the outer space was the case as you believe it to be, there'd be no you and I having a conversation and breathing air. Because the gas pressure, the laws of nature will dictate that this air that was rushing towards your lungs, if that available medium of outer space was there, like you believe, the air will be going that way, not towards your lungs. It will be extracted out of the surroundings around you and I and extracted out of your lungs violently, and there'll be no more you, no more I, no more making sounds with our air pressure, with our vocals.
Okay, I understand that, but so you're not believing that space is exist? You're not believing in this.
Okay, space was never discovered. Space was invented. I wouldn't use the word invented, because you will have to show something for an invention. Like if you invent a tool or a clock or something, you make an invention and you have something to show for, right? But the story of the outer space is a story, like a cartoon, like anime, like Dragon Ball Z, that kind of stuff.
No, I don't watch anime.
Okay, so have you ever seen like a Disney movie?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the Disney movies, right, there's like a storytelling that includes a lot of fantasy things that don't exist in reality. Have you seen that in the Disney movies?
Yeah, so you're saying that space is not existing because it's like fantasy.
Space has never been discovered. No man has discovered outer space. It was a story that was made by men, a doctrine of men.
Okay.
Yeah, and everything you've seen about it, you've seen it only in the TV. You never seen it in reality. You only seen it like a setup. Men pretending to do things like a movie, like the Disney movie, just like that. So that's an important topic, though. But if I bring you to your senses, back to Earth, like on the ground that we're standing, and we do things practical in the physical and natural world, it will be obviously clear that the Earth that you're standing, walk across, navigate across, exit upon, and operate in cannot be a spinning sphere in the vacuum of space, because the Earth is not curving, not spinning, and it cannot be in a vacuum like you believe it to be.
But what about, for
Mhm.
example, how does it called? Aurora shine? Do
The
you know
aurora
about it?
borealis.
Yeah, like it's
So
kind of
the
curvy.
aurora borealis is obviously an observable phenomena that can be observed from many locations from the surface of the Earth, right? Many people have observed it. You probably have seen it. I've seen some of it, not the full show of it, because from the place I saw it, it didn't look as good as other places that I've seen photographs of. But you asking what it is or how does it happen? What is your question?
No, I mean that like you can see that it's curving Earth. How does it curving
Wait,
Earth?
listen, Earth. Okay, Earth, right? Earth. Where is Earth? Earth is below your feet, isn't it? Below your feet.
No, I mean the planet, like overall.
Okay. Again. You.
Wait,
Let's take it
wait,
step by step.
are we talking about the planet Earth, or are we talking about like Earth that we're standing in? If we're like standing on it, yeah, it's flat. But if we're talking about the planet, it's curvy. It's like
Okay,
a
so you gotta
sphere.
make a separation between the place that you're standing and the idea that you have of that place that you have standing on, right? So you're standing in reality right now. Maybe you're in your house. There is a level flat floor that you're standing on. Your table is there. You can go drink water. The water is flat and level on the
No,
top,
here,
right? Listen to me. Listen. Hello. I'm not finished. Don't interrupt me, okay? So the separation that I'm trying to get you from is that the thing that you call planet is a pre-installed, pre-programmed idea that you have in your head. Okay? When you think planet Earth, what do you see? in your mind? What's the image that pops in your head? Planet Earth.
It's a round circle sphere, but it's in space. No, it's a planet.
Have you ever physically been in a position that you can actually do that observation in reality, or did you got that from a program, from a imagery that was given to you?
Yes.
Okay, so you've never been to from a position that you can see the Earth as that thing that you think the Earth is in your head.
Well, it's kind of, for
Yes.
example, 50 years after people went to the moon, like they had the image of the Earth.
Disney,
Why
remember
shouldn't I
remember
believe it?
NASA, Disney, Von Braun, Hollywood. Remember when I told you uh, the place that doesn't exist, Narnia, uh, the okay. Again, let me reset. You
Yeah, I
ask.
have a
You think.
question
Listen,
though.
listen. One second. No, let's bring this to a logical conclusion somehow. You're calling the Earth a planet. The meaning of the word planet will be a wonder, a wandering light, wandering star. That will be the things up in the sky that we call the wandering stars or the planets, planeta, and that is not the Earth. Those things are celestials. The Earth is below your feet, terrestrial. Terrestrial. So the planets have not the Earth and the planets have nothing alike. The Earth is one thing, the wandering stars are a different thing.
You said the Earth was flat, or you think the Earth is flat and not round. Then how would you explain how like maps get distorted on flat Earth maps and they don't translate to the actual distance from one place to another? Like,
How do you know?
what do you mean? How would I know? It's measured.
You
That's
know
why.
how do you know what's right and wrong on a map?
Because
All
it
maps,
makes sense
all doesn't
mathematically.
matter on the surface that you're standing on. All maps are gonna be distorted. Doesn't matter what shape of the universe is because
Well, yeah.
you cannot make a 1-to-1 scalable map that is
No
1-to-1
map
to the
is
Earth.
completely accurate, but flat Earth maps, they're extremely inaccurate because of the concept that Earth is flat. Say from like Sydney to I don't know.
Listen, the map is not. Listen, you gotta make this. You gotta make this very clear in your head. The map is not the terrain. You know
Of
the
course.
terrain that you navigate across, that place that you actually can tangibly touch, build upon, and do things on. That thing is not the map. Is not that thing. Okay.
And
Yeah,
all
I
maps are
understand.
flat. All maps are flat Earth maps. All of them.
Correct.
Of course they are, but
When you
some
see,
maps
listen, the map, the descriptions of the terrain, you're gonna have different maps for different uses depending on the area that you are, and they have different purposes. All maps. That's why you have political maps, geographical maps, navigation maps. Okay, you have all
How
of
did
these
you
maps.
determine the globe was accurate when you said that before? We're going to get back to you. You're going to say you said globe maps are accurate since they don't make a globe map.
What do you mean by they don't make a globe
What
map?
about time zones? Like, why do we have time zones? For example,
China has one time zone, for example.
Real
Anyway,
quick
I
about
feel
let me.
like you
for
went a
example,
little off topic with the terrain part because it doesn't matter if there's a lot of terrain. It matters about like just the
No, let
general
me tell you
distance.
this. Let me tell you this. The terrain is the imagery that you see of the on the map. You see certain kind of how do you say depictions of a hill, of a town, of a street, right? That will be kind of like the map. Then you have the longitude and the latitude and longitudes, right? That are a projection of the celestial sphere up on the ground. When you see these positions that are in relation to the angle of the ground, to the luminaries, to the stars, right? That have GPs on the ground. So what you think is a sphere of the ground is actually a sphere of the sky, which is the celestial sphere. You have this idea inverted. You believe that the grid that we use the longitudes and latitudes to positions mark positions on the ground, right? Based on these GPs to the luminaries, you believe that that's the ground, but that's not the ground they're standing on. That is the celestial sphere. Again, celestial, not terrestrial.
Okay, but how does the point of view from being a celestial like map differ, or like how does it even contribute to the formation of a map? Like what are you trying to say? How okay, can you
It's like a preference. I could have I could make my map Gemsy's map, and I could make the center of the world Gemsy's house, and I could start a map from my house. And if I build a grid from my position to the rest of the world, I could show you a map that my house is the center of the earth. It's the
how
center
would you
of my map. And you can use that map and use it as a reference and go from my house to Radwin's house, to Jetta's house, to your house, and that map is gonna work. It's my preference map.
you see, I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. I really am, but like you see on flat earth maps, distances seem way longer. And I know what you said about distances.
Okay.
So before
Do you have an
say
issue?
No, they don't.
Real quick.
You're gonna
I'm gonna drop the
this.
mic in
Hold
a
on.
second, guys. No, I'm gonna drop the mic. I'm gonna drop it in a second. The issue that you're having, though, when you say flat Earth, is that you have an idea in your head of what that means, but that idea that you are debunking is like a straw man. It's a man made out of straw, and you're
Well, how would
burning
you say
it.
flat Earth?
Listen, real quick. You are building a straw man and burning it, but that straw man is not what we're talking about.
Then how would you describe your type of Earth?
No, one sec.
ahead,
One
guys.
sec. Listen, I've got to correct you on something, because on some maps, right, the scaling is different. So you use the scale and the legend, right, and it'll tell you if this area here, if the distance between these 2 points, right, equals like 5 centimeters, that will be equivalent to, on another part of the map where 2 points is 2 centimeters away from each other. Because of the scaling, because of the distortion, you need to read the legend and the keys on the maps to be able to gauge what the scaling is and be able to determine that those distances are not representative of reality necessarily, right? So that's why they tell you this changes here. So you have to use this scaling differently to that over there, because that's. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so 2 centimeters between 2 points on the same map can be a different. Can be the same distance as 2 points which are 5 centimeters apart on another location on the map. That's just the way it
That
works
sounds like a
because of the
shitty map.
distortion. Yeah, I
Why are we
know, but this is
distorting
because
a
of the
flat Earth on a flat map?
distortion that takes
why are
place
we
when
distorting anything?
when you take your global reference system and project it onto a flat surface in a particular way, you will get those distortions. It doesn't
Why are we
mean
doing
that
that
you're
in a
thinking that
particular
those
way?
distances have changed. You will still think that they are the same. They're just represented differently and on a different
not
part of the
answering.
map.
Exactly. So
Right?
if this was a flat Earth map, it would have basically no distortion since everything
Okay,
is flat.
now you're going to
Exactly.
explain to me how you
Nobody
got
here.
a flat Earth map
Who is
and the globe
interrupting?
has to compare to each other.
Yeah, nobody here
Like
is
everyone's
presenting
talking over
a
each
flat Earth
other.
map to you. You're the one talking about flat Earth maps. Nobody here,
No,
none
no,
of the flat Earthers have said, "Hey, look at this map."
you're being dishonest.
You would still have
The
that
point
same
is
problem.
that why? Can I finish?
Oh yeah,
Why
Hong,
are we using a distorted map?
No, Hong. You gotta mute yourself and you're gonna wait for the conversation to be done, and maybe after you can open your mic. So just mute yourself right now.
Right, because I'm responding to one person and you're talking about something different. You keep on saying on the flat Earth map is different. On the flat Earth map is different. All
Yeah, I
maps
want
are
to know
flat.
where the comparison comes
So
from. How did you compare a flat Earth map to a globe map? What'd you use?
exactly because
Just let him tell us.
I don't think you guys are being genuine to what we're
Okay,
saying.
shut up. I'm
If,
not
if it's a
talking to
flat
you.
Earth,
Put him
why
on
don't we
mute.
use a
Put
flat
him
Earth?
on
Flat
mute.
the
Earth?
reason why
We're not talking to
yeah,
him.
put him on mute. He's
SR
yeah, we're not even
whatever.
gonna answer it.
Guys, it's not
Yeah,
an
we're not even
argument,
talking.
it's a debate and discussion.
No,
We're
it's
not
not. It's
arguing.
not an argument.
Ma'am. I need you to listen to what we are actually saying to you though. You're not actually
I'm
listening. You're just
trying,
repeating
but
the
your
same.
mic quality is kind of.
Reg,
Yeah,
you're gonna have to figure your mic,
so
Reg. I'm
bad.
not gonna be Reg. My bad. I would like to hear what you gotta say, Reg, but just figure your mic out, okay?
Yeah, two
Before
Yeah,
that.
I'm
things that you
open
can't
to
tell
listening to everyone, but
Now
you
we're
know
gonna
when
have
everyone's
listen. I'm driving at the moment. Now we're gonna have one person engaging with the kid, and maybe some bring whatever point to a logical conclusion, and the next person is gonna have a
Well,
back and forth. We're not gonna have
well,
5 people doing
okay.
this.
Listen, SR.
You don't
Okay,
need
SR.
five.
Right. We acknowledge, one sec, Rich. We acknowledge, SR. We acknowledge that when you take the
People
global
do it. It's only
coordinate
two.
system, when you take the global coordinate system and project it onto to flat, right, in a particular manner, you know, it will distort the global system, right? But our question isn't about that. We're not denying that part, right? And we're not saying that any one of those projections are a true representation of the Earth's surface. The question is, does the globe part that's being projected from accurately represent the Earth's surface? That would be the question. Not that flat maps are distortions of that global representation, right? We're questioning the globe part.
Right. And can
Besides
you guys hear my mic? Can you guys hear me better now?
I'm gonna talk next. I can
Yeah.
that's fine, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk next. Yeah. So those distortions, they also came from maybe it was cloudy that night. So there you go. You don't know what the distortions came from.
Just real quick. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, each projection of a map explains what the distortions are. And every projection of a map
Projection from where?
falls from
Projection from
hold
what?
on 2 seconds. It follows from a globe Earth.
So you
The
have a
point
globe
is
that you're
that we
projecting
wouldn't
from?
have to. Let me finish. I'm not going to talk forever. The point is that we wouldn't have to distort maps. We wouldn't have to make projections if the Flat Earth Society would give us a flat Earth map.
I know, but
Because
We're not the
those
Flat Earth
two are one to
Society.
one.
Oh my goodness.
Whereas a
I'm just
globe
gonna.
Earth on a
We're
flat
talking with
map
SR.
has
We're
to
talking with
distort.
SR.
Jesus
We're talking with
Christ.
SR. Keep him on mute. We're talking with SR.
I
Not
don't
this
know who
guy.
keeps
He's
picking
going to
him up.
misrepresent us.
Guys, I'm not representing everyone, so I gotta hear everyone out too, you know?
No, it's fine. We're talking with you, right? He's not going to talk
Move
for
on
us.
from that guy.
Yeah. All right. He's attempting to speak for us within his rhetoric while attempting to make his own point, right? But we were in the middle of a conversation with you, so we'd rather continue on that. He had his chance earlier to discuss this, and it didn't take place, and now it's your turn.
Yeah, so I was just saying, what was I saying? I was just saying that I'm open to like hearing out other ideas, and I completely like understand parts of what you're saying, and obviously everything might be just like a delusion. Like, what's his name? Gemsy, I think he said, like Disney. I heard that part when I first joined the call, but I just like don't get why not many like people who believe that the Earth is flat come out to like prove it with their own studies almost. Like why that like
That's actually
concept
because
not
you haven't
popular.
you actually haven't seen the test that has been done. So you're making a claim that the falsifications of the globe hasn't happened, but that happened already. The 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 validation of the globe has not happened, and the falsification of it has already happened. It's just that you have not came to that information. The information that you got is the book that you read. Remember, I think we were talking about the book, and in the book in school you read the book, and the book says that the Earth is round. That's what you said. Remember?
It's
I don't
not
think I
her.
was
It
speaking
was
to that.
me.
Oh,
Yeah, that was
PMB. Yeah, PMB. Okay, so yeah, in the book you learn for the first time Earth is round or Earth is a globe, but then you have not come to the information that falsifies that. You haven't looked into that yet.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. But I
Yeah,
also have
you're
a
missing
follow-up
information.
question.
Your hard
we can
drive
give
is.
you that.
Go ahead.
Can I go over the evidence
Yeah,
with
no,
you,
sure,
Kid?
go for it. I was just about to say that. Look, we can offer that to you if you
I'll
want.
give you an
You haven't
example.
asked for it, but yeah.
I'll give you an example in the chat. Are you able to see the chat? Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
There you go. This is for you only. So there is an easy way to figure out if Earth is flat or not. They have told us Earth's radius. It is 3,959 miles. You with me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so because we know the radius, we can use math to figure out how much it needs to curve over distance. Still with me, right? You
Yep.
understand the logic in that, right? If we know the radius, we can figure out how much it has to curve.
Yep.
So there's a diagram at the bottom of my post there, and you can see that over 10 miles, Earth has to curve 66 foot. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just, you can fact check my math here, and you shouldn't believe me. This is just a method you can do yourself, right? We've all done this in this room that are flat earthers. We checked this ourselves, right? So you can do it yourself. You find a friend, you find a 10-mile wide lake, you bring a large mirror there and have your friend go to the other side and flash it. If you see that flash, you only have two choices at that point. Either your friend is over 30 feet tall or water doesn't curve, if it is the radius that they say it is. If water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a ball. You understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Right. So we do these laser tests. You know what a laser is, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, right. So we shoot that laser 1 foot over the water on beach A, where you are. You shoot it 10 miles over to beach B, where your friend is. If you're living on a globe of radius 3,959 miles, that laser has to end up about 50 foot over the beach on the other side if it's a ball. But guess what? It
It
will
has
not
to
do
end
that.
up on the other side if it's a ball. Like if you
50,
flash a laser.
50 foot over the beach. If it's a ball, it has to end up 50 foot over, but it doesn't do that. You shoot it 1 foot over the beach on one side, it's going to end up 1 foot over the water on the other side. Because water doesn't curve, it's flat. We've done hundreds of these tests, if not thousands, right? So I'll paste one in the chat for you that you can look when you want to. There's a guy out in Utah. He shot the laser 21 miles over the Salt Lake there.
Apocaphone, we can hear you chewing that ribeye though. Just the bone. Just mute yourself real quick.
Sorry, bro.
Just
Right,
yeah, enjoy
can
your
I,
meal.
can I please get some
Okay.
statistics on like why the Earth is flat?
Can you shut
Yeah,
up
to
so I can
measure
talk
that
to this kid first? SR.
Before we say
okay.
anything, I have a
Okay.
question.
No. Starting with first.
No. 1
NASA
second. I'm the one. Listen,
Wait.
I'm moderating this whole conversation. I've been trying to keep it stable. So stabilizer. We're gonna keep it stable. You're gonna wait your turn, and after they bring their point
Oh
to a
yeah.
logical
Someone
conclusion,
muted
then
him.
you can ask a question. Go ahead.
Someone muted him. I was in text, or I would have done it myself. So Esther, do you understand this test? This is the method, right? People do this all the time. A lot of people in here have done this. The thing is, we see way too far, right? If Earth was a ball, the horizon should always be about 2-3 miles away from you. But you can see things 10, 20, 30 miles out. That shouldn't be possible if it's a ball. You get that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
do.
that is the evidence that you asked for. And we have hundreds of these videos 20, 30, 40 miles out. We have infrared photography 250 miles away. Earth is flat and water doesn't curve. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, okay. I have like two questions to that. The first
Sure.
one is how, when you say the earth is flat, do you mean like a plate flat or do you mean
No,
like,
no. It's like a table. You know, on your kitchen table, maybe you have a roll of paper, you have and some apples and a plate and stuff like that. Those are just typography, right? It doesn't make the table is still flat. So when we have mountains and valleys and things like that, you know, that's just called topography. We say that the earth is flat because water is flat and it's covered mostly by water. So we know it cannot be a ball. We're not claiming a shape. I don't know the shape of earth. I just know that the surface is mostly flat.
I see.
It,
Okay.
yeah,
So,
it cannot be a ball because of that.
okay. So how would you explain, this might seem like a niche question or whatever, but how would you explain how the sun like sets or like rises? Like, does it go below the earth when it
No,
goes from like, I don't know, east to west or something?
right.
Or
No,
does it like go back to where it came from? And
it's
why do we
super.
not see that?
It's super easy. Think of it like this, right? I don't know, you've probably seen an airplane come in above you and leave, and it looks like it's going into the ground because that's how we humans see. We have something called non-Euclidean vision. We look in,
Yeah.
our perspective makes things disappear, like from up and it goes down.
Yeah.
You can stand in a long hallway in a hotel and you can see it looks like, you know, the things at the end are like shrunk down into this perspective thing, right? So when the sun is coming over you, you see it come in from the east and it leaves you in the west. It looks like it's coming up and then it goes over your head and it's like above you and then it goes down. But in reality, it's not changing elevation. And it's just going away from you until you can't resolve it anymore, right? And then it's day for someone else further away. So I'm just saying it has a path above us. Like same thing would happen if you run your finger over your kitchen table in a circle, you know. So at one point it's going to be over on one edge of the table, and next 12 hours later it's going to be on another side of the table. Or if you think about it like a
Mm.
really really large warehouse and you have a light in the ceiling on a rail, like think of the warehouse 100 miles wide, right? When that little light is over on the other side, 100 miles away from you, you're going to have complete darkness where you are. This is an experiment you can do with water as well. Like if you dive into water 200 meters down, pitch black, even if the sun is right above you. It's just how light works. It attenuates. You
Yeah.
understand?
So are you saying like the sun or like the light source, whatever the light source is, it goes
Yeah.
from one direction to the other, and as it goes farther in our field of vision, it disappears. That's what you're saying,
Yeah,
right?
it takes his light with it, and also we don't live in a vacuum here, right? We have something called the atmo. There's air particles, pollution, things like that.
Yeah.
So the light is not going to travel forever. 300,
Yeah.
400
So
miles, maybe.
how does it go back to the point where it started? Because when you like, say you take like a video or something, I don't know what, I'm not gonna go into the specifics. Let's say you took a video that lasted for like the whole day. How
24
would you
hours.
explain how the sun came back to where it started from without going back through the
It
same
moves
path?
just
Like I
like you
said,
observe.
yeah, that's how you see it, right? Nobody has followed it for 24 hours. They have done some tests with fighter jets. They go up and they follow it for a while, and they can fly from nighttime into daytime. But if you run your finger over your kitchen table, like I said, in a circle, it's going to come back to the point where it started, right? Now, I'm not claiming the sun is doing a perfect circle or anything like that. I don't actually know the exact path, but it is traveling above us, and it comes back to where it was. Like, I'm from Sweden. Maybe you can hear it in my accent, right? In Sweden, up north, you can actually stand and you can watch it go around in a circle above you for
The
24
sun?
hours. Huh?
The sun?
the midnight sun up in northern part of Sweden, right? So you see it going a circle there. So to me, I kind of like to think about it that it does just a wider circle, and it keeps widening, and then it goes to some other place, and it does a circle in the south as well.
So,
Allegedly,
like,
I don't.
theoretically, you would say the way you're describing it, maybe I'm wrong, but the sun kind of revolves around the Earth instead of the
Not
Earth revolving
around, above it,
around?
above it.
Above? Yeah, above it, but, like,
Yes.
still goes
It
around
doesn't.
the
It doesn't. It doesn't go under it at any point.
Okay, so it's like a baby cradle, kind of, like those things, it just
Yeah,
revolves
sure.
on top
That's a
of the
good.
baby.
That's a good
Alright.
example.
Mm. I guess. So it doesn't, like, explain a lot of things, though. Obviously, I don't know everything yet, so it would be hard for me to, like
Nobody does.
Yeah,
That's
it
the
would
whole
it would
point.
be hard to, like, counter
In
argue
here,
that, or
you're
argue
not
that.
gonna. In here, you're not gonna hear any speculation at all. We've all had enough of it. People speculated our whole lives. They told us stories about space and planets and moons and the stars, and they say that smells like farts and things like that. It's all speculation. And when we became flat earthers, we couldn't take it anymore. So no one in here is going to speculate. We're going to just tell you straight up, we don't know how that works if we don't know. And if we don't have empirical evidence, we're not going to tell you a story.
Of course, it's hard to believe everything these days, but for now, I'm just gonna stay on the Earth is a globe side because that's what I've been taught my whole life, and it makes sense. And obviously, I have to
No,
look
it
into
doesn't make sense at all.
that side.
When
What?
you have
I said it
time at
doesn't
some
make
point
sense at
in the
all.
future. What?
What?
I said it doesn't make sense at all. The globe.
Right. So you can anyway,
Um
you have the method now that I described. You can go test it at some point in the future when you have time, and when you have someone you can bring with you. You can go and see if you can see. Maybe you can find a beach somewhere where you can see an island 30 miles out, and you understand that that shouldn't be possible if you live on a globe.
I
So
guess.
you don't have to be convinced what anyone in this chat tells you. You
Of
shouldn't
course
be.
not. That's what makes
We
it
tell you
debate.
to go check for yourself, and now you have the method. You could copy that text, paste it into notes or something, and when you have the resources and time, you can go do it. You can do that test for yourself, and then one day you can come back here and say, hey, look, I saw something 20 miles away. Shouldn't be able to do that. I understand it now. I want to be on the panel and answer questions to other globers.
Mhm. Okay, there's so many people in this, like, voice chat. All like, everyone should just, like, migrate to politics because the debate and discussion, this voice chat is crazy.
We're over there sometimes. We have a channel there.
Yeah. I went there and, like, no one was talking. And I think you guys should contribute there.
But we
Because
like
you
to
guys
serve.
are supporting and
That's
stuff.
our channel there. Yeah, we go there whenever. Just move back and forth.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Do you
Like,
have any more
arguments
questions,
and
Ezra?
everything. No, I had another question, but I forgot. But that's all for now, I guess.
All right. Well, it was nice talking to you. I think you had some reasonable questions. And if you want to stay and hang around and listen, you can do that. If you have more questions, you can talk as well. I got to go get some work done, but thank you.
Thank you.
A noisemaker is Renegado, so you can just leave that one muted.
I feel like we should unmute the person who's trying to get unmuted.
Why?
And see what he's trying to say. I mean, if he says
He's
something bad, we can
just trying
always
to
mute
say
him again.
anything, the same shit he says every day.
If he's trying to say something bad, we can mute him again, but I mean,
Yeah,
if we just keep doing this, he's just
I didn't mute him. I'm not going to unmute him.
I can do it. But listen, SR, did you see the video link, the 21-mile thing?
Yeah, I did, but except it's not like loading
Have a look
yet.
at it when you have time. I'm going to unmute this guy now, and we'll see what he has to say, okay?
Yeah.
This will be fun.
Nagato, your mic is open. We had to mute you because you interrupted the other discussion. Go ahead.
No, he's playing sound. That's why I muted him. He was beep. There was all kinds of noise coming from him, so I
Oh, was
muted
it
it.
the noise guy? All right. If you
Yeah.
okay. I forgot. If he does it again, we can do it. Do we have any other people on mute here? What about Hung like Tic Tacs?
Yeah, he doesn't want to speak. That Renegado doesn't want to speak because he wants to noise bomb us.
Well, if he noise bombs us, we can ban him.
Yeah, I won't nose bomb. I promise.
Okay. Hung like Tic Tacs.
No,
There you
he's
go.
he's a good
We're not
person.
worried about Hung like
Promise
Tic Tacs
good.
doing that. 'Cause Hung like Tic Tacs is an extreme glober who lives in a fantasy where he thinks magic spells pull air around a ball inside a vacuum chamber.
Okay, let me explain myself. I think that when you describe it as like the magic stuff, like I'm like all ears. I find that stuff fascinating. I want to know where I'm being lied
You
to
do
because
find it
I've
fascinating. I
been
bet you
raised.
like magic spells, and all that stuff.
My point is I've been raised and I've been lied to when I was young. I could go on, but my point is, I don't think that we should mute as a strategy. So let me at least put forth my argument, and I'll hear what you guys have to say. I
Yeah,
won't
I
interrupt.
agree with you.
No,
Put it
it was
forth.
just getting very, very loud, and you weren't the only one who was interrupting. Everyone was interrupting each other, but for some reason, you were the one who got muted. And
Because I disagreed
obviously,
with the flat
Let's
earthers.
just move on
All
to the
right, hear me out.
subject now that everyone can
I
speak.
wanted to have a
Craig, we're
discussion
going to
with
talk
that.
Hear me out.
about
Go ahead.
how
We're listening
muting
to you
works.
now.
Earlier we were talking, and maybe I don't want to beat a dead horse, but earlier we were talking about like, hey, what we use right now, they're all flat maps. Like if you go to a store and like a gas station on the side of the road trip, you get a flat map to go and navigate you from A to B. But the fact remains is that those flat maps are projections. And why are they projections? Is
Projections
because
of
they're
what?
based off of. Let me finish. I'm not going to talk
You
all
need to
day,
tell
I
us the
promise.
projections of
Why do you
what?
have to interrupt?
Because you're going to
They're
say the
projections of a
projections
globe Earth. Do you want to say something? Go ahead.
So I've got my A to Z out. And it works because it's a projection.
I'll agree with you, Hung like Tic Tacs, that maps are just projections, and the distance, the reality distance doesn't change just because you projected it on another map. So it's ridiculous to talk about distances changing on those maps anyway. If you project onto a banana, it's going to look like it's super far away, New York to Sweden, for example. You project it onto a Tic Tac, or you project it onto a globe, it's going to look a little closer. You project it onto a azimuthal equidistant, it's going to look a little bit different, but the reality is that the distance where we live doesn't change, it just looks like it.
Can you go a little bit further on that? Because like I agree with you, like, okay, we project onto a banana or a Tic Tac. These things are going to get distorted, and the reality is not going to map onto
Right, the
what we just
distances are
mapped
going to be
onto.
exactly the same.
What distances are going to be exactly the same?
Between two cities is going to be exactly the same, even if it looks like it's longer on one of them. You understand?
Let's make this clear. The claimed distances between
yes, the claimed ones.
very large areas, right?
Right.
Claimed distances. Claimed distances, claimed relationship and configuration, right?
Yeah.
To one another.
Maybe I'm missing something, but I understand when you guys are talking about like that key in the bottom right hand side of a map where it's like 1 inch equals 100 miles. That might be like a rough kind of estimate, right? But when I go to Google Maps and I go, okay, I want to take a road trip from California to Tennessee, from this door to this door is this many miles. And then I go and drive that and I look at my odometer of my truck and it maps on within 20 miles. That's pretty damn accurate over a, what is that, 1,000-mile distance? Maybe more.
Had nothing to do with that point. What
I missed that.
does global
Mike
have
is
to do with that?
Are you speaking from inside that fish tank?
I didn't
Yeah,
hear what he
I'm, wa-
said.
I'm, in,
If
I'm
anybody wants
underneath
to
the water right
respond.
now.
Yeah, but what do that have to do with the globe at that point when you look at Google Maps?
Okay, hear me out. So my thesis or my foundation is that Google Maps are in the status quo. They are drinking the Kool-Aid, and Google Maps believes that we live on a round or globe Earth. And wouldn't it be more efficient or more accurate, or if we used a flat Earth map rather than a globe map projected onto a flat, phone screen, or you know
It's
what I'm saying?
because of the coordinate reference system that's being used.
Yeah.
Like when you say you can go from, say, New York to Los Angeles, and you can figure out the distance, New York and Los Angeles, they're probably going to have longitude and latitude coordinates if we're using Google Maps. That's a spherical coordinate system based on the celestial sphere, like your celestial equator and the North Pole, and all of these things up in the sky, where we get latitude from. This is the sky. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
what Google Map
spherical
is using.
coordinate reference system itself, based upon the sky and your placement underneath these things in the sky, which we call longitude and latitude. Your more accurate position in New York when you get to Los Angeles, etc.
Can you say that last sentence again? You said I heard. Go on.
This just gives you the distance. I'm just repeating myself to make the point clear, dude. That's all. It's the coordinate
Well,
system.
you said.
Of,
I'm trying not to interrupt. You said something between like New York and Los Angeles, but I didn't understand what the meat was. The meat of the argument.
that's your more accurate coordinate, isn't it? When you travel from this place to that place, that's what it shows you on Google Maps, right? Your longitude and latitude position. And longitude and latitude is based upon the celestial sphere, the things up in the sky, and how we measure angles to them, based upon our position on a horizontal plane. The reason why it's translated and onto a map, for example, and going to be distorted is because the coordinate system is spherical, three-dimensional, not the Earth, the coordinate system.
I don't quite understand why you saying that GPS points to the sky debunks my claim that when I use Google Maps, despite the
You
fact that
gotta
it's using
explain it to him,
GPS or
Jedi. He don't
whatever else.
understand celestial navigation.
Okay, well, maybe explain it to me. But